Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of Elimination and Advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double-elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever on this wonderful, wonderful planet Earth that you might be joining us from. This is the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. My name is Jasmine, and I'm joined alongside none other than Mac, mate, and Dustin. I'll start with you first, Mac. How's life going? Are you looking forward to today?
Life's great. You know, it's 3 a.m. Well, it's almost 4 a.m. now here in Bucharest, of course. But look, we've been having a great time. We've been getting the prep ready, watching the EU RMR over the last couple of days, and I can't wait to jump into Asia.
Yeah, and it's actually fun to be back for me in Counter-Strike. It's been a few years, but I'm super excited to get to pick back up with this first CS2 Major that we got coming up here really soon, and in familiar territory of PGL. One of the first minors I ever worked for was here, so.
Well, you know what? This is well and truly going to be based a lot on storyline, so I think without further ado, let's go ahead and get all of our teams up. And you fellas can talk me through this. Any favorites we should be looking out for the teams participating?
In terms of favourites, I definitely think, you know, Mongols and Greyhound, they've got a lot of targets on their backs because they are the teams that have made it previously. Of course, there's been a couple of roster swaps on both these teams as well. And with the recent changes, not only to the game, that just allows a lot of these players to start to excel. You know, it's going to be the first LAN a lot of these teams have played when CS2 doesn't have Pika's advantage, right? So anything can happen. Everyone's still adapting, and every team is going to have to adapt here on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with what Mac has to say. I think Mongols certainly is one of the favorites. They've routinely been able to beat some of the other teams like TYLOO and some of these other squads when they have faced up against them in regional play. I think for Greyhound, for them, it's going to be about can they translate their amazing success they've been having lately in the Australia and New Zealand scene to the greater APAC region, because they have not faced these opponents before with this lineup, and so we don't really know what to expect. What I will say, though, is I want to throw a little dark horse one out there, if you don't mind.
Go on.
And I actually think that Lynn is a team to really keep an eye out on. I mean, I know that TYLOO is his name that everyone is very familiar with, but this Lynn squad's actually been routinely beating TYLOO lately. They were the first place team in the actual qualifier for this RMR, and they did qualify for Chengdu by beating TYLOO. So I think that they actually have some talent. It could be a dark horse in this.
And how about, obviously, the addition of Twisted Minds, replacing 15 Average Gaming? My question for you, Mac, is do you think that they've had enough time to anticipate, you know what, oh my god, we are actually just being thrown into the Asia RMRs?
I think so. Look, they did okay last Asia RMR in Mongolia, and that was, of course, with Loba, but he's not here anymore. They've got a slight shift in the lineup, and look, on LAN, they can be a very formidable force because a lot of their players are very sharp, but it's just about, you know, how they operate up against some teams that have been playing for a longer time in stronger regions.
Well, you know what, without further ado, I think we should go ahead and take a look at our bracket. And Dustin, you can talk me through your favorite matchup in this double elimination bracket. We're going to kick things off with a best of one in our upper bracket quarterfinals and our semi-finals. And then following that, our elimination and advancement matchups will be best of threes. And of course, the top two teams will be qualifying for none other than the PGL Copenhagen Major. So without further ado, Dustin, who are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I think whenever you look at this initial bracket, you can kind of clearly see that there are favorites in each matchup. I mean, you're probably favoring Mongols in the opening game. You're obviously favoring Lynn over Twisted Minds, who are, you know, a last-minute replacement, who are kind of scrambling to put together a slightly different roster for this tournament. But then, of course, TYLOO has just always been one of the favorites in the scene. You know, lots of experience against a JiJieHao team that doesn't have that many reps together, to be honest, and kind of like a mixed international team that we just don't know too much about. My thing is I'm really looking forward to this Greyhound versus ATOX matchup, and this is because we will now finally get to see Greyhound step outside of that Aussie-New Zealand region and play up against another APAC team. And look, ATOX is certainly not one of the favorites in this tournament by any means, but they do have some very experienced players like that. Dobu and Cabal duo has been together in Counter-Strike in that Mongolian team for a very long time, and they're formidable. I think that'll be a good test for Greyhound.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one to watch as well. Like Cabal, he's been not only so experienced for so long, but last RMR, he wasn't even playing. He was part of the Mongolian talent team talking about the game. So it's good to see him getting back in the server and playing with ATOX.
Well, our schedule for today is certainly going to be a spicy one. We're kicking things off with our Mongols versus Mag matchup. How are you feeling about that one, Dustin?
I'm feeling in a really rough shape for Mag, unfortunately. I know Mag is again, a team that just does not have a lot of experience together. They kind of came in last minute replacing Troublemakers Troublemakers, who are having visa issues. And not only that, but they're having to use a different fifth than what they're normally used to using. That's going to be Lan, actually, from China, formerly of Wings Up, is going to be their fifth this tournament. And he's never played with this team before. And then you have 2 players on this team who have not been to LANs. Like Tugu's never played a LAN before. Waste of Ammo has only played a couple of IESF LANs, like representing his country of Indonesia, not really on like a full team. So I think they're up against the behemoth that is Mongols in this region. I mean, this is a team that won their qualifier to get here. They just won Extremes Land over teams like NKT and Lynn Vision. They have a very deep map pool. They've got a lot of talent.
And the other cool thing about, this first series, these first couple of series, is because it's all best of one, and it is MR12, of course, this is where the upsets are going to happen, is at the start of the day today.
And now, Mac, obviously this wouldn't be a desk segment without me quizzing you on Greyhound. Will the boys be able to do it?
I hope so. Look, the thing is, because they're on the same side of the bracket as Mongols, one of the teams today is going to be sent down to that lower bracket. So one of these 2, ex-qualifiers that have been to the major multiple times will have to do it again, but the hard way, with their backs up against the ropes.
Well, for the side of Mongols, who do you think is going to be the driving force for them leading the charge?
Oof, look, there's a few names coming through at the moment, but Senzu, he's been playing out of his mind lately. The thing is, on LAN, everyone plays a little bit differently. Everyone changes up their game style, and I'm hoping that we just get to see everyone excelling and having a crazy game. I feel like, look, up against Mag, this is where they're going to be able to pad those stats and probably, come in the gates swinging.
I think the cool thing for me is going to be Blitz. Like, it's very rare that you have an IGL who is also able to have massive impact on the server from a fragging perspective, and Blitz might be the star rifler of this team. I think Senzu might have a slightly higher ceiling, but I think Blitz is a little bit more consistent because he's got that experience. So they pack a punch in almost every position. Even 9-10 is probably one of the best operators in this competition, so I think they're going to be good to go.
And on the Mag front, how are you feeling about that one?
Look, I watched a little bit of Mag, I watched a couple of their demos, and they looked okay, but of course, look, they weren't the team that qualified initially. They've still got a decent amount of experience, but they've also got that roster swap coming into this tournament. And Lan's a very sharp individual. How he slots in with everyone else, I'm just going to assume that they're potentially speaking English, and trying to change that up and get used to playing with one another look, they haven't had a lot of time to practice.
Yeah, I think that's like the biggest point is you already had an underdog team that even their core 4 hasn't really played that much together. They don't have much LAN experience. I think Derek might be the only guy on that team who has had an extensive history, playing with Brand Esports for a couple of years back in CSGO. And then outside of that, everyone else, Oriukul, Tugu, like these guys have only played like really small regional LANs, not really much experience. This is a big step forward playing against a Mongols team who has represented the region internationally at Katowice recently, as well as at Atlanta, top 4 there. And they have a lot of talent and experience, man. Like, this is a huge test for them, as you said, with all the things that they're dealing with.
Well, how about veto-wise? How are we thinking that this one's going to end up panning out? Because obviously we're kicking things off with a best of one, very much anybody's game. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely Mongols' favorite. I mean, I think obviously in a best of one there is an upset potential, as you mentioned. You also typically are going to get to a middle of someone's map pool. You're not going to get them on their best, and so that gives you a little bit better chance. What we do know is that Mongols don't play Vertigo, so that's gone, and then Mag doesn't play Inferno, so that's gone. After that, I think Mongols would love to play Mirage or Ancient. That's like really the top of their pool, and I know Mag like Ancient in their own right with their normal lineup, so they may be willing to play that.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look here as well, and Ancient feels like is where it's going to land just by looking at the stats, that face value. Everything else, look, there's a chance it could go to Overpass, but Overpass is still heavily one-sided, so you don't want to risk that in a best of one if you can't get the momentum in the first half and you can't pick it back up and make a comeback in the second half. It's just a little bit too hard, so I'm expecting Ancient to be the leftover map here.
Well, you know what, boys? While we are waiting for all of our teams to get ready and get into the server, I want to go ahead and revisit the bracket of all of the matchups that we had, because we didn't unfortunately get to get your opinion, Mac, on some of the matchups as well. So talk to me about any other ones that you're really looking forward to watching.
So out of these, of course, I feel like Lynn Vision and Twisted Minds is going to be a good tone setter just to figure out how Lynn Vision is feeling going into this tournament as well. And then, look, you touched on it as well. TYLOO and JiJieHao is something that's interesting to me because JiJieHao have had a couple of roster swaps recently, but they've also got Elian, and he is a very, very good individual. They've also got a couple of other big names on the roster that have had a lot of experience in the past playing in Europe, playing in some bigger teams, and that experience coming back with the likes of Davkos, who's been there for a while now, could result in something special. The thing is, every time we've seen JiJieHao for the last couple of RMRs, they just haven't had the success that we really felt like they could have had with the names on the roster. But at the moment, I'd say they're looking the strongest that they ever are.
I've got to say, I'm really loving the fact that for the side of Lynn Gaming, the long-standing core of players as well, certainly inspiring. We don't often see that on the EU front. We very much have roster swaps left, right, and center. So talk to me, is this like a long-standing roster? Definitely potential is there. They're going to continue improving, especially considering the growth with Emilia and G joining them as well.
Yeah, I feel like that there's definitely a chance for them staying together being, you know, a huge bonus. But for the most part, if we're talking about Mongols, like these guys can just go crazy. You know that they can go crazy. They've been together for a fair amount of time now. And some of the young up-and-comers have the likes of Techno, have the likes of Blitz that can really help with their experience, help with what they've been able to do for the Mongols in the last 12 months or so. And as a unit, they just look, I wouldn't say they look the strongest out of any Mongols lineup. I'm thinking probably like 18 months ago is when I thought Mongols looked their strongest, but they are working with what they've got. And every time they get on land, you know, Mongolian CS is just so hard to deal with for anyone else in the region.
Well, dare I start to ask for a prediction from both of you?
Oof. Mate, you shoot.
I think Mongols are going to bulldoze this first game. I'm going to be honest with you. I just think that there's too much in their favor. I mean, when you look at Mongols' resume, again, we talked about it, Blitz and Techno, you know, they've played on, you know, older Mongols lineups in the past. They've played on IHC. They've been together since 2020. That's a long time to be playing together as a duo. Then you have someone like Senzu, who's this explosive new up-and-coming rifler in the scene, who's been playing really, really well, kind of matching Blitz and what type of production he's able to put out there. And then you have 910, who, again, I think is one of the better oppers in this tournament. So I think they just have a massive talent. I think one of the other big things going their way is they do have one of the wider map pools, I think, at this tournament as far as what they're willing to play and what they feel comfortable playing. You know, I think a lot of these other teams, as we'll talk about later, a little bit more limited on what maps they feel like they can actually, you know, produce results on. So yeah, I really do like Mongols in this one, unfortunately. For Myth, I just think they have too many odds against them.
Yeah, I think for me, Myth, if we end up on Ancient, I'm going to give them like maybe 8 rounds, but I still think that Mongols are going to take it pretty handsomely.
Well, you know what, I would say for the Mongols especially, coming off the back of a LAN victory back in January as well, certainly going to have its benefits. It will definitely alleviate some of that pressure that they've got heading into the PGL Asia RMRs as well, which was very much the topic of conversation in our European LCQ as well. Now, do you feel that the pressure is certainly going to be applied this early on in the tournament, or do you think they're coming into this looking pretty comfortable?
I mean, I think if you're Mongols, you should come in confident. I mean, like you said, you just won that Extremes Land event very recently up against TYLOO, NKT, and Lynn. So you went up against some of the best teams in the region to get that win. Again, they also won their qualifier, you know, over ATOX and over NKT to get here. They obviously had that top 4 finish in Atlanta, you know, only losing to Virtus Pro after beating Complexity a couple of times, which has been a pretty solid team in CS2 so far. And then they also won their most recent ESL Challenger League. And when they did win that league, they beat TYLOO in a best-of-5 to do it, and they beat Lynn as well. So, I mean, they have consistently been able to beat the teams within this region. And again, I think they have one of the widest map pools. They're really good on Ancient, really good on Inferno, really good on Mirage. They can play Nuke. I mean, really the only thing they don't play is just their ban, which is Vertigo.
Well, you know what, boys? I really want to dive into this veto process. So, Mag, you talk to me, because Dustin gave his predictions very early on for how this veto is going to pan out. So what about you?
I still think it's going to head towards Ancient, but I'm also looking, and it feels like Mag have beaten a couple of other teams that are pretty solid in the region on Ancient, so maybe Mongols doing their homework think, okay, there's still an upset potential there, so they could try to angle it a bit differently. It feels like because Mongols have such a bigger map pool, at least from what you could see on your screen just before, compared to Myth, maybe there's an angle where they just go for something that we aren't expecting.
I could see Myth respect ban Ancient just because of how good Mongols have been, and maybe be willing to steer it towards something like Overpass, a map that Mongols haven't played as much, and it's a map that Mag have had some success on. But I think that's just a hard map to do it on, as of how tactical that map is when you're dealing with like a new player coming into the team and how much reps have you been able to put in. That's going to make your map pool even more limited on what you're comfortable trying to do. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Well, as the veto's panning out, fellas, take me through this. Is this panning out expected like this?
Yeah, I didn't expect Mongols to be taken Overpass out so early, but this might be similar to what we were talking about, where they are getting rid of their opponent's strong maps first rather than trying to lean towards their own strong maps. So a chance for Ancient to still be here, Anubis is gone. What do we got? It is going to be Ancient. Yeah, so I feel like this is probably the best chance for Mag, and Mag are going to be starting there on the CT side. So we'll see how they come out of the gates. I'm excited for this match. I want to see Mag do well. I want to see them, not just come in and flop over up against the Mongols, but Mongols, very strong team, so we're all expecting them to win.
Still expecting them to win with the Veto and how it's panned out. Do you agree with the sentiment that Mag have a very, very good chance heading into this one?
I mean, it's their best chance as far as personal comfort. I mean, they have a 6-1 record on this map, and what regional play they have played, it's one of their most played maps. So in theory, that gives them some personal comfort, but you're going against a Mongols team who are 7-2 on Ancient and Counter-Strike 2. Their only loss really was that OT loss to Spirit, who just won a huge tournament, right? So that's going to give you loads of confidence that you've been able to put up, consistent results on this Ancient map. And I just really like their play style. Like they're very good at playing default, but they can also be very explosive. They're very good with these heavy utility set pieces, and just have a lot of diversity in how they can play the map. Even some their faster A strats are really good. So I just like how well-rounded they are. And again, I think this is one of those maps where you get to see, Senzu really shine as being like in that entry duo pack with Techno and like really being able to just be explosive.
And we've already spoken about the fact that Mongols have secured themselves a previous LAN victory. What about on the side of Mag? Is this LAN environment going to be something that they're particularly comfortable with, perhaps as much as Mongols?
We'll find out. Definitely, we don't think that they're comfortable because we know they don't have a lot of experience. Yeah. And you could see, look, everyone was zoned in there when we were looking at the players. I feel like Mag, it's just about how they operate, because when you call on LAN is definitely a little bit different to how you call online as well. And if they just don't have those LAN reps, if they don't know that, the game plan might not be executed as well.
I think what's scariest for me is how paced Mongols are on a map like Ancient. Like, they have such good utility sets that are super well drilled. And so if you're a Mag team who's coming in already as the underdog, then you add in the whole, we're having to bring in a sub kind of last minute for the thing. And then you have a team who is, honestly, Mongols, I don't imagine I was going to respect them very much. I think they're going to push the pace very quickly. And you just, have all this utility flying at you. They have all this coordination being used against you. And you probably don't have that to match, right? The team play's not probably going to be there. So I think that's what makes it even more difficult.
Do we see them toying with them mentally at all once it comes to, being in that LAN environment? Or is Asia RMRs, everybody's like cool, calm and collected?
I feel like Mongols, they might have a bit of fun by just getting overly aggressive, maybe having a little bit too much, fast gameplay, but I dare say that they're not going to take it lightly. They're not going to do too many silly things. Maybe they'll save some strats for the next game, because if they show too much on Ancient, there's a high possibility that map's going to be in the theoretical Greyhound Mongols upper bracket game later today if both those teams don't get upset in this first round.
Well, it's certainly going to be an incredibly long day for us on the broadcast, but also for our players as well. So heading into this, Dust, how do you even begin to prep, especially when it comes to the best of ones for the PGL RMR?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where, at least unlike some of the other RMRs, there are less teams you have to scout, right? I mean, the other RMRs, you're working with, 16 teams? This is only an 8-team environment, so that makes it a little bit better. You also know your initial matchup a couple days in advance, so you could probably do a little bit of scouting. And, I mean, at the end of the day, though, I think if you're looking at this initial matchup, Mongols can just rely on their experience together. I mean, they've been playing together for a long time now. They've already seen that they can put together good results. They know what they're capable of. They know what's possible. You might say that, they come in as the front runner and that pressure might be on their shoulders, but at the end of the day, you just got to find one of the top 2 spots. You don't have to win the whole thing. And I think that Mongols are certainly in a powerful enough position where they should be getting one of those 2 spots. And I think to your point earlier about, are they going to toy with their food here? I don't think so. I think that you want to come in with a nice clean win to just kind of set the pace right and early and kind of make a statement.
Do you think that that's going to be a confidence booster for them kicking off this tournament, or do you think they're just going to be confident regardless?
Well, we'll see. I feel like they got to win before they get too confident. They got to start to get those rounds in the bag. I feel like a lot of teams aren't going to feel confident in best of one, double elim, especially only having that one chance to really go down and play best of 3 to try and keep your way through the lower bracket. But we're not there yet. We're still here just in the best of ones on the upper side. And I'm keen to see some CS2, to be honest. I'm keen to see both these teams get into it and show exactly what Asia is capable of in CS2, in the first CS2 RMR here.
Dustin, I know you're particularly looking forward to this matchup. Any final thoughts as we start to wrap things up ahead of this match?
No, I'm just kind of curious of the mystery of Mag. You know, again, for a lot of these players, it's their first land. For Lan, it's his first time playing with this team. So I'm just curious if they're going to have at least any kind of form, right? You know, even if they don't wind up winning this game, I think it would do a lot for them to at least be able to put up a respectable score line, you know, especially because you are theoretically playing a map that the core of this team likes to play a lot. So as long as they can put up a solid fight and maybe even challenge an upset, I think that would do wonders for them to have like a nice little early start.
Well, boys, you know what? I know it's incredibly early/late right now, but I'm super excited to dive in some wonderful, wonderful CS2. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Yumi and Tea Time.
Jasmine. Thank you so much, Jasmine. But I have to say, I see a lot of disrespect being sent out to Mid Avenue Gaming. I'm telling you, they've got a formula. Michael, tell them the formula.
Why do I have to justify your point? Listen, they're not a team that's supposed to be at this event. You know, they get us like a second wind, a second lease on life to actually show what they're made of against a top-level team. I think there is maybe a little bit of, you know, hesitance to just say the Mongols should just win here. Because
the Mongols should just win here. I have no hesitancy.
I mean, they probably should. I mean, they've made the last 3 majors out of the RMR. They have had no real issues. They've done it with like completely different rosters each and every time. Like, for me, this is probably the most one-sided game we'll probably see. But I do think the Mag guys actually do have like good players. I think the problem is that the project for them is just so new and they weren't expecting to be here. Like they had the disappointment of, oh, we didn't make it. And then now, wait, we made it. So it's going to be like a weird dynamic to see what kind of mentality they come in with. Because if they like heavily prep, I think there could be a potential vulnerability. Because sometimes the Mongols start a little slow entering these new LAN environments.
And here's the thing: one of the big ways that Mongols has been able to get some good upset wins, right? You look back towards the Atlanta event that they were at, that they were able to beat Complexity in a BO3 on as well. They beat them in a BO1 on Ancient as well. It's with these very small spawn-based pocket strats. And the thing is, that comes out in Ancient from anyone. So you could very well see Derek coming up with some interesting things to try and take out a couple of gun rounds and whatnot. And look, we've all talked to death about how quickly an MR12 can go wrong. So there is definitely a small little bit of wiggle room to imagine that maybe they can get into this. But I don't think it's going to be achieved, to be very frank. Because one of the key things is, even though I know that the Myth Avenue guys did know from a little while longer that they might be coming in, I don't know if they knew that they're playing with LAN until the very last minute.
Yeah, also, I mean, this will be probably LAN's first time communicating in English. I know for a lot of the Mongolian players and a lot of the guys that are competing within the Southeast Asia region, you know, English is kind of the medium through which you interconnect between these different cultures, whereas the Chinese circuit always feels a little bit sort of enclosed and cut off. But there have been experiments recently, like Wings Up did a thing, TYLOO did a thing, Rare Atom also decided to bring in European players.
I need to remind everyone that when Michael says did a thing, he doesn't mean they succeeded in said thing. They just did a thing and then they abandoned it very quickly, right? You know, TYLOO ran away from International. You have Wings Up, you know, running away from International with some controversy over there as well, right? So yeah, people are doing a thing, but is it the thing? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen what Europe has done with just bringing in a bunch of international representation, bringing in so many different cultures, and it works for some teams, but it also bombs for others. We're gonna have to see how Mag do. First time they're gonna be on this type of stage, and they're against the Mongols, the team that make the RMRs consistently. They make it to the majors, and these guys are the team to beat. Ancient, our first map between Mag and the Mongols.
And you're starting off with Aryukel taking a lot of ground, but he's not aware about the 3 men up middle already. This B crunch might be taken down quick. Aryukel first contact, but the bomb is dropped 9-10 long range, and the bomb site has been taken, but the bomb is still left behind. Nothing to do as waste of ammo picks up 1. Aryukel's got 2 more to fight back against. Bullets running out, needs to get some clean shots, and 9-10's the only janitor around. Waste of ammo now left in a 1-on-2, and despite his double kill in towards the side itself, it will not matter.
Yeah, getting caught, like, just trying to scale into that B-bomb site, really catching them off guard. And even though they got kills on the site itself, not able to retrieve that package. If Aryukel had stayed alive a little bit longer, there could have been a chance for him and Waste to actually pull that one together. But the Mongols wanted to be aggressive. And I think that was something that even Dust was saying on the desk, is that he thinks they might just come in with a little bit of pace, some aggression, kind of take it to Mag here, given that they're a team that doesn't have a deep track record. They're not competing for some of these top spots at events. The Mongols are going to have a little confident strut to their step.
It's nice to see 9-10 picking up a couple of frags early on as well. He can be such an explosive AWPer. Looking forward to seeing what he can actually pull off over here on Ancient. Like they said, it is sort of farming territory. The canals have been watered. The irrigation lines are there. I don't know enough about farming to continue this analogy, but MongolZ is about to educate me.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about how Mag is going to play as well is that Lan used to be an AWPer, and Waste of Ammo used to be an AWPer, and TYLOO is now an AWPer. So it's like, we've got two people that made their careers starting on AWPs, and now I don't think either of them are probably going to be using that weapon when we get down to it.
TYLOO's also got a sick deagle, I have to say. Looking forward to seeing if he can find a kill or two. 910 puts himself out in harm's way. A dink won't do much. It's from the Glock, but the bomb might just be planted. It's going to be a late rotation from Blitz that tries to interrupt it, will be unsuccessful, and although they are containing very well and keeping players alive, they have conceded the plant. I don't think it's particularly relevant in the grand scheme of things, but Lan, come on. Gotta get some Lan on Lan action. Can we get a quick headshot? No, not really. Senzu's just given a quick little chew down, treats it like Cerelac, swallows them all.
Yeah, I mean, if he got a couple of kills there, he would have been more than happy with it. But the fact they even got a plant and it was, I mean, relatively uncontested until he finally punched in those digits. I mean, that's about as much as you could have hoped for, really. The Mongols weren't quite as assertive as they were, even on the pistol round with those SMGs.
I think Blitz also just missed his first few bullets of the MP9.
That probably didn't help. You know, he's thinking, oh, the economic repercussions of this could be felt. Blitz, the mega mastermind behind the rise of the Mongolian circuit. I think it's, you know, maybe not just him, but he's been a large part of it, that's for sure.
TYLOO and Aryuko will definitely look up to him, but they're hoping to meet their heroes in a bit of a violent way. Techno starts off with 2 easy kills, pulls out the USB, keeps it going, and Senzu's late contact is a pretty heavy one.
This bonus round, I mean, they had 4 MP9s, and so they were always going to throw in a little bit of aggression, but Matt getting caught by that flash on lane, it just destroyed them. They had to run through smoke, and they just get caught in a crossfire, so... the Mongols already very much putting in a statement round.
And this is one of the problems with now more and more we've seen teams programming how they're going to run their first 2 gun rounds or so. If you're not taking into consideration the MP9s that are going to be on the other side, you are going to get crunched like this more often than not. You're going to be put into a difficult position. It's either going to be a mid push or a B crunch, right? You're not going to have anything on the A side or anything like it.
Yeah, it's also when you think about like the type of practice or the type of scrims you'll have, you know, they'll maybe get like 2 or 3 kills on those pistols if they end up in a post plant, they end up with nothing, and so you actually just have more SMGs and even really you're going to be practiced against to a certain degree.
Aryuko playing the waiting game.
Yeah, I don't think he's even going to be given a fight, so this is just going to be a little sit and wait. A chat we could have with Aryuko, I'm sure. Because this is, you know, in terms of expectations, like you said, there's a couple players on this MAG team that probably look up to Blitz and what the Mongols have done like over their time. Because there's been so many Mongolian players that we've been excited about, or there's, you know, like there's big prospects out of that region, but very few of them actually end up on the Mongols.
I mean, to put it into context, the idea that Blitz's teams were the first ones to make it to the major is insane, considering that anyone who's been involved in the Asian region has been seeing these Mongolian players for so long now, right? Like, you've seen Machine Gun, Dobu, Sogu, Nine, Cabal. These guys have been around forever, and these guys have been on the top of the Asian scene forever. So the fact that now it's Blitz who sort of elevated them through, I do think he's getting to a bit of a Fallen-esque status within that Mongolian scene if he isn't there already.
I mean, yeah, definitely godfathering in like star player performances as well. And that's one of the things that makes his runs at the majors so impressive, is that because it's just different players each time, you know, barring Techno, it's the idea that, you know, you join a Blitz team, he's going to make you look like a star.
Yeah.
You might already have the potential, but you know, when we get into those international waters, sometimes those players can go missing. They very infrequently happen with Blitz lineups.
Half by, and they're hoping for a fast A play. Perhaps Mag can find, well, not a fast one, but maybe a contact in. Wouldn't hate TYLOO being sent forward to just try and scope things out. With the way 910 was playing earlier on, that passive angle, that's priming itself for a deagle headshot if you've got a good pre-fire. Do you have a good pre-fire, though? Flash is lined up, ready to go.
9-10 gets that first one, moves away, but in the fadeaway, Ariukul catches him off. And now with this, you're going to find Blitz isolated on the side. He's waiting to see if they're going to try and contest into Donut. It's not smoked off. He's taking a gander, but lands recovery of the op, doesn't actually get a kill. Blitz with the grenade finishes him off, and now Derek has to try and make the crossover to get that map control. Senzu's now taking this time to get into the side. Techno being flanked upon, and Waste will get the frag. It's a 2-on-2, but guns aren't recovered by Waste yet. That shot isn't enough. Blitz still alive, and Ariukul has been given a doable scenario. But it seems like it's a must-win.
Yeah, this would do a lot to bring some momentum back into your camp. Matt getting eaten up after actually having a great bait onto 9-10 on that AWP, just not able to transition that into much more. And now Ariukul plays a bit of a bluff. He could be rotating back to the B bomb site, could be re-navigating in through middle, and those are considerations that the Mongols have to make, but Zinho is stuck true to his sight. Oh, that is a hell of a shot from Ariukul. That was instinctive. I almost missed the fact that he just destroyed him on that peak. And Blitz doesn't have HP to trade things out, but now he has to try and read where Blitz is coming from.
Blitz was playing Donut last, but Ariukul is just gambling on the fact that he should have rotated by now, especially with the lack of HP. Smoke goes down, deep Donut. Blitz can't really stick this defuse. That's going to be an impossibility, but maybe Ariukul, he's relying on Ariukul to come through the smoke when the first shots aren't connecting. Blitz taps it out again. He does have the kit. Maybe could have even faked it in the meanwhile, but doesn't need it at all. Blitz is the coolest cucumber you're going to find in the grocery store.
Yeah, it helped a lot as well. As soon as Ariukul punched in those digits, he started running in through Donut, and Blitz knew he could have timing to actually creep out, get that smoke deployed, and it haunts Ariukul there. After a blinder of a shot to really open up this round for him, it did feel as though there was... I mean, he had every advantage going into that post plant, but Blitz just outbrains him.
I did really like the setup that they had in mind, where Ariukul is ready for the trade out from Big Box, just immediately swings and finds the Opera relocating.
Yeah,
right.
The cool thing about that peak is that they actually made a shadow on the wall as well, which kind of it entices you to peek around those boxes in the way the 9-10 did.
But now, faster contact. Remember, that was a half buy, so money is still good, but their lives really aren't. You've got Mazinho running you down, Techno as well. Adds his name to the conversation. It's a conversation where Mac can't really get a word in.
Well, nice deep smoke over towards Donut. Blitz is going to concede a little bit of control, but only throwing those steps to sort of mask his presence. Throws a smoke himself, but I think missed the timing on this player red. Still something that's being considered. Mizinho picking it up, but doesn't actually have the flank in through spawn. It's Techno under pressure, and even though the flash does nothing, Derek able to floor him, and that's a really important kill because now it suddenly opens up a bit more space for Ariukul, and I think he's very ready for Mizinho. Yeah, lovely shot, and they can actually crunch towards this B bomb site, but losing Ariukul so quick, it's now Senzu alone.
The boy wonder, call to action, quick double delivered immediately. Lan all alone where he thought he had company. Turns out it was just a ding-dong ditch. I'm a little bit disappointed for Mag over there. It feels like they had everything lined up properly, but then Ariukul maybe overcommits a little bit after getting that first kill. That's the sort of LAN hyperactivity that you can have even if you're having a good day, right? You see it in the previous round that you mentioned. He's running back to Donut now. He gets that first kill. There's no calmness. There's no patience. There's a rush to the B site.
Yeah, I think it's probably just the time to kill is so quick. You think you're going to have a timing where there's a minor gap that you can maybe exploit, because every team is going to have that, especially on defensive setups, especially on a map like Ancient where there's so many wide positions. I mean, just the rotate from like a B anchor to the A bomb site can be quite laborsome. But yeah, that timing just wasn't there. There was somebody picking it up almost immediately. I think they actually were positioning themselves to even double clear towards the red room before the hit even happened.
Blitz definitely heard him singe himself on his own Molotov as well. So there was that audio cue possibility, even if Blitz might have missed the timing. That's why Mazinho rotated so quick. So yeah, Blitz, there you have it. But dude, this lineup from Senzu, that's beautiful.
Yeah. It's good to see Senzu doing good on this roster, man.
Yeah.
Like, this guy was like a prospect within the region, mainly AWPing, but then, you know, sort of switched into rifling. And now we've seen a bit of both. Even at Tier 1 tournaments, he's hit some... He's picked up a secondary AWP and he's looked fine. His rifling has been great.
It's good to see potential realized, sort of, right?
Yeah.
You know, Senzu's been the talk of the town for so long. Mazinho's also been in the conversation, But you know what? A kill and a headshot, that's more than enough. 910 even finds a healthy player. TYLOO's down, and 910 can just hold down the line. He's got company coming in the form of Blitz. No flashes to help him out, but just needs to hit that shot. Lan relocating away. And this is what I love about 910. He's not re-peeking back into it. He's not taking that risk. Mollies it, backs off. He's got company. It's okay. We're all good.
Yeah, you think about the previous AWPers the Mongols have had. You know, you had 9, who was maybe a little bit too defensive. You had Annihilation, who was maybe too aggressive. And 910 is kind of like a happy medium between the two.
I don't think he'd like being called Goldilocks, but he does feel like Goldilocks.
Yeah, he's just right.
You have to commit, but you don't have any smokes, you don't have any Molotovs, and that smoke's still got about 15 seconds left on it. Derek gonna have to lead the charge. A Molotov actually recovered. If they're mauling out Techno's position, there is a possibility, but the Mollies actually missed. Techno does give up that spot by giving out Audible. It's good for the first kill. Techno just keeps himself alive. Derek traded all too quickly, and Blitz's flank coming in from middle has found the poor Lan, who is just lining up utility.
Yeah, it really does feel as though the Mongols just have a very clear read on what's happening everywhere around the map. This is a round in which they get Mizinho into a forward A main push, and then they have 910 still playing big box right behind him, even though they actually get this trade. You know, there's some teams that don't even really play the A bomb site, and there's the Mongols with 2 players in aggressive positions to punish you on these peaks. I mean, that's got to feel bad. You know, you get that trade immediately, and you think you could maybe have some space, and then you just fall into the AWP. And now just running through the elbow Molotov, that smoke just didn't really do enough, and by the time you actually get that down, it's gray screening you before you even take that fight. So it's honestly just looks like another day at the office for the Mongols so far. That Ariukal clutch was as close as we've been to Mag taking away a round.
What? No. That looked like it was dead on. Said he's just dead.
Unfortunately, Mongols are the only one that's on at the minute. Oh, well, okay, maybe spoke a little soon, a little hastily.
I have just noticed that TYLOO and Lan are both struggling a lot. TYLOO's 0-7, Lan 0-6 right now. That's not going to feel good.
Yeah.
Especially because TYLOO is sort of the player for this team who you're expecting to step up, or you're hoping will step up. Derek, pot shots galore, but it's a trade that he's not really being offered up. And although 910 does end up going down finally, Waste of Ammo's got a lot more work to do. Take him down, and Senzu just keeps lining up easy doubles. This is the ideal start to the tournament for him, I have to say.
I mean, on paper, if we're thinking about like who's experienced on this Mag team, I mean, TYLOO and Lan are probably the most experienced in terms of like actually being at the kind of on the precipice of breaking into the conversation as a contender team within the Asia region. You know, TYLOO was on that renewal roster that were actually kind of compelling to watch in certain periods. And Lan on Wings Up actually was one of those players that, sure, he didn't have, you know, the sort of copious amounts of success with that team, but they had very frequent run-ins with a Lynn Vision and TYLOO.
The thing is, Derek is sort of the last remnant of a time gone by where Filipino CS did feel like it was right neck to neck with the Mongolian scene back in 2019 when he was on Brent. So Derek's got experience, he's got mechanics, he's got sort of, you know, he's been around the vicinity of some of these players, but it feels like it's just not materializing right now.
Yeah. Just having a lot of struggles breaking into these rounds. And now miss red smoke. Yeah, that's only going to hurt your cause.
And although there is an isolated player in the corner, Blitz is running low, and Nate should finish him off, so it's a good start to it. But Techno and Mizinho have been taking that time to take space across the map. Senzu even pushing forward where you're finding out to try and isolate Blitz, take him down. The amount of time they're spending in doing that, they're neglecting all other angles. So Mag, I think Dust might be a little bit disappointed that he said that they're going to get 8 rounds, but in all fairness, I don't think any one of us expected this to be a comfortable 8-0 start.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, well, the thing is, like, Mag is such a new project that even in some of their other officials, if you watch them, you know, it does feel very, you know, we go step A, or step 1, step 2, step 3. You know, we're building a recipe to a round. It feels like we're in a baker's class. But Counter-Strike doesn't always work so linearly, and the Mongols are being so assertive on both sides of the map that until you punish them for these aggressive takes, there's kind of nothing you can do and set up that sort of A-B process.
Well, now it's a fast A hit being planned out. Quick smoke out to CP, 9-10, hitting shots like he always does. Good for one, still not letting them get temple control. Focusing in on A main, close range, missed out, so they finally do get a quick frag. That said, Techno's already inside temple. Mazinho's taken up Blitz's former position in Donut. And while Lan is scoped into Donut, Techno's just taking some more space. Lan needs to get aggressive. Shots being baited out. He's not hit it yet, but when he pulls that trigger, Techno just swings out and gets another 2.
They're just playing with so much sort of unrelenting confidence at the moment. Challenges that, you know, maybe you see them against a TYLOO, they maybe don't go for, but I mean, they're feeling themselves at the moment. 9-0 start for the Mongols, and kind of every piece you want to be performing is doing so. And like, it's not like Mazinho isn't doing his job. It's just that everybody else is just fighting that much harder or not getting traded before he even shows up.
9-10 changes things up and hoping to go a little bit more aggressive, but Blitz is the one who actually takes contact. Am I surprised? Not really. Not really. Techno's left to his devices on the B side. His devices seem pretty damn deadly. Honestly, might be the only devices we see at the Major.
It's too soon, man. There have been heartbreaks in the lead up to Copenhagen. Maybe a story of elation for the Mongols. They would love to close this map out clean, but Ariokal has been a bit of a thorn in their side in these lower man-down situations, and here he goes again. 2 kills out of nowhere, and suddenly so much access, so much room to work with on this A play. It's only 9-10, who traditionally would be in position on this A side. Decide to mix things up, though, do something a little different, and it may not work out in their favor.
I love what Ariokal is doing as well, just going back and taking some red room control, hoping that he can flank out if need be, but instead of being aware, he just looks out into the Oblivion, and the Oblivion is exactly where he is now. Derek, one-on-one, op, recovered, 9-10's got a smoke, a kit, and an AK. All of those are pretty good for this clutch. Derek with the op will really struggle to actually stop him from getting the defuse out, so he has to be getting aggressive. He's going to be a little bit nervous about it as well. And as he's lining up the shot, missing out the first one, gives up his position, and it's an easy frag. 9-10 just pulls out the 1v2 like it was nothing.
Oh dear. That looked good for the mag side. Like you said, even Ariokal taking space and cutting off potential rotates there for 9-10. You know, not even taking the route that he was last spotted at. You know, he took a fight into the site and he routes back through Donut, in through Red Room. You know, he's trying to be elusive, but where is he looking? Like, I understand that you're down so many rounds and this might be your best chance yet. That's the time you focus up. Fortunately, you know, like you said, he stared into the void, and that void did stare him right back. Might be 1,000-yard stares here for the MAG team. Every time they've been close, they haven't been that extra bit that they've needed to actually pull around together.
The rude wake-up call. That's what it is.
I think they had the right idea as well, you know, changing up the pace and going aggressive. You know, they pulled it out in one of those pistol rounds and they got their hands on the AWP. You know, these are rounds that have been kind of close, and this is a time in which they're actually just going to try and contact up, and they can actually leverage those mechanics. Derek getting 2 kills, Senzu nice trades, but it's back into a 2-on-2, and MAG have access to the site.
Techno's very often been nearby. Lan knows it, but he's looking away. They keep getting so scared. The nerves. Betrayed by their own central nervous system. What can you do? Ariokal, every clutch he's been a part of seems like there's been a big fumble from him. Even if he is very often the one to deliver the possibility in the first place. I love the angle 9-10's holding out, only focusing on one, but now spotted is Ariokal and taken down as well. 9-10 happy to pick up 14-3 on him now.
Yeah, Ariukul has gotten so close in so many of those attempts, but there's a class to the Mongols. They know that when times get tough, only tough people last.
I don't think I've seen tougher times.
Yeah, tough times never last. Well, this is a very dominant showing in our opening round, and it kind of sets the tone for the RMR. The fact they make so many major appearances. They've come in all business here against Mag. Once again, aggressive forward setups. The Shadow will betray LAN. And Mazinho just continued to take some space. Even though he lost Techno the other side of the map, they're not making any knee-jerk reactions here on the Mongols.
Waste of ammo's read into Sensu's aggression. He's gone for this every single time and finally punished. Derek, in the meanwhile, rotating away. I do believe he made some noise in with Mazinho's forward position. He should have an idea of this rotation. Ariukul, is it possible he's finally got a good timing? Well, Blitz has got a watch all across him. He knows every timing of the map.
I just can't believe he's made that play so independently as well. It's not like his teammates were anywhere near, and there's Ariukul to tie the bow on it. This is not a completely one-sided showing, but it is about as damn close as it could be. 11-1. I mean, at least the Mag team have something to smile about.
Ariukul finally getting around. It feels like he has been offered up a couple of... Well, I say offered. He's taken a few opportunities.
He's ripped heads.
He's been great individually. But it's good to see, you know, towards the end of it, you see Waste of Ammo sort of figuring out, hey, Sensu's going to get aggressive. I know what's happening. This has happened to us 5 times so far. Look, sometimes you just need a splash of water in the face to get ready for the lower bracket,
sometimes,
right?
sometimes you just need to get 13 downed by Spirit, and suddenly you can answer back, you know?
Yeah, fair, okay.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Not always. I will say the sample size for that is very low.
Especially considering like how they're losing a few of these rounds, right? Like you can even see that little giggle out on the face, right? He's shaking his leg, he's a little bit nervous, all of that stuff.
This is the team to beat within this tournament, and they get them in the first round. So the expectations have to be measured. But let's see if Mag can actually pull together a pistol. That could inspire a little bit more confidence running into the dualies of LAN. And even Blind just kept on firing away. But there's Techno with 2 lovely trades right back. Man advantage and the sight for the Mongols.
Techno's crouch peek with the Glock is so deadly in these pistol rounds.
What a nuisance.
It really is. And now the USP recovered, he wants to do it in style. Should be comfortable. Blitz looking away. Ariukul's going to have a freebie. Are you going to go for the knife, Ariukul? Yes, you are. Take the small win. Take the small win. No, take the small win, please. Goes for 1, picks it up, and that'll maybe be distracting Techno as well, who's still holding steadfast on the right side. Has to get the ace clutch. Good for the 1. There's no kid on Ariukul. And Techno knows it. He did have dualies as well, but no, Ariukul gets a frag. You know what that is? Consolation.
You know the worst... It feels like it's like we're nitpicking here, but I feel almost as if Ariukul killed Blitz faster. He would have actually paced into the side a little bit quicker, and, you know, maybe they have that a little bit extra wiggle room. Who knows? You know, there's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. Like you said, you could have just taken the small win by getting the knife kill. But the Mongols did have that man advantage. That flank was always going to be a little bit hard to pull off because they had to, like, cut sound, and it's quite a long rotation. And the fact that they didn't have kids, it's unfortunate for them, really.
Also, not to mention, again, I hate to harp on this, but their best player, TYLOO, is... he's not here. He's 0-13 right now. So, yeah, not the best feeling if you're on the Myth Avenue side. Ariukul's been given an M4. Lan's got the shoddy. Bit of a stack closer to the A site. They're going to be resetting back towards B. And look, that is where the avenue of attack is from the Mongols.
I am rooting for TYLOO. They just need a little bit of confidence to suddenly hit the camp. And it may not do a lot for them here. But in terms of getting the jitters out, understanding that, I mean, one of the worst things that could happen happened already. Let's just move on and play with no regrets. That's the kind of mentality reset that I want to see from Mag in maybe future rounds. And hell, you know, even here, we've seen comebacks happen. I'd love to see it happen once again. XM for Lan playing up close, and Mazinho floored. This gun is ridiculous on Counter-Strike 2, and Lan puts it to great use. A second round for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Well, to see. Look, if you can get yourself up to 4, maybe fine. That's a good confidence booster as well. Again, it's not like they're mechanically just failing. That's one of the biggest things. Other than TYLOO, who's clearly having a rough time, they're not just completely fluffing everything.
Yeah. They're just getting outthought, maybe letting their guard down at the wrong time, not anticipating some of those aggressive moves that the Mongols did all CT side long. When they get fights, they've been winning them. Not always, but a decent amount.
Myth's Molotov's not really going to help, but at least you've got TYLOO picking up his first. Techno as well. Just trying to hold him back, going back towards mid. That could have been a quick kill. TYLOO jumped up and doesn't take too much damage just to the leg. Techno goes down. Again, you need this to be a cleaner round. Money doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but just for the confidence. Aryuko is having a little dance down in middle, like, am I left, am I right? Well, I'm everywhere.
He's doing everything. I mean, in this kind of a game where it has been so much, you know, sort of out-positioning and great domination from the Mongols, Aryuko's got 21 kills. Like, he is trying his soul out to get these kills and give his team a little bit more room to breathe. I mean, sometimes that's all you need.
He's swap fragging in the server.
Yeah.
Which, when you're down 12-3, if anything's gonna audition him for the next point in the Mongols, I think this would be it. I mean, you think back to that game that Hastika had, and then immediately they ended up picking him up. I'm sure that decision was made beforehand.
Yeah, they played them in like an online official, and Hastika just like mega farmed against Blitz, and he was just like, yeah, you know what? I played with Hastika before. Yeah, let's get him back in the squad.
Aryuko just gets like a quick Instagram follow request after this.
Blitz is trying to send you a message.
Well, right now the message is, we've got a Glock train coming over. Waste of ammo, good for 2. 9-10 is there to trade, and Lan is in fact the one opping right now, and maybe that's just to let the stand-in have a comfortable time. Maybe that's because TYLOO's having an uncomfortable time.
Yeah, I mean, both of them have had a pretty poor run-in, especially when they're on that T side, but CT is where you can really bring yourself back into the swing of things. Aryuko is that assertive presence for MAG at the moment. And it means that other players can sort of play off of him, you know, that he can be that first point of contact, he can continue to get kills, and should he fail, those are your times to shine. You know, you understand exactly where their next fight is coming from, you can get trades. I just want to see some smiles across the MAG faces. You know, this is a massive opportunity for them to be in this position. Even though they're being schooled, there is a good way that they can actually show some presence and show some confidence. But, I mean, just the pace from the Mongols breaking into this B-bomb site, the MAC-10 doing so much. But Lan answering back with that ult does inspire a little bit more chance.
It all comes down to what Aryuko can get done over here, though, at the end of the day. Pops open the smoke, he's going in through it. Aryuko taking a fair bit of damage as he's just pushed all the way forward. And he knows that he needs to accelerate. Senzu's coming in from behind. Lan, close range, taken down. Mazinho as well will just finish him off. It is all over. And listen, I don't think it was ever really... It wasn't really a beginning either for Myth Avenue.
Yeah, I felt like Myth actually did feel like they were having a little bit more fun towards the end. This is the thing with the Mongols. They're always so stoic, so business. They understood they had a great position, and they just looked like they were honestly chilling out and having a good time. And that's exactly what you want to see out of the Mongols.
And also, like, at the end of the day, the nice thing that I do see about the Myth Avenue side is there were, you know, some nervous chuckles and everything. You've got your sea legs out under you. You've got a day to figure things out. Lower bracket comes out. It's BO3s. There's more tactical depth. There's more you can plan out theoretically and everything, right? Aryuko's shown that you can definitely get some fragging out as well. So I think overall, scoreline sucks, but not the worst.
Yeah, I mean, this is a chance to kind of stretch your legs, understand that, like, that mechanically you were actually winning quite a lot of your fights, but they just need to be more in rhythm with the game. You know, the best musicians in an orchestra aren't always going to be in sync with one another if they're off tune.
Well, listen, let's get the panel out and they can be our orchestra. Or let's see what they have to think.
My goodness me, what a dominant showing, a dominant performance, and an incredibly dominant Ancient we just saw there from none other than the Mongols. It almost looked like it was going to be a 13-0, but all of us kind of started cheering in the green. It was like, yay, they managed to finally get a round on the board as well. Mac, was it as dominant as you had expected heading into this?
I think it was more dominant than I expected for sure, but look, you're looking at the Mongols, everyone that needed to play well started playing well, everyone was doing so much work. But the thing for me as well, I was keeping a close eye on Mag, right? And there are a few players that definitely underperformed, but you're looking at Ariukul, and he was doing a really good job. But that was because he was always sort of last alive. He was throwing a lot of the utility. The entries weren't really working for Mag. Ariukul, when you're last alive, you can try to use your game sense to isolate a couple of fights and get those kills, and that's what was happening. So his stats looked really well, really good compared to some of the other teams, other players on the team. My brain, sorry, it's too early. But at the same time, there was a lot of pressure-made mistakes from Mag as well. They were just constantly making mistakes, and that just comes down to land experience, and Mongols had so much more.
Well, off the back of that, you mentioned that, Ariukul had a standout performance, but Dust, what on earth happened for the rest of his teammates? Because we had Lan, who managed to secure himself his very first kill at round number 8, and then Tugu had 0 kills in the majority of this game. Where on earth were they going wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one interesting thing that you saw happen here is Tugu is normally their primary opper. And they actually pulled him off of the AWP to allow Lan, their stand-in, former member of Wings Up, who was a primary opper in CSGO for that team, and was a pretty solid opper for Wings Up, I feel like, in CSGO. But in CS2, it seemed like he hadn't quite translated over and actually kind of struggled the last few events he played for them. So it seemed like what Mag were trying to do were to facilitate their stand-in being as comfortable as possible by giving him the primary op. And I think it was to his detriment that he wasn't able to really get going, and also set Tugu back to not allow him to have his chance to have maximum impact, because Tugu normally is one of their best players thanks to Derek, and Derek also had a slow start. So I think it was just kind of a mixture of maybe making the wrong adjustments on like who to give the op to. And again, we talked about this before the game. Mongols are a very oppressive team. They are very in your face, very fast paced, and when you come into a match like that, lacking experience and how to handle those moments under pressure, Mongols are going to feast on you, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment in which I started questioning whether or not Lan was actually a LAN gamer, and I think that fear was definitely ringing true for the entire team there as well. But Mac, you mentioned the fact that you didn't anticipate that it would beat a 13-4, wouldn't be such a dominant performance. Was that due to the first half you thought wouldn't be as dominant? Did you expect more coming out from Mag?
Yeah, I just didn't think Mag would be such slow to start, right? And that's the problem with the MR12 situation when you're only playing best of ones, is if you are slow to start, you get scorelines like this. They did start to pick up momentum towards the end of the second half. There were a few rounds that did get closer than what the scoreline looks as well, but experience gap and just generally fundamentally and mechanically in every single role, the Mongols were better players, and that's why they did so well. You even look in like bottom of the scoreboard, Mazzino was the solo site player on A, but almost every time they did come to his site, he was getting that first pick of the round. Even though he was dying, he was still doing his job and making sure that they have the advantage, and then Mongols were able to just go for the retake with the man advantage.
Yeah, I think the big moment for me that kind of sealed it was that 1v1 that you saw between, I think it was Ariukul and Blitzed over on the A side, where, Ariukul gets the plant, he jumps into Donut, and, he gets smoked off by Blitz, and Blitz just plays it very calm and cool, fakes the defuse a couple of times, forces Ariukul to get a little bit antsy and push him out. And what that does is that wins in the 5th round, so they go up 5-0, but on top of that, it also disrupts the economy, as you were talking about. And so it's like that one little chance that they may have had to try to kind of come back into that first half got shut down by like a big 1v1 clutch situation. So and that just kind of set the tone for the rest of the game, where it's like, dang, you come that close and you still can't cross the finish line. And I think that really kind of told the tale the rest of the game.
Well, you know what, boys? We didn't kick off today with a 13-0, but it still might happen, because our next matchup is going to be Greyhound taking on ATOX in yet another best of 1. So we'll see you all very soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas, and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
We're back, baby. This is the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. And boy, oh boy, we have just witnessed an incredibly dominant performance from none other than the Mongols, but winning versus MAG 13-4. But the fun does not stop there because boys, it is time for Greyhound versus ATOX. Now, I want to kick off the discussions with the fact that Greyhound have never actually played against any of these teams in the RMR thus far. And on the flip side of that, when we start to take a look at the performances of ATOX as of recently, I'm struggling to see any kind of wins going their way. So could this be the moment, Mac, that Greyhound walk away with their victory?
Yeah, it looks like Greyhound on paper, they've been doing really well lately, but they've only been playing majority Australian teams. They've played a couple of other teams in some like long distance tournaments where there's a server between like Asia and Australia, and everyone plays on like 100 ping, so it's the complete opposite of LAN, right? Whereas here you've got ATOX who are majority playing from Mongolia, and they have a pretty strong region, so they're getting lots of reps, they're getting a huge amount of reps against the other Mongolian teams, so you know that they can occasionally play LANs or at least low ping local stuff, which is pretty solid. So they've got a lot of experience with some very good competition. As opposed to the Australians, there's like 3 or 4 teams that are sort of competitive at the moment, and Greyhound, since bringing Dexter back into the roster, has looked like a completely different beast. You're looking at their protocols, you're looking at their rotations, everything, the decision making is just so much faster than what it was before bringing him in. So they're just looking like this crazy unit. Liaz is hitting bloody numbers he hasn't hit for a while. Like everyone is just, like everyone in the pack at least is just doing a really damn good job. The thing is, I just don't know where this is going to end up in terms of the veto, because Greyhound have pretty inflated stats when it comes to the map pool, and ATOX, they have a pretty large map pool themselves, but I just don't know where this is going to go because, yeah, it's a potential upset in the MR12 format. Anything can happen. Best of ones.
Yeah, I mean, just to add on to Greyhound's dominance, they have a 35-2 record with this 5, and of their 35 wins, only 5 times they let their opponents get double digits. So pretty impressive. Undefeated on Ancient, undefeated on Nubis, undefeated on Mirage, undefeated on Vertigo. Like you said, they're crushing it in their seed, right? But you do have this ATOX team who is actually a pretty solid squad. You know, you have Dobu and Cabal who have been playing together for many, many years, dating back to some of the old Mongols lineups, like way back in like 2016. So they do have a crazy amount of experience together, and I have played at this level many, many times. Then you have, you know, someone like Accuracy, who seems like this kind of up-and-coming opper in the region that's doing pretty well. Then Zesta, only 20 years old, only been around since 2023. This team, ATOX, is really his first long-term squad, and he's been looking very promising so far just from an individual standpoint with this fragging capability. So they actually do, you know, have a little bit of something going for them. I think the big problem for them is while they've been able to beat teams like the Huns and some of like the smaller teams in the region, when you put them up against the Mongols or you put them up against you know, some of the better Asia teams, that's where they start to just not really be able to hit the mark, right? And so I think this is going to be a big test playing against the Greyhound team, who's been so dominant in the Aussie scene.
Now, you've mentioned the fact that whilst, you know, ATOX do have really strong individual players, how much of an impact do you think that their recent loss streak is going to be having mentally, confidence-wise, when you're going up against like the dominant force that is going to be Greyhound?
Yeah, again, like it's one of those things where you'll see them in a tournament, and when it kind of starts off, like these different qualifiers they've played in, like the Blast qualifier they just played in, or when they played in the Chengdu qualifier, it's like they can get kind of a good start against a team like a Rare Atom or like some of those kind of like middle of the pack teams, but as soon as they face off against a team like a Mongols or something along those lines, that's when they start to kind of crumble, which makes you wonder like how are they really going to be able to handle things. But as we're kind of getting in this map veto, I mean, we knew that Mongols didn't want to play as we get into the veto, we knew that Greyhound didn't really want to play Overpass, and ATOX didn't really want to play Vertigo.
I think it's Mirage, yeah?
Yeah, Mirage does seem like a pretty good bet. I could also see Ancient and Nubis, though. One of those two could have made it through.
Made it to Ancient again? Yeah. Okay. We'll see how it goes. Greyhound going to be starting on the defense, so we'll see how they hold up, if it's going to look similar to the first game. I feel like experience-wise, this game is much closer than what we saw in that first best of one today. Like you've got a lot of experience coming with Cabal and Dobu there, and with some of the younger up-and-comers. I really want to keep an eye on both Ali and Accuracy and just see how their AWPing is going. Obviously, 9-10, his performances haven't been spectacular as of late, but since the change-up, it's been pretty good.
All right, well, without further ado, let's get this show on the road. It is going to be Greyhound versus ATOX.
Got potential upset territory over here, and ATOX are hoping to breach it. ATOX, accuracy versus Alistair matchup is going to be key in this one, and we've got to see whether it can actually become relevant. Starting things off with Ali trying to find a few pot shots, will not be able to do so. Dexter's been gooshed down immediately, but he's not going to sway away from the contest. Vexite forced forward, but Dexter forced down. Zesta in hot pursuit, and Vexite is going to be falling very soon as well. This pistol round starting off very well for the Mongolian side.
Yeah, I mean, you could have started off worse if you're a Greyhound. Took a lot of damage on those early fights, got nothing for your exchange, and sure, getting one back now via Liaz is going to help, especially creating a bit more room here for Insta to creep out with those dualies, but A's now locked in. Mick taking a headshot right back, and there isn't a kit available here for the Greyhound side, so time will be a little bit of an imperative factor for them.
Accuracy just takes that first duel as well. They know there's no one coming in from Donut. Accuracy ends up being the first one to go down. In stamps it, but really that's not a threat at all. In just continues forward. Will need to come through, be the Superman he can be, and now as he's trying to find this duel rotating around, there won't be enough time left to get this full defuse through. It'll be right at the nick of it. Maybe, just maybe he has it. Doesn't feel like it though.
It's definitely going to be tight, but he's decided to commit to it, so he's just about got it. Wow. I mean, a 2 versus 4, maybe even start off as a 2 versus 5 there in that pistol. The ATOX side had everything to play off of. They got the entries, they made it uncomfortable for those A players, but in their hubris, getting caught on some of these fights, and actually allowing Greyhound to, you know, just jiggle, tap into a lot of those angles, actually kind of opened up opportunities.
And here's what people don't realize. Inns might be the best Australian player in the world, and I say that in a world where JKS exists, all right? This guy is the driving force of Greyhound and has been now for ages. And with Dexter coming in, that's supposed to unlock him. So, you know what, Inns? I like what I see. I like what I see.
Picking up what you're putting down. Such an important role for Dexter on this team, in-game leader, but also a fragging one at that, but he ends up empty-handed. Molotov caught in hand, and he couldn't pull out his weapon quite quick enough. ATOX once again breaching into this A-bomb site, and this time with a bit more pace.
Oh, Molotov's great as well to be forcing Alistair into the smoke, but Alistair is very comfortable inside it, in fact. Bomb can't be recovered too easily. The smoke's going to start to dissipate soon as well. Flashbang to allow him to push forward. Good for one. Can he find two? Mick finally comes into play. Disables him. 3v2 again, an advantage, but one that cannot be exercised till Cabal gets his flank together. Cabal given a lot of space, and he is taking it, but his teammates are on a timer.
The longer they wait, the more and more time it allows Greyhound to piece this one together. But they've decided to circumvent the problem by maybe even re-clearing that area. So this is going to be a little strange. This is weirdly, who's hunting who begins to be the question, because Cabal's clearing out all of this, but he could get caught on a timing.
He turns around. Cabal still can't find the duo, and although they've recovered the bomb, it's not planted yet. What's a util status? Only a grenade goes out early, no one receiving it. Liaz reveals his position. Zesta nearby. Expected, but Liaz takes a couple of shots to the foot. Brought down very low. Inns again on the retake. Fantastic stuff from him. Zesta needs to put it all together. Worried about a player being close, but Liaz hadn't taken that ground. Greyhound will even disallow a bomb plant.
I can't believe they've gotten away with 2 of these rounds where, I mean, the initial take from ATOX actually looks solid. So this is a cold timeout. I don't know if this is technical, but I'd actually expect ATOX to almost take a second to breathe, because they're getting into advantageous positions. They're losing out and getting caught in a little bit of the chaos. And at the moment, Greyhound are making a lot of the right decisions in sort of counteracting that or bypassing what ATOX are putting down. So, I mean, in terms of expectations, you know, the same way we were talking about the Mongols and the fact they make so many major appearances, Greyhound have that expectation and that pressure probably on them as well. But it also, you know, it's for good reason. These guys have a caliber, and they've got a nice bit of finesse in certain moments, especially when they're playing these Asian tournaments. That, I mean, they're going to be a hard team to beat, even if ATOX do find themselves in advantages.
And I will say, it does feel like ATOX was the team to try and punish Greyhound, right? You've got a great op-v-op matchup. You've got some fantastic rifles. And Dobo and Cabal give you that experience in calling, which make it so you're not just going to be immediately flustered up against the Aussies if they start to get their train going. And I think you will start to see that more and more as the rounds go on. But if you can't get the nice little seal on the round, if you're going to struggle with these post plants like this, on Ancient, no less, this is going to be
a difficult map to run away with.
Yeah, especially when they're going in with such pace. You know, if we think about Dobu and some of the teams he's been in-game leaders of before, or, you know, he's had leadership positions in, Ancient is actually one of his better maps, but usually in these, like, you know, 3v3 mid-round moments, you know, making the right late call, but we've not seen that so far. ATOX have gone in with some pace, and that may be something that changes moving forward.
ATOX assigned to take the knee as far as the economy is concerned. Just a few deagles here and there. It's important that you keep your players alive for Greyhound for a round like this, but Inns gets aggressive. The flash isn't really great, but it doesn't matter. He picks up the frags anyway.
They moved people around. I swear Dexter was the mid player for Greyhound. There he is, anchoring that A bomb site. It's not like I think Dexter did poorly in that position either, but they may have found an even better fit somehow.
Vexite did have some real pop-off games last year when he was playing mid, so this might be one of their solutions to try and get him more activated, because it does feel like, regardless of the promise that he was, well, you know, promising, he's never been that activated star.
Yeah, a lot to prove.
Funnily enough, the double nade actually ends up not working because of their own missed smoke, so that's just 3 pieces of utility that do nothing. Vexite blind as a bat, but he's deadly as well. Zesta does trade. There's 2 players around the corner. Ali's only ready for 1. Dexter, now he's back to JiJieHao middle, and well, he's back to JiJieHao, well, grave.
Okay. Yeah, real challenging now here for Greyhound, but they finagled their way out of a couple of these already. We've only seen 3 rounds of play. Still very separated Dobu from the rest of the pack, and Inns is still reinvestigating middle as well. If Dobu even gives up even a sniff, Inns is able to capitalize on that. So back into a 2-on-2. They have kits, they have smokes as well, but they may not need a damn thing. Inns is hitting headshots. A double kill from him so far, and just leaving Zesta, this inexperienced rookie, the one that has promise, and people talk about his taps. They have to hit some nice ones now, but it's a labored spray. Inns punishing once again. Every one of these retakes, it's Inns the Undying that answers for Greyhound.
It really is like Inns against the world at this point. 3 out of the 4 rounds that they've gotten is off of his retakes. The other one was an anti-eco.
Yeah. I don't know how he keeps just flooring these people as well. It's not like... When we think about ATOX from like a mechanics point of view, it's not like they're gonna slouch in this game, but Inns is just feeling himself.
Oh no,
he's so confident on these fights as well.
Mechanically speaking, ATOX is just as good as literally everyone else in Asia.
Yeah. But mechanics has always been one of those talking points for the Asia region. It's always been the extra finesse and sometimes some of the spices that you need to cook up a good round. Sometimes that can be a little missing.
And the thing is that no matter what's happened, Australia and Australian teams have always had the best firepower in the APAC region, and that has not changed in the past few years. Because in domestic scenes, these guys hit like a truck.
Yeah, it's a shame there's an ocean between them and the rest of Asia, huh?
Yeah, trucks are drowned in oceans, you're right, actually. Yeah. Double K set up from Greyhound this time out. Solid read from Dexter as he has repositioned back over towards the B bomb side. He is a bouncing man right now.
There's kind of a lot of territory for ATOX just to be able to creep into, especially when it's only 2 players properly dedicated towards the bomb site. Doubling inside of Cave, and now as well that nade revealing Liaz, but unable to capitalize. No punishment on that play, and Dexter vacated from his spot as well. He was that extra tertiary player that Greyhound needed on this bomb site, and he's going to catch him completely off guard. Cabal left as that last man standing. He was that first point of contact for ATOX inside of Cave, but they did not get much further than the entrances of B.
I'm really appreciating the fact that Greyhound are so ready to be caught off by timings, if that sort of makes sense, right? Because Liaz over there with the nade, he's got no idea someone's close by like that, but he's so snappy, quick adjustment. And ATOX, they've got shivers in their hands right now.
You know, accuracy, Zesta, we've seen both of them miss out on a couple of key moments, and they are the inexperienced players.
Yeah.
Mick might not be as known to people, but accuracy and Zesta are brand spanking new. These guys were playing ESEA Open just the end of last year. That's how new they are.
Yeah. And like you weigh that up against the experience that Dobu and Cabal have, each as individual players, but also together. Like they were, what, a part of 5 Power, August. I think they won Mazalai together as well. And even though Cabal went off to go on his little adventure with Blitz for a certain period, then he went and had a kid.
Yeah.
And they were like, you know what? We're just going to get a kid ourselves. And so they just went younger and younger with the next talent they brought in.
I think Cabal, in his time with Blitz, really took inspiration. He's like, you know what, Blitz is really targeting these younger players, getting Senzimas, you know, I know how to one-up him. Waifu there. It's time to create.
He did not have a kid so that Blitz could pick him up.
He had a kid so Blitz couldn't pick him up. That's what happened. Couldn't get any talent for himself. He had to create it.
Don't talk to me or my kid.
ATOX are going to try for a bit of a faster play out towards B, at least that's what the Tech 9s would suggest. Cabal has been left on an AK. Would like to see him maybe get some lurking out, but as Liaz is getting aggressive, he's going to be meeting absolutely no one. Tech 9 goes through the smoke. Dobu thought he could catch him off guard, but that won't be. The reload is what actually ends up being the death of Liaz, but Dexter reloading himself right back into the B bomb site. He's just not expected at this point. The 3 players here, they're not ready for Inns. Here's the steps. He is untouchable, honestly.
I mean, he's had 1 death so far, and it just feels like every round we're getting a multi-kill out of Inns. I mean, great echolocation, just great reaction, and I like the fact that we actually get to see a bit more of that forward step by Greyhound in this moment, because we had a little Lou in the action, and ATOX were trying to concoct something together, but this is a great way to disrupt anything that they discussed in their timeout, or sort of ahead of that round. So, yeah, I mean, just a great decision there for Greyhound to choose to be aggressive in that moment.
Oh my god, the double nade just doing so much damage as Vexside tries to get aggro. Reveals his position right there. Dexter is nearby. They've left Alistair to just try and anchor up that A bomb site. Now that he's got the AWP picked up, that is where Dexter is much more comfortable to float like a butterfly.
And Ali just kind of gets to choose his spots as far as I'm aware as well. You know, the team will play dynamically around that, but if he feels like he can get a pick inside of A main, you know, they allow him that kind of play. Thing is, he held this angle for so long, and he's unfortunately missed the timing. And this could be an awkward period here for Greyhound if they're caught transitioning players back and forth.
The bomb is still leaning towards the B bomb site though, so I doubt that we're going to see any major pokes and prods. Smoke timing on a donut is good. It means that Dexter has to take a bit more of an ISO fight. They want to try double swinging into him, but I love this from Dexter. He's just holding on. Waits for the timing, peeks out late, but he is still caught off. That's a bit of a failure of the hands right there. And now Cabal is forced out so much more presence over here. Inns is back, and that's where they should be executing onto the B site. But there's Molotovs, there's smokes, and now there's personnel too. Look at this flank, it's been sussed out. Cabal ready. And now Alistair as well, spotted a couple of bullets connected, but it's not enough. Liaz on the B bomb site's already got a double.
They had everything they needed. Cabal did exactly what they asked of him, got himself inside of red, kept them busy, but when it comes to dealing with Liaz, there was no real contest. Molotov on the bomb site, 10 seconds, and they're getting burned up, they're getting spammed down, but they do escape. They get into post-plant positions, and they may be a man down, but if Mick floors this first, that could have certainly opened up the round. Now neither player healthy at all.
Not enough utility to try and flush him out. The Molotov is a little bit awkward. They're both focused on it. This nade is beautiful. Liaz is going to go down and some damage dealt as well. But Inns is there to trade. Accuracy's HP hardly conducive. Both players with a kid, Inns will tap, Accuracy will not peak, and as he does, Inns is down, Alistair's far away, but again, double kit was there, it's gonna be right enough time, Alistair's got the defuse, and Greyhound simply does not lose these retakes.
They just keep on getting away with it. I really felt like positionally, ATOX had a real opportunity to break through on this round. The fact that Cabal was such a presence, he was actually keeping a player busy on that was supposed to go over to the B rotate, But the fact that Liaz got that double kill, and eventually they were able to sort of suss out Cabal, just made a world of a difference. Like, if he gets that kill into Alistair, this round is ATOX is for the taking.
The problem was also that they left the bomb towards the back of the B door side. So even though there were 3 players going up mid, you don't want your lurk to be going back, getting the bomb, and then going forward again.
Yeah.
So the timing that Cabal finds isn't actually the timing of the rest of the team because of that one small error. But errors have been committed on this A site, honestly, pretty often.
Yeah, kind of a couple times over, especially when it's been faster place from ATOX. They've actually been able to get this entry, but this time Dexter just wanted to take the space and have Ali sort of there as backup, but he's now locking down an angle.
He's just spammed down two through the wall. Ali should end up going down regardless of it as he's trying to back off. It's really close range shot missed out. Zesta buys some space, but real estate is all they'll get. Accuracy on the other side of the map gets up a quick kill, but Greyhound's already relocated back to B. There's plenty of time to pause, hold, reset. That's the call.
You can't keep giving up man advantages. It's happened a lot this game so far for ATOX. You know, fool me 7 times, shame on me.
Inz is dead though.
But you still have to deal with Liaz. He's had some critical multi-kills.
Can you take the win? He's dead, okay?
Okay, okay. Inz is not a factor.
Can Vexite be one, though? He doesn't have a choice. There are 2 Molotovs on the other side as well, and this is a dangerous position to play. But will ATOX contact? And that's exactly what they're trying. Vexite's been given a chance. A flashbang overhead as well. But now the flames underneath him, and he is on fire in more ways than just the one. Cabal, a lonely man with very little time on his hands. Liaz around the corner, and maybe there was a chance for a quick pre-fire, but Liaz gets that any day of the week. 8-0. They can keep getting away with it.
You couldn't have asked for more from Vexite in that position as well. I mean, no smoke really to dispel the flames, got that flash out, but then also was so dialed into that peak on Big that as soon as he swung out into the flames, yeah, I'm not surprised this secondary ATOX player got caught off guard because that's what he decided to do.
Oh my god,
that's egregious.
Disgusting.
That is so... The thing is, Inz is killing people when he's on their screen and when he's off them. I don't know what's happened, but Inz is just, he's so dialed in at the moment. Oh god, timing is great, but they just run straight over the 2 players inside of caves, so it could have started off nice, but Alistair trying his best to pull up some numbers, but they've been steamrolled on B. Once again, man advantage, bomb down for ATOX.
Vexa just gets a stray one through the smoke as well. That's not really great. Re-smoke out. They're worried maybe that first smoke was defective. Knight will be making it defective though, and that's where Dexter's hoping to try to aggress through. A flashbang in the cave will guarantee the push forward, but Mick has dodged it. Mick has found the frag, and Vexite as well, tagged up inside the smoke, cannot push through too easily. And although there is a smoke of his own, he might just end up trying to stick this. Quick swing out from the back lines, but it's Mick spam that does give them the first. ATOX finally win a round.
It is about damn time. They've had so many man advantages that have been thrown away. And I'd say thrown, but the people that are taking these rounds away from them have been phenomenal. So the fact that the Greyhound side have been able to pull through so many of these moments, that is actually kind of indicative of the way that this buy is now wrapping up for them, because they've not had crazy amounts of surviving players. They keep having to claw back these rounds.
I just hope that ATOX have the wherewithal to realize that they're probably going up against the MP9s.
Yeah, pull up the surviving count on each of these rounds for Greyhound, and you piece it together very quick. But Dobu's very fast to ascend through ledge, and they want to actually crunch towards middle, where it's surprisingly absent.
It's a boost up for Alistair as well, and he's really hoping to find Mick here. Mick, however, great movement. Crouching forward, moving past, not risking anything at all. A deep Molotov to make sure that no one can push forward themselves. Cabal, he's found a home. He likes it here. Expects the value of this real estate to be going up the later the round goes. Molotov to back the donut will not be the most relevant, to be honest, after that smoke's been thrown. But the man to keep an eye out for is Cabal, and, well, Inz is trying to keep an eye out for him.
Thing is, having Cabal in this spot any noise, any step, any flashes being thrown from CT, that'll be his cue to go. But you see Greyhound trying to be proactive and not just simply sit on zero information. They get Vexite pushed forward at A, and it does mean that they can add an extra man to the potential hold. The damage is great on the nade and the spam there from Liaz, but unable to get through with any kills, and this is all Cabal needed, just a singular prompt, and he finally gets his kill.
I think he spotted out Inz as well to the back of the side. Alistair, position known. Inz is still set up the crossfire. Alistair finds a planter, prevents it from going down, and again, ATOX simply cannot get an easy round. Dobu found up next, and Cabal's all that's left. You were given a position, Cabal. You can't be given the round.
They just can't, they honestly cannot catch a break. Inz spamming them on ledge. Now we have Alistair hitting shots when they've got the bomb site. But, you know, this is the problem with as well with opening up yourself to that plant and to that spam, is that is what can happen to you sometimes. Why some teams have started planting the other side of the pillar, especially when you don't have cave control.
To be honest, it's not even just that. It's also the fact that they start planting so quick.
Yeah.
Right? You've got space. You know Inz is there. Cabal did spot him. Maybe he didn't register it. That's a separate conversation.
The two of the players didn't have HP either as well, so...
I mean, the nade was fantastic from earlier, right? So all of that comes right back.
A lot of information to process in a very chaotic moment.
Oh, nade right to the chunk of them, and Inz is happy to collect. That spray continues. He is a confident man. More than I would be. But for good reason. Vexite moves past as well, but Zesta intercepts and smokes off Alistair right there and then. Dexter on the flank though. Cabal's going to be very late to this bomb site. Bomb planted in a bit of an awkward position, so Cabal can at least try to accelerate there. First player spotted out. Dexter knows this should be a second. And Alistair on the other side. His position was given up earlier on. Quick tap on the bomb. Dexter knows they're going to be scared. Picks up the first Molotov. Doesn't matter. There's a smoke down. Cabal, you gotta know about these things. Knows about the first shot he hit, but not that second. Alistair, he is comfy.
Is that another 2 versus 3? I think we've seen like 6 so far this map, and only one of them has actually pulled through 4 ATOX so far. It's actually outrageous how many retakes this Greyhound team are pulling together, and it's different players. You know, Inz was a part of it at the start of this game, but we're having impact from players like Vexite. You know, Dexter as well played this clutch, or played out this 2 versus 3 perfectly, and just kind of just teed up Alistair to succeed here, because for all Cabal knows is that there could be somebody sticky inside the smoke, and Dexter's just holding around the edge of it. You know, they're playing with a lot of confidence, a lot of bravado, and even though they find themselves in bad positions, they just keep on succeeding. Alistair, this time, a critical miss. Nobody can plug this up quite quick enough for Greyhound.
The A side just isn't really working for them unless it's on a retake. Vexite decides, you know what, let's make this a retake faster, but Dobu's just spammed him right through. Meanwhile, Dexter setting up for a flank. The accuracy will not be ready for. The timing's been hit, but Dexter is hitting real hard right now. Traded, yes. Now it's a 2 versus 4. Inz, no stranger to this site. Does very often have to come in through smokes, Molotovs, fires, and enemies, but that's never stopped him before. Finally, someone does. Accuracy and Dobu take them down. ATOX will collect at least 2 rounds.
Yeah, succeeding in breaking into these bomb sites with pacier plays. They had a successful round on that B bomb site, and now is pulling through with 1 on A as well. It's not exactly the way that ATOX would have liked to have started this game, and honestly, it's going to feel a little heartbreaking the way that they kept on losing these man advantages, to be quite honest with you. But you know, again, this was one of those cases where we have this expectation. The Mongols are probably going to do quite well this tournament. Greyhound also have that expectation. Dexter coming back from the European region to then now go to refamiliarize himself with his roots, as well as try and elevate some of these star players on the Greyhound roster that have sometimes in moments looked like they've maybe stagnated a little bit. You know, we want to see growth from players as time goes on.
You want to hear a cool stat?
Sure.
Inz had 149.5 ADR in that first half.
That's a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, that's kind of nuts. Liaz 118, and Liaz was on half the kills that Inz had, so that's also pretty funny.
Who keeps stealing Liaz's kills?
Liaz is just getting a lot of really good HE damage out towards that B side as well, but Vexite, tappity tap down mid. Does end up getting traded, but as the B bomb site is under attack, Mick has to come alive with the duelies. He's putting them down. Good for the 1 second as Labor will collect in the end, regardless. And although he finally finds death, but Alistair is in fact the one delivering more than just the one. Bomb was already planted, so at least it's the more doable. He just wants to get aggressive. Zesta on the other side of it all will be able to find the frag. That is a quick collapse on both sides.
Yeah, that's confident fighting there from Alistair, especially once he got those kills inside of Cave. You know, just felt like you could maybe catch Zesta off guard, you know, leveraging the Zesta inexperience perhaps as well in that moment. But a critical shot for Zesta to hit. Gives a little bit more leeway here for ATOX. These first couple taps, I feel like they almost turned you into an Irishman for some reason, but they were nice openers there for Vexite left on his elbow duties. But a bit of elbow grease as well here from ATOX. It's honestly, it's about time they win some of these rounds, to be quite honest. Like, when we've ended up in so many post plants, so many man advantages, you know, you just want to see them break past that mental barrier, because Greyhound just kept getting away with murder.
You would also think that theoretically, when Inns is able to control more of when he wants to take these duels on the T side, there should be an easier transition for him to continue that form. But that's obviously something that's always to be seen. If he doesn't show up in this half, you don't know what's coming around the corner.
Also maybe a good time for Alistair to have been engaged. A lot of impact in that pistol.
Yeah.
It's also where Dexter can be the front runner for the Greyhound side, so that some of these stars, some of these names we're saying, have a little bit more room.
This is a fake out towards the A side, and they know it. Cabal's got an aggressive, good for the first, and information is wonderful to find over here. A late commit onto A seems to be the plan, but they've already lost out one of their prongs. Dexter down from main, and you've got Dobu coming back to check up Red Room. That is where Inns has deposited himself, as Cabal was known to do, but Mix has lost the sight. Not quite fulfilled that Lia's role the same way. Dobu, quick little drive-by. 2 versus 3. It's a dangerous zone for them so far.
Oh, the timing could be great here, though. Just dealing with accuracy will be the major problem, and once you do that, you have options both directions. Accuracy was not prepared. But Lia's also letting his guard down slightly. Still playing at the big box is Zesta, and catches him when he doesn't have his Deke deployed. But Zesta wasting a whole lot of ammo. It's Liaz that finally falls, and now Inns, little time, no teammates, and needs to get this bomb punched in. We will find his kill, but actually punching in those digits is going to be tight. But I think he's just about got it. Yeah, a clutch now presented here for Inns.
6 bullets running out as well. He needed to find that quick shot. Dobu is not happy with the eventual outcome of this round. I mean, you also saw accuracy did sort of neglect to properly peek that little corner over there as well, giving Inns that better chance. But at the end of the day, ATOX are happy with the round. They would have liked to prevent the bomb plant, because that does mean Greyhound's probably going to buy again. And this time, you're going to have another better buy than the CT side with only 1 M4 save.
I do wonder as well, because accuracy is typically like an AWPer that sort of sets position at the entrances of bomb sites, whether he looked at the shadow, because there is that light inside of Red Room, and maybe saw the floor not being a casted shadow, so maybe letting his guard down, thinking that if there was going to be somebody there, I would see it, but before I even need to really peek into the fight. Or it could have just been negligence, but, you know, I like to give an alternative perspective, perhaps, as to why he made the play he did. Faster play here from Greyhound.
And accuracy hits that first one. That's what you're talking about, Michael. Waiting to enter those sites. That's what accuracy specializes in. Zesta inside the smoke will be looking to push out. Is there a flashbang to help? He doesn't need it. That's a smoke up above. That's not supposed to be there. CT spawn unsmoked and needed to be re-smoked. So this retake might be a little bit easier, just a smidgen at best. You are still relying on Cabal to activate on this flank that's going to be very, very slow. Inns is hoping to spot an accuracy deep in the temple. It's unlikely for him to have moved. Liaz, in the meanwhile, takes that first contact. Dobu spotted out. Alistair pushes him back. Again, Cabal is the linchpin of this round, but Dobu's lost his life in the meanwhile. Inns goes down. Contact comes in from Mick, but Mick isn't having the best game now either. A flash in his face, and Cabal is out of contention. The kit recovered, sure, but Alistair recovers the round.
That was really, really well done there from Greyhound. Even just being so contained inside of the bomb site, you know, didn't have great after plant positions, but once they realized that ATOX actually weren't coming in with any pace, they weren't applying much pressure onto the site, they, I think, very quickly pieced together the idea that there's probably a flank. They're waiting for something, and so they maintained activity. They kept actually peeking into those fights and committing to double swings that ATOX simply didn't have the manpower to support or actually counteract.
I like the thought coming out over there from the ATOX setup because they're assuming that, sure, it's going to be a full force spy, but there's not going to be as much priority put on utility. So accuracy should be able to cover off that A main side very comfortably, but he just misses that second shot, and you can't afford that. At that, hey, Dobu's looking to maybe recontest a little bit before because he's trying to buy space so that they're not thinking of where Cabal is, and he just dies. Those are the small errors that Greyhound again and again and again and again are exploiting.
Yeah, I mean, you could just tell they played that round and that post plan out with some solid experience. You know, didn't overstep their mark, but also made I think the right call in terms of punishing what ATOX were waiting for on that play. It's a nice opener here for Inns, just taking the challenge out through middle. Cabal did not have much support. So that support was supposed to link up via ledge, but they were a little late to the party. Dobu does get his kill, but not actually get his hands on a rifle, just a little out of arm's reach. He's been pretty good on this MP9, though.
Yeah.
See, he might have been one of the first players I saw hit like crazy long-range bursts with the MP9.
Yeah, he's really good at controlling that one.
Weirdly, I think Cabal also had moments like that, which is... It's odd that it's both of them.
The patience of age, I suppose. Dobu can't be too patient, otherwise he'll have to find something to do in the lower bracket. He need to get this one together somehow. Your only hope is Zestas 5-7, but that's not much of a hope at all with a Molotov right underneath that he can't connect. It's just not possible. And ATOX, they're not going to have money in that next round. This is going to be pretty much a game over for them. 12-4 projected to be a 13-4 with the way things are going. This is as much of a heartbreak as you can see in a BO1.
Yeah, I mean, top 4 expected teams at this tournament. You have TYLOO, Lynn Vision, the Mongols, and sure enough, Greyhound. And I think we saw what Mongols did earlier. The Greyhound side, maybe a little bit more tumultuous in a few moments. You know, definitely maybe should have lost a couple more rounds, but have played with such great caliber and class. They're doing much the same to ATOX, who are kind of like one of these budding teams that, honestly, this could have been an upset, but it seems like things are going as planned here for Greyhound.
Backside is very wary of a push through, and that's exactly what they do have planned. And with the smoke down, Alistair is covering off the right side of her. Flash overhead is going to do absolutely nothing. Vexite cleans it up. It's a 5v3, and, well, honestly, sorry, buddy, the round is kind of gone.
That's like the one play he was probably the most prepared for. And they went and did it, and he's like, you fool, I've practiced this move at least 1,000 times.
You have activated my trap card.
Yeah, and Alistair was there as like some, I don't know enough about Yu-Gi-Oh! To continue this, to be honest.
Cheerleader? I mean, yeah, cheerleader. People reacted on the side. Yeah, there you go. The sidekick for this round.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's been, honestly, pretty solid. Accuracy and Zesta. This is an ESEA Open, guys. I hate to break it to you. Greyhound will be breaking you in half. 13-4, a map that realistically, honestly, I do think that ATOX were in consistently, but it doesn't matter if you're not winning any of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw as well that Greyhound had that dog in them. I mean, for them, they just felt like there were so many reasons for them to have lost rounds, and then you just kept on pulling through. Big multi-kills from their stars. Dexter wasn't actually put in a lot of positions where he had to get like these crazy performances, which, you know, sometimes when they're playing against Australian Counter-Strike, I don't know if it's like just the extra confidence of knowing that he's against Aussies and he's kind of already been and done that that he plays with that extra confident step, and maybe he actually puts that pressure on himself to perform. But here, he just let his stars do the work, and he had that one moment in that 2 versus 3 where he did a great job. But aside from that, it just felt like it was a relaxed day at the office for him.
I mean, that's what happens if you've got a player who's, you know, winning you every single retake, every single 2v3, who's on 149.5 ADR at the end
It
of it all.
helps.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the panels are going to have something interesting to say about ins, maybe some worship over there. What are you guys thinking?
Absolutely, it was well and truly the ins showing, but well played to Greyhound, closing out that map 13-4. Mac, mate, you gotta be feeling good about that one.
Man, I was just loving that from the Mustachio brothers. Those two were absolutely popping off. And this is what I was talking about, right? I wanted to keep an eye heavily on the AWPers, and both sides, it felt like, look, there was some AWP action coming from ATOX, but nowhere near as much as from Ali. Ali was over-exceeding any expectations I had for him here. But then you're looking at Liaz as well. Him on the B site today, just always managing to find those 2 kills. Every time it looked like ATOX had a man advantage, had that execute working out. There was just so much disruption ran by Greyhound, and it won them a lot of rounds. The problem was their economy was like always in the balance, so one wrong step there in the first half and ATOX could have found many more rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for me with Greyhound, I just didn't know what to expect coming into the game because while they had a 7-0 record, 4 of those wins are against the same team, Mind Freak. So it's like, can they go up against more diverse opposition, I think, for lack of a better term, and still be able to translate that good performance? I mean, they're a team that's very explosive, but they're, you know, calculated in that explosiveness. I think Dexter has brought some refinement to that faster up-tempo game style I like to play, whereas meanwhile, a team like ATOX, I don't think they take time. They're more methodical, like default-oriented team. They're more patient. They're not as keen on taking early round battles, but they're very good at maneuvering the map and being able to set up opportunities. And they did do that a lot in the first half, I think is kind of the crazy thing. Like, if you look at the timeline, you wouldn't know it, but I felt like they put themselves in a lot of good positions in the early to mid-round. You know, Cabal getting deep red room control a couple of times, you know, getting onto sites with numbers advantages, but it's just like they couldn't put the finishing touches on those rounds. They couldn't dot the I's and cross the T's, so to speak. And, you know, you have ends popping off here, 25 kills, almost 150 ADR. Obviously, there was an op-diff situation taking place there between Accuracy and Alistair. It seemed like everything was going Greyhound's way. You know, I think is another real way to put it. The clash of styles goes Greyhound's fortune.
Well, that was yet another dominant matchup that we've just seen there. But let's say, for instance, let's theorize a little bit. Let's say that you're coaching the ATOX team. What would the key takeaway from this matchup be? How do you kind of bounce back from this one, continuing to move on throughout the tournament?
Again, I thought they set up on their T side with that slower play style they like to play. They put themselves in good positions.
Yeah.
They just didn't capitalize. They lost really key gun duels. You know, they had a couple unlucky things. Alistair hit that crazy like op shot through the wall and from in cave on a planter. Like, you had a couple little things like that. I just felt like in some of those like up tempo, like pressured, you know, closing moments, that's where they faltered. Whereas Greyhound, they thrive in that chaos. Like, they love that up-tempo playstyle. They like to be in your face, and they translated it very well. And I think this was a nice first test for them, too, because this was their first time they really get to play a non-Aussie NZ team for a while, but not have to play like a Lynn Vision or a TYLOO right away, right? But they proved themselves against this ATOX team that I thought was a pretty solid team, honestly.
Yeah, I think it got really, really close, right? ATOX, there's a lot of positive takeaways for them. Even you could see them trying to adapt. They were trying to take it slower on the retakes. They were really waiting for Cabal on that A-site retake to come in through A main, but they just took a little bit too long to make that happen. And before, of course, we jump into the next games, I just want to shout out to Urcast. He's the coach. This is one of the key pieces of the puzzle that everyone has been saying Greyhound was missing for ages, was a bloody coach. And when they picked up Urcast, it was like, oh, is he the right guy? And at the moment, it's looking like he might be the right guy, at least against the Mongolian teams.
Well,
especially considering the history, right? I mean, Dexter used to play with Aircast back in the day, right? Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's a really cool, like, tie back to just kind of see it come full circle with Aircast coming to support this team.
Well, no doubt, Mac, you're absolutely ecstatic after that showing. I'm going to keep you here on the desk with me. But our next matchup is going to be Lynn Vision versus Twisted Minds. I'm super excited to pick your brains on that one. But for everybody joining us at home, we'll be back soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Brain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
The PGL CS2 Asia RMRs are still going on. My name is Jasmine, and this time around I'm joined alongside my legendary analyst duo. How's it going, Blair? Pleasure to have you here with us.
Yeah, good morning. I'm very, very happy to be here. You know, we saw some. I was part of the EU RMR, kind of boring CS, if you ask me. I'm glad that's out of the way. We're back to the meat, potatoes, the noodles of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun so far. You've been watching from the sidelines. There's a bit of structure going on, a little bit of craziness, but we've only had the one-side game, so we haven't seen too many successful T-sides from anyone so far.
Yeah, I feel like the second game could have been a little bit more closer. ATOX, maybe a little bit of nerves coming into LAN here.
Well, you know what, Blair? You certainly promised me that we would have chaos, mayhem, you know, strats not necessarily going everybody's way, one-sided affairs, upset potential. Do you just still believe that that's going to be the case?
I don't think it's going to be the case for the opening matchups. I feel like it's a very clear-cut case that the four big dogs coming in here, obviously the two Chinese teams, Lynn Vision and TYLOO, and of course we have the Mongols and Greyhound should be getting the wins here, but you never know. You never know.
You never know. Look, we are going to start to move back towards a bit of Chinese CS, though, and that's where, you know, some of this action, some of this mayhem can go down, especially going up against, like, the Middle Eastern and the Southeast Asian teams coming through. So.
Yeah, well, on that note, let's talk a little bit more about this Lynn Vision and Twisted Minds matchup. What can you tell me about them?
I feel like for Lynn Vision, look, domestically they're pretty solid, right? They seem to have the number of the Mongols for some weird reason every single time, but they do kind of struggle a bit against the likes of TYLOO. But they are a very solid team. My problem with Lynn Vision is every time we see them play internationally, and this does count as international LAN because you have teams like Greyhound coming in, they seem to struggle a bit. They seem to struggle a bit against, you know, top tier opposition, and I don't know if it's the nerves and whatnot. I mean, this 5-man roster has been together for a while. I remember the last time we saw them was at the CAC event just a couple of months prior, but they just got dismantled by most of the international teams they played again. It was a very close win they had over TYLOO, but apart from that, they do struggle. And that is my question mark, like which version of Lynn Vision are we going to be seeing here? Because again, the pressure is on, just 2 spots and 8 teams.
Yeah, and look, in the recent couple of games as well, they're barely winning against some of the lower tier teams in their respective regions, and they're also getting a little bit dominated by the other good teams in the region as well. And they haven't had a huge amount of reps locally lately, so I just don't know what we're really going to get. And I think that's a good thing, you know, Twisted Minds, they did end up coming 3rd with a similar lineup at the last Asian RMR, so there is a chance that they could be a dark horse. You never really know what you're going to get from the likes of Twisted Minds.
Well, how about on the Lynn Vision front? I know you mentioned the fact that, you know, it could go either way in this sense, but when we start to take a look at their previous results, they performing incredibly well against teams such as TYLOO. For the Twisted Minds, do you think that's going to have any sort of impact when they take a look at those results heading into this matchup?
I think so. Maybe there's going to be more confidence. I feel like, look, there's a few players on that team that are quite vocal. I remember KD last LAN was screaming a lot, trying to get everyone fired up. And if they bring that mindset, if Doc plays, you know, an excelled game, you know that he's capable. You know that he plays a lot in Europe. He plays against a lot of very, very good individuals. So even if he just does come in with a sort of pug mindset, there is a chance that he can really make mincemeat of Lynn Vision if they aren't playing their A game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, you know, they're just going to be coming in, like, I feel like an FPL mentality, so to speak. We have a standard situation as well for them. So again, like, you've been given a great golden opportunity to come all the way here, play on LAN, and most of these guys have been around the block for a while, and you know you're going to be the big underdogs here. The best way to approach this, especially the best ones. Look at what happened in EU RMR, for example. Just, you know, throw a bit of a curveball. I know the map the map pool was obviously going to be favoring Lynn Vision, but try to find a little bit of a weakness, and even if you're not super comfortable on that map, screw it, just go all out. There is a chance here for Twisted Minds.
Well, obviously, considering the fact that Twisted Minds are replacing another team that was supposed to be here, how much of an impact do you think that's going to end up having on the side of Lynn Vision? Obviously, any preparations that you might have done, is there a whole lot to base this off of for Twisted Minds?
I don't think they should, right? If you're Lynn Vision, you're not looking to, you know, try and, you know, over prep for a particular team, especially when someone's underdogs. Obviously, you have your preps for TYLOO, the Mongols, Greyhound, and these guys, right? I feel like they should just be playing their game. I say that as I look at the results, and they lost to Rare Adam and New Happy recently, so I don't know, honestly.
Look, that's a good point, though. If Lynn Vision play their game, they're probably going to have their best opportunity, because if they fall into the chaos and start to play Twisted Minds game, which is probably going to be, you know, FPL-esque, a little bit puggy, a little bit looser sort of play style, protocols aren't going to be team-based protocols, a lot of more individual things where you're just going to see someone reacting one way or another. I'm not too sure what we're going to get because we've got like subs coming in. We've got,
exactly.
roster shifts everywhere, so it's just going to be a mess.
I'm just looking at the map pool here, and look, it's a best of one. It's not much you can really read into it, but I feel like they might potentially shake hands on Anubis. I think that would be a big mistake from Twisted Minds because Anubis is a map that Lynn Vision have taken out some of the best teams in the world in the past when they faced off against. I think it's a comfort map. So if they take out Anubis from the equation, I feel are they going to let it through? If they do, I think Lynn Vision takes this pretty convincingly. Oh, they're going to let it through.
Okay.
All right, I don't know about this. I think Lynn Vision... Okay, there are two schools of thought here. Number one, they're like, okay, they're allowing Anubis through because it's a map they like to play as well. They're playing to their strengths. Number two, there's a lot of tape off Lynn Vision playing on this map, which they could probably prep on, right? They haven't had much prep time here, getting called up last minute. Hey, you guys going to come in? So you haven't really had much prep time, but maybe a little bit of anti-strat coming from Twisted Minds, perhaps?
Yeah, there's a chance for sure. It's just about what side they end up starting on. Looks like Lynn Vision are going to be on CT, and with the way that Orping's working and the way that the game is feeling, Anubis has definitely swung a bit back towards the CT side. From how T-sided it was. I'd say it's a bit more even than. I'm thinking back like 3 months, we were seeing, 10-2 halves.
Which is ridiculous. Yeah, I feel like teams have kind of like started to figure out a bit of the protocol to the CT side as to how to approach it. I think everyone kind of realizes you just can't play default, you can't play reactive. You have to go for some of these riskier plays, so to speak. Like when I say riskier, it's more calculated plays like 2 or 3 man push out towards B mains, for example. So hopefully that meta has caught up over in the Lynn Vision camp.
Yeah, I'm sure it may have. I just want to see how these teams operate against one another, of course. The util game has changed a lot on Anubis. There's so much tape from all the best teams in the world. There's just utility coming through every different day. It's just a matter of how much of that utility Lynn Vision's incorporating, and also what Twisted Minds did in prep for a bit of Anubis. And if they did prep, so look, we'll find out.
Well, my question for both of you is, obviously we started off today with really incredibly dominant showings. Is this yet again going to be another dominant matchup? Do we think it's going to be a stomper?
Look, if Lynn Vision don't completely fumble this, but at least based on paper, based on the data we have and amount of reps they've been having, they should have this one in the bag, right? This is their best map, by the way, easily their best map. I feel Twisted Minds might have screwed this one up by going through with it. But then again, I can't really blame them. You don't have much prep time. It's a map that you're also comfortable on. You're like, listen, screw it. It's a map that they like to play as well. We have a little bit of data on it. We're just gonna wing it and see how it plays out. So I can't blame them really blame them for allowing this map through. But Lynn Vision, if they're not able to get this convincingly against a last-minute call-up team who have a stand-in as well, then I have serious questions about where this team is going to be heading in the near future.
And what can you guys tell me about how exactly Lynn Vision are going to be approaching this matchup? Any kind of stylistic plays that we can see coming into effect here?
Oof. Well, look, starting on CT side, I feel like it's just going to be a lot more of the individuals we got to be looking at, how that mid control goes, and if that's even going to be Lynn Vision's focus here on Anubis for CT side. But also Twisted Minds, are they just going to be going execute heavy? Are they just going to go some weird sort of puggy default and all just hope that they can find their own individual picks? Because if Lynn Vision's ready for that style of gameplay and they are going to throw some nice aggressive flashes, some map control, maybe trying to take B main, trying to flash A main, go for the push, or even, scrim it in through mid, you never know what we're going to be getting here.
I mean, you just look at these stats, it's kind of reflective of, obviously, this data has been, for Twisted Minds side, it's not much, it's just 8 maps to work with. You can see, the flash assist, it's very, very lacking. The trading game as well, quite rough. So you can clearly see it's a very more puggish team. Also got to remember, most of the opposition they have had as a team aren't necessarily the highest caliber. But when you have certain numbers like flash assists being that low when you're playing against teams like Vethro, Major Abusers, and Bravado, you have a few question marks.
Yeah. Look, 40% on the 4v5 though, that's actually not too bad for Twisted Minds. So if we're going to lean towards anything, that shows that individually they may have the mechanics to sort of push their way back into rounds even after not finding success on an opening.
Well, Blake, you mentioned the fact that we're going to see the FPL style of play coming into effect. Break that down for me. What exactly does that entail?
Well, on this particular map, I don't think it's going to be as easy. You really can't go for like solo pushes, especially on the CT side. That's what I'm looking at for both these two teams. And if I'm looking at Twisted Minds, one player just running out B mains by himself. Listen, Lynn Vision, as much as I might criticize them, they at least have some of the protocols on lock when it comes to like basic holding default on the T side and how they're just going to be waiting for any aggression from Twisted Minds. So if they're going to go full FPL-esque with just like, you know, one flash and one guy running out mid or one guy just running out A mains and, you know, not being traded, they're in for a very rough time. So hopefully there is a little bit more of like cohesion in the way they want to approach their aggression. But if they are not aggressive on the CT side, if they're not going to, you know, kind of force Lynn Vision to fight for map control, it's going to be a rough time.
Obviously, for the Greyhound matchup, we had Inns leading the charge. What about in this one? Is there anybody in particular you think from either of these teams that will really be a standout performer? Mac, I'll start with you.
Well, I think you're probably looking at Doc, especially for TM. You know, he's the most mechanically skilled out of them. It could be literally anyone for Lynn Vision. You know, keep your eyes on G. Of course, he's been playing the best for them lately, but literally, like, anyone on this team can have a standout performance. It just depends on which direction Twisted Minds are going to go, who they're going to be running at, you know?
Yeah, 100% agree with you. I think amongst most of the Chinese teams I've seen recently, the overall, you know, skill level across Lynn Vision is very equally spread. I completely agree with you. The usual stars would be, no pun intended, Starry and Zaka. I'm looking at G. The thing with G is, I like the fact you bring him up, you know, he's not the most consistent opera. He sometimes tends to kind of whiff some pretty easy ones, but he is very clutch. I might even call him like an Asian brokey, you know what I mean? Like, you know, sometimes you're like, what are you doing here, G? And then it's a 1v3 with an op and he just no-scopes a couple of guys and gets a call-out kill at the end. So he's an exciting prospect as well.
Well, I'm super excited to find out whether or not the Lynn Vision boys will come out as strong as my wonderful analysts say. Only time will tell. Tea Time and Yumi, take it away.
I think something very important has been missed out on here from the desk. We've got a Pakistani player in Doc right here. I'm right here with a Pakistani pride. Twisted Minds are going to take this all the way, Michael. I know this. I've seen this. I see the future.
Why can't you just be objective about this? Lynn Vision are probably one of the, honestly, the hottest prospects in the region at the moment. You know, a lot of talk was about the Mongols and that roster when they first started coming up, and then we saw the success that they've been able to have ever since then. Lynn Vision were kind of always in the shadow of what is now the TYLOO core, and they were playing some really robust Counter-Strike. And it's only after they transitioned their in-game leadership that they've actually been able to make it to some of these events. You know, they missed out on RMRs last time. They found themselves just shy of qualifying to loads of international tournaments. And, you know, towards the end of Go, we actually got to see some of that success hit, which was really nice and vindicating for them to see. But the transition to CS2 is a little bit of a weird one for them because they said it on the desk. You know, they've beat the Mongols, they've beat TYLOO, they've beat a lot of these top-level teams. But when we looked at it, you know, they've actually not been able to beat those teams in Counter-Strike 2 in the same level of consistency.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like TYLOO was really just had everything stolen from them because when they were finally beating out Mongols in some of these online qualifiers, they then started coming up against a superpowered Lynn Vision with Westman leading them, and then now suddenly they're the best team in China, arguably best team in Asia going into the end of CSGO. But you're right, CS2 has not been kind to them, and a lot of that also comes down to, look at the kind of experience that they've managed to get compared to teams like the Mongols, right? Mongols at Cologne, Mongols at Katowice, Mongols, you know, even at Extremes coming in as the front runners in that way. They've been able to boot camp in Europe more often. They've been able to have all of this stuff. And even though Lynn Vision did participate in the CSGO Asia Championships, Michael, you know where the CSGO Asia Championships were, Michael? They were in Asia. You don't get to play against the European teams. You don't get to scrim against them as much so. So yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams want to have the chances to like get European boot camps in and play against and practice against those teams. The Mongolian teams actually are able to do that pretty consistently, you know, even if they're having to deal with ping, but also because they've had so much success. You know, I'm pretty sure I saw Senzu in like FPL pugs just kind of chilling for like the first 2 weeks before even coming to this event. So I know that those guys have been putting in the work, but for the Lynn side, I don't know that they've sort of traveled as far as that to get that practice in. So it's one of those things where this team is young and they're very inexperienced, but they also play probably some of the most compelling sort of Counter-Strike out of any of the teams at this event, to be quite honest. In terms of like consistency, when they're on, I honestly do think they are better than the Mongols, but it's taken them a little bit more time to actually activate in some of those games.
The thing is though, Michael, for every single team, it feels like there's a cycle where they're going to peak, and after that, there's going to be the sharp come down, right? The question is that where Lynn Vision is? Because we've now seen them fail to qualify for Melbourne. We've seen them fail to qualify for the Showdown as well. We've seen them in so many positions just being unable to go the distance, even not looking relevant in like the semifinals. Before we said they choked in the finals. Is this sort of downhill for Lynn?
Well, they're saving strats for the major.
We're here, boys.
I gotta see them strats. I gotta see them strats.
I need to see those strats too. Like I say that as like kind of half-heartedly, but I need to see those strats too. I actually think as well, you know, the fact that we're going to end up on Anubis is kind of interesting because they said it on the desk. Like this is on paper Lynn Vision's best map, but I actually think they play the best, like their best version of Anubis when they actually know the team. Like especially when you look at like their engagements with a team like New Happy, or you know, if you look at some of the the Steel Helmet, you know, as an example. If they're ever playing against those teams, surprisingly, the Anubis looks a little bit more like uncomfortable and a little bit chaotic. Whereas when you see them against like higher level teams, it feels way more comfortable. So I actually kind of like that Twisted Minds left it in the pool here because they're all strong, independent riflers that don't need no flashes. You know, for them, they actually may just take the fight straight to Lynn Vision and throw in that chaos.
And here's the interesting thing to also keep in mind, right? We've just seen two games that are very one-sided in the scoreline, but they both had so many moments where it felt like there were mechanical failures, you know, maybe some shaky hands and everything. If there's one thing I've learned from Twisted Minds last year in Mongolia, it's that these guys' hands do not shake. They don't have expectations. They didn't expect to come over here. In the interviews last year, they were very candid about, hey, we're here because we just wanted to try, right? We tried. We happened to get here. Again, same circumstances right now. Mechanics are undoubtedly on par. I don't think there's any question about that. They're going to hit their shots. This is not going to be a situation where, you know, we saw Tugu being absent from the server in map number 1. We saw Accuracy and Zesta losing out on key kills in map number 2. Map number 3 of the day, this could be very much upset territory regardless of the theoretical comfort that Anubis should offer.
Yeah, I think the main thing I have as a concern for Twisted Minds coming into this tournament is usually, I mean, the last time we saw them, it was like Loba doing a lot of the sort of in-game leading, and, you know, he was very much like an energetic person for the squad. Yeah. You know, if you ever saw them go for a fast play, you know Loba was in there first with a Mach 10, jumping with his, I mean, very, very nimble in the server, actually just like a unit in person. But they don't have somebody like that on this team anymore. You know, Doc doesn't really have that same voice. I think KD is probably my best.
Probably, the guy.
Is probably my candidate. But I mean, you've got players like Doc and Deos that are very like, they're playmakers. They want to try and find something in mid rounds. So I do wonder how that dynamic is going to kind of work, because if they just play like very independent Counter-Strike, I do think that, you know, it could, I mean, in the same way that it could work, it could also just completely backfire against you.
And while we're talking about playmakers, I would be remiss if I don't bring up the best melon of them all, the West Melon, right? Because this is a guy who's been denied the RMR for so damn long. You know, you had TYLOO and Rare Adam making it last year out. They couldn't make it through Lynn Vision again. Now when he's finally here, he's an IGL. He's gone from being a star lurker to an IGL. In the middle of it all, having to restructure his team with a different coach, with different personnel. He's gone to the peak of Asia. He's been the analyst's favorite. And now you're coming into the RMR with a lot of internal pressure, maybe not external pressure, but a lot of internal pressure, and potentially at a point where you're doubting yourself because this has not been a good year so far.
Yeah, it's weird that he has to be like basically a fragging in-game leader. Like for Blitz, it's been long enough now that he's been in that position that we can kind of come to expect it from him. But for Westmelon, the transition to being an in-game leader, when a lot of what he learned and a lot of his tutelage came from a different IGL that is now competing on different rosters and is like completely detached from the project, you know, it's on him now to be able to sort of grow as that leader for this team, because it's weird that he's like a relatively young player, but he is definitely the most experienced on this team. He sat with X-Pro on Lynn Vision for God knows how long. I think coming up on like a 6th year, 7th year. Yeah. So for us, like when we look at this guy, we understood that he was like a prospect. He's definitely seemed like a cool cucumber, especially in like clutches and things. Yeah. But he has to be like an incredibly dynamic player, and you can only hope that the players that surround him are also trying their best to make him comfortable in that position, because nobody else can really take that helm from him.
And the thing about Lynn Vision is that, you know, you've got 3 players in Westmelon, Zaka, and Starry, who I'm calling pandemic veterans, right? I'm going to bring this back down to the panda vets. I'm going to make it a little bit cute, but it is a little bit scary as well at the same time. And the reason why I'm calling them that is that these guys are veterans in the Asian scene, but look at the LAN experience they have. Yeah. It's close to nothing, right? We've seen them at CAC, we saw them at Extremes LAN, but beyond that,
sure, even the internationals that they qualified to are the showdowns, right? That's an online event in Europe. That's not a LAN event in Europe over there.
And you play best of ones.
Yeah,
and, you know,
it's a weird situation where such experienced players have close to no relevant LAN experience going into this RMR as well. So it is such a strange dynamic to find yourself in, that 3 of the most experienced players and potentially the best Chinese team have no relevant experience.
Yeah, I mean, dealing with the management of having to set yourself up and get yourself dialed in when there's people with cameras and there's people walking past you. You know, this is it's something that is a little foreign to some of these guys, and you know, I feel like it's so odd to think of them as rookies in a LAN environment when they, like you said, they are such veterans in sort of their online circuitry. So yeah, it'll be something to recalibrate to, I'm sure. But I think what we've seen from, you know, their ability to be in these studio environments in some of those limited international bouts you're kind of talking about, is that, you know, there has always been, I think, one player or one star that almost, it basically had like no jitters. They basically found themselves in like peak form at the right time, but not everybody at once.
Yeah. And the thing that I also wanted to sort of highlight is when we're speaking of stars, Starry has not been one. In fact, Anubis is one of his only good maps in CS2, but outside of Anubis, he struggles to even average a 100, and that's against, you know, predominantly domestic opposition. All of that talk that Starry has, all of that reputation that it has, it feels like it's such a callback to one tournament from 3 years ago or something like it. He's just not the star of this team anymore. In fact, I'd even go as far as saying Zacher might be the best player on this team, which is wild because he's an opper who had a weird idiosyncratic opping style where he played to the level of his opponent. So if he's playing against Annihilation and the Mongols, he's going to be fire. Yeah, if he's playing up against like this random team, he's going to be non-existent on the server.
You imagine you're in like a Pokemon battle and he's just ditto. You know, he just copies your exact moves and decides that he's going to use them against you.
And the thing is, now he's gone from being a Ditto to a Blastoise. He's stable, he's a turret, he's got these large variety of positions where he's playing off of his teammates. He's very often paired up with G in maps like Inferno, where it feels like every time he's dying because of a miscomm from his teammate, a misstep from his teammate. He's not making mistakes on that CT side very often. T side, you know what? He's still discovering that lurking position, but I do feel like he's slotted in so nicely.
Yeah, it's just odd because Zacher almost took up a lot of the responsibilities that Westmelon used to have, especially on T sides, and for him to have transitioned so well. And you know, I remember that first month when he actually picked up the rifle. It was like, wait, this guy was AWPing before? Like, why was he doing that when he was able to play to the, like, honestly, very smart Counter-Strike as well? It didn't look like he was inexperienced in that position whatsoever. I think it's weird, the Starry conversation, because I do think he has taken a bit of a step back from thinking that he has to be the star. You know, Emilia, when he first came into the team, was kind of an extremities player for them. And it took a while for them to actually get into a groove with Emilia, I think. But as time went on, you know, it just became way more independent. And it basically meant that Starry didn't have to ever play with Emilia on sort of defaults. Didn't have to worry too much about, you know, whether or not he was going to link up with Zacher or Westmelon, because those players are pretty independent themselves. So he's kind of floating, and I don't really know that he's found like a comfortable spot on this team. Even in their rise, it always felt like he'd occasionally have these round closing moments, but he wouldn't have, you know, crazy impact in sort of those mid rounds where I felt like that was where his strengths were back when he was with X-Pro.
Especially because it feels like Starry on the T side is playing a very different kind of lurk to what we saw from Westmelon and Zacher now, which is that Starry will let his team go, plant the bomb, and then be relevant in the post-plant very often. That's why on a map like Anubis, he does a lot because he's playing in towards middle, right? But then in comparison, Westmelon, who you've got on the server, on the screen right now, Westmelon in the past iteration of Lynn Vision and now Zacher, feels like these guys are the ones that are going to lurk forward, make a play in the mid-round, right? And Starry is just expected now. Everyone knows he's going to come through late. He's sort of like the happy in this situation, and it doesn't feel like he's getting that same T-side impact. And that's one of the reasons why it feels like Westmelon has to put up these numbers. That 117, he's the IGL.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, the expectation can't be that he's going to do it, but also we've seen enough of him online to be able to put up those numbers. Even in their streamlined performance, it felt like he was still able to find some really solid impact. So I do think that there's a lot of weird dynamics kind of going on, unfortunately, with this Lynn Vision team. But also, like, we have to measure expectations based on the fact that, hell, even TYLOO, I think Kaze had like an interview at CAC where he thought Lynn Vision honestly were the best team in China. And I think for actual results-wise, I think he's right in terms of just like consistency. I think they made a really interesting choice to actually pick up G into the AWPing duties, who, to be honest, didn't have like the deepest track record of experience, had some good performances with his previous team, but it didn't seem like he was able to play to the level that Lynn really required to make that next step up, but he's performed really good.
And I mean, the man on your screen right now, one of the interesting things about Twisted Minds is that Deos and Doc are both also AWPing, you know, at different places, and they're both so mechanically good. G's inexperienced. Your big new pickup, who's been such a crucial piece, is going up against a very different style of hyperactive AWPing, of combat AWPing, of long-range combat AWPing at times.
I think as well, it'll be nice to watch Doc and Deos in the server, because I feel like they're such like flow state players, where like if the round is so chaotic and it feels very fast-paced, they're gonna do something a little unusual, a little bit unconventional, and if I mean, to be honest, the Lynn Vision guys could get very much caught off guard by that. You know, if they're setting up for a post plan after a little bit of a hectic back and forth, they may think, oh, now we've got 5 seconds to just get this bomb planted, relax a little bit, and set up an after plans. And before you know it, those guys are going to be swinging. They're going to be in the bomb site with you.
I mean, it's a fun analogy you can actually draw is to that first game, right? Where Myth Avenue, they did look like they're, you know, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, but then suddenly it turns out that, you know, Mongols isn't writing in the same script as them. They're just coming in with like Arabic writing, Cyrillic writing, all of this stuff, and they're writing all over them. So yeah, Twisted Minds definitely coming in with some possibilities, but Lynn are guaranteed the favorites of this one. There is no world where they can accept a loss at this stage. But you know what? Twisted Minds still might deal it to them.
Let's hope that they've been learning Chinese in the meanwhile. Lynn Vision versus Twisted Minds, Anubis start, and Twisted Minds already off to an electrifying start, running themselves right down middle. Zachar gushed, and they're going to try and wrap straight into what looks to be actually a B play instead. Where on earth are they going? I thought they might travel to the beach, but Temple's their domain, and this is a stronger site for Lynn.
Doc's going to try and delay, making sure that Deos can get involved. Starry's in a crucial role. He's good for one. G picks up one as well. The double duel, he's coming alive. Starry very patient on these taps, and they are delivering. Beautiful round. And what a start from the man in question.
That looked very hectic, even from the Twisted Minds point of view. Getting that trade onto the platform was very labored. It actually allowed Starry to just tap away with those dualies, where those shots just simply weren't connecting at first. But this was the problem, is that if you route through Temple like this, you know, they gushed one player into the A bomb site. There's a lot of weird nooks and crannies, a lot of headshot angles that players could position on CT. But had they maintained that pace, they might have just been able to take the A bomb site. But them rediverting into those dualies, it might have been a mistake.
Yeah, I did think that maybe they were setting up for Deos to try and swing out wider earlier on, but no, it wasn't the case. Now, though, the Eagles and Glocks, and damage is done. Realize the sort of stand-in this situation.
Yes, we came to that realization ourselves a day or two ago. Yeah, it's a very impromptu arrival here for Twisted Minds, but expectations aren't going to be high. They're just here to have a good time, play Counter-Strike, and hopefully upset a few teams. The expectations were low last time they showed up at the RMR, and they took some heads with them. That's a little creep out, and that's a big shot for Deos. That's security of the plant as well. So money made and a man advantage. Westmelon, the in-game leader and somebody that you put so much stock in performing with this squad. Trying to keep these players locked in position. Molotov's great. Doc flushed out, but do they read the player right underneath? Because Deos is gone, but Realize only had a Glock to hold. So that's really well done. Starry with an extra little 3-piece on this round, but Twisted Minds, they do get the bomb plant.
I mean, this is a pretty good round from Twisted Minds overall. Sure, Star is getting momentum, but you are very happy with this. One of the players who we didn't discuss too much, of course, was Realize. I just wanted to quickly give him some love as well because he's actually one of the OG Middle Eastern players. He's been playing for such a long time. I mean, he was on that original Nasser team, which was just dominating the Middle East. Was the first Middle Eastern team to also make Advanced, I do believe, back in like season 34 or something off it. So
that's the team Boros joined after
yes,
Endpoint, I believe,
Boros was Boros was in it initially, so Boros was bought from it back then. So yeah, Realize and Remind were the two who did also continue forward into these Middle Eastern qualifiers like that.
Yeah, Boros liked it so much he went back.
Oh my God, is Maddie about to be? Oh,
I can't believe he's delaying this nade as well.
Oh, I love the idea. I love the idea, but they were trying to time it with the push out from Zacher so that Maddie would feel like he had to move away. In case that was a rifle, that forces you off the angle. So it's a one-on-one for Zacher to take and then gives him the advantage. Guess what? He just gets the advantage anyway.
Yeah, it was good-spirited, but...
Cute idea.
Yeah, his heart was in the right place.
Yeah, his aim wasn't.
Well, that's actually going to kind of help Twisted Minds a little bit. An extra smoke deployed to the entrance of Connector. And the thing is, they could, well, flash for this. They could Molotov, but they want to also try and mask their presence. If Starry deploys a Molotov deep, that would really hurt them. Oh, they threw an extra smoke. They're going to play ahead of this. And Twisted Minds should be able to line up a trade, but Star just kept on spraying. And Maddie on that AWP, unable to get anything. Starry has had an electrifying start. Getting the kills on dualies, getting the kills on the retake, and now as well 3 more for him to feast on. Is this the quiet Star that we were even talking about? Because right now he's playing with a lot of confidence.
Very happy to see that, to be honest. Doc as well does get taken down in the end, so what starts off as an advantage given to them by Zacher is going to end up Starry just quietly winding things down, putting them to sleep.
I'm actually so surprised that these players in Canals weren't ready to swing off each other as quickly as they should have, really. You know, as soon as that smoke fades and they just deployed a smoke right behind you, you should expect a CT to be swinging you rather quickly, but yeah, they're a little slow to communicate that across, I think.
And I feel like that might be the difference between having Loba or not having Loba, right? Like that central voice, that central guy who's just consistently coordinating you so you don't have to talk to each other. Because that did look like, hey, we're talking to each other, we're caught off guard. Oh, damn, one guy died. Oh, gotta peek, gotta peek. Ah, well, okay. I'm gone.
You just gotta know whether or not you have to look at your crosshair in that moment or not. And they were seemingly caught off guard. Sorry, of course, a hard man to pin down. Kind of insing it at the minute. But they haven't had to have many retakes as of yet. Only the one on that A-bomb site.
Put some respect on the In's name.
Yeah, that guy was untouchable. This will be a harder round to chew through if you're Twisted Minds. You do have some utility at the very least, some armor that you can utilize in these fights. But the Lynn side are playing so contained, and Zacher even finding kills through smoke is certainly going to help alleviate any potential strain that could have been sent his way. Oh, yeah, you're probably just not going to want to do that.
That nade as well is just perfect. Maddie's just going to be taken out. Starry, you know what? Some negligence might be warranted at this point. I don't hate it. It's okay. Whatever.
Yeah. It's also one of those things where, you know, the hearing the tag on the HE is, you know, sometimes it feels
inconsistent.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like you hear it very audibly, and I'm pretty sure the audio is still being played, but it's like the volume feels different every now and again. He might have thrown that nade and heard nothing, and he was like, it's clear. I don't need to worry about anything.
I also wonder if there's any differences about where the nade sort of pops in terms of like the height, because sometimes it feels like you just hear this like you can hear the juices falling out of someone.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the whitest sound imaginable, but yeah.
I just happen to be fighting with a carton of orange juice with me.
Zacher might be slightly more contested in this round. We are going to see KD just charge forward with the Macdan. Zacher's got the audible about what's going on in that regards. Is trying to explore. Oh no, is this just going to come through? At least it's on a lineup. Will be traded. KD, upgrade on the gun. Great amount of map control. Emilia found Matty's the one to bring him down as well. So suddenly an advantage gained and the A site is very much open for business. Is there anyone who wants to conduct it though?
Yeah, they've conceded a lot of control, both extremities of the map as well, so actually having to re-clear areas, even though they get these 2 kills in middle, it's hard for them to actually accelerate off of it. Even just dropping into the canals, that's an audio of the queue that Sari needed to get that kill. And now Westmelon inserting himself at the back of the bomb site. This is a man that will be hard to beat. He has a teammate with him in G as well. They had all the information because of Starry's play, but Deos flushing out Westmelon, leaving G in a 1-on-2.
And this is where you're hoping he can pull off some of those clutches Blair was talking about. He's already moved past the nade. I do believe they would have heard that though. Tech9 pulled out Deos. Takes advantage of that missed shot.
Let's go!
Oh, there. That's why we've got audio.
Yeah, that is exactly why we've got audio. Good to hear that they're willing to, actually have that voice. You know, we talked about Katie being a very vocal character. I mean, even you heard Deos as well chiming in just there. But there, we didn't have these reactions earlier on, so I wonder how quiet it was before the yelling.
The nice thing though is, Katie does everything this round. The first kill is the obvious one, but afterwards as well, he actually sprays over here, as you can see in the replay, to check for Starry having moved forward. And say what you want about FPL and FPL styles, you're going to be ready for these tiny little plays like, oh, he's pushed forward, he's behind the smoke in this corner. I'll just check it.
It prepares you for some unorthodox plays.
Yeah. You're not pulling a fast one, it's mostly the slow ones you're worried about.
How could they have so much patience?
The tortoise does beat the hare at times, but Twisted Minds are hoping that they can still accelerate through a little bit more into their momentum.
Also the thing, like even Blair was saying this on the desk, you know, when we think about Anubis, even on CT sides, you want to actually have a fairly active CT side, but Lynn have been playing a relatively contained game so far.
Oh, well. He's just going to hold on to the angle. Trades aren't going to work against the AWP like that, my friends. Dale seems to be taking advantage of some missed shots, but if he's hitting 2 of them first, it's all okay. And maybe, Michael, that is in response to, you know, sort of that flash assist situation and everything. Just realized, finds another one. Maybe the conversation needs to be brought back to the round. Hard scoping forward, he's just waiting for anything to reveal itself. Zacher's got an incendiary, one that he doesn't really want to use at this point. The element of surprise is much more important than the element of fire. Zacher dodges the flash, spots out the barrel, good for the 1, make it 2, and Deos will finally trade, but at that point it's irrelevant. Lynn, right back to winning ways.
Yeah, perfectly done there from Zacher, just finding a great timing route as they're sort of scaling into the bomb site, actually used the site cover to obscure vision as they're trying to punch in those digits. They just didn't expect that he'd be behind the bomb site. And maybe that's, you know, they could have used that Molotov to flush out that position, but a little bit of negligence, even though, you know, this was a round recovery kind of situation. G actually having that impact in from middle just made things a little bit more awkward for the rest of the squad.
Speeding it up, and Zacher's out of there. He's seen this one before. He got a headshot by the Glock in the pistol round. He doesn't want any of that. Doesn't want any of that hate. Emilia, in the meanwhile, though, he's happy to be warmed up a little bit. Zacher playing behind the smoke, dodging out bullets, left, right, and there you go. Zacher keeps it going. USB slow to pull out, but Emilia's still giving him that backup, already having dealt with that first A player. It's only realized left, and, well, they... not for long.
Yeah. Took some time. He definitely took some time to finish off the job there, but, right now, Lynn don't even seem really pressured, so...
And I'm hoping that what we're seeing on the defensive side is just, hey, these guys don't throw flashes, let's just hold angles, because if this is what we see from Lynn later on, it won't be this comfortable.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, you know, you can't get the wrong temperature check in the oceans you're in. If you do, it'll just be a complete shock to your system when you end up in the Arctic.
Yeah.
Those Mongols, they love cold weather.
It is true. Well, Starry not feeling too good about that. Tried to stay inside the smoke, and they are wise to his shenanigans. Ah, that nade did not.
That's actually just unlucky.
Just such an unfortunate clip.
Well, they're going to try and use a lurk smoke to get themselves out from B main while they've got pressure, at least through the canals, but Westmelon getting partially flashed up. It's actually a very, very disconcerting spray onto Emilia, and Westmelon just able to feast as a result of that. Emilia tanking those bullets has allowed Westmelon to come in, as has G on the rotation. So this started off well in terms of the concept here for Twisted Minds, but they just haven't been able to hit any of the shots yet.
And Westmelon still alive, just dancing around the bomb site, having more players to come through and bait for him if need be. Emilia, even if he'd gone down, Westmelon probably not going to be checked, and G is happy to put a bow on it. 7-1 Lynn Vision looking convincing.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a little disconnect at the moment with the Twisted Minds players, whether it's been the trading, you know, whether that's Starry inside of inside of Connector, or it's been the G AWP in middle. You know, these are trades in which you want to be spaced accordingly for the fight that's up ahead of you.
Yeah.
And you know, them jumping through smokes and just not being able to hunt or hound those players down is been a bit of a trying problem for them, because I don't think they're having struggles when they're actually being given just straight up fights. But
except for that KD spray, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, we can forget about that one.
Rayla's accelerating. Could have actually thought about going in through the smoke where there would have found Emilia alone, but obviously we see that he doesn't. Deos doesn't see anything, funnily enough. Starry gets the better of him after that previous round where he's been spammed through the smoke. He wants to do a bit of that himself. Look at this stack on the A site from Lynn Vision. They have leaned so hard, it's a miracle that they haven't tipped over.
Yeah, it's because they've had to concede canals control as well, though they've reset back to a 2-1-2, so Twisted Minds, it's actually good timing for them to try and hit the A site.
Yeah, but if you're not throwing a flashbang, then again, you've got G coming through in some easy shots. First one, there you have it. Just needed to wait for Emilia, to be honest. Emilia does collect on Doc as well. He's waiting for teammates to come over. Some disconnect in the comms over here from the CTs, but Zacher is always aware of KD's shenanigans. Zacher just needs to be careful that Matty hasn't scaled up onto the bomb side. He doesn't have anyone there to guarantee it. So Zacher and Westmelon, who are both focused in on middle, have actually brought this back to a 2v2. KD, Matty knows Zacher's come back in. That's a quick pre-fire, leaving Starry all alone. The big man is 14-4, but this situation is very different.
Yeah, this is probably a call to save as well. You know, Zacher could use the cash. Starry as well can't buy himself, so a call to save as Twisted Minds actually bringing themselves back into this round. Some very important kills from KD, Matty as well, being able to get that trade, and then the breaching kill into the A bomb site. It makes a world of a difference just being able to get that kind of production, especially in these rounds where, you know, the main plan or the initial plan has definitely fizzled up at that point. They're just trying to pull together what they can in that moment.
It also just looked like Lynn might have thought there's two players in middle, because there's no other reason to dedicate both Zacher and Westmelon to an angle where Zacher continues to aggress and sort of try and get some info there, while Westmelon's also just playing full out in the open.
Well, they definitely knew that there was only one, because Matty killed Emilia here, so that is a little strange. You know, I don't disagree. It was a little strange that they wanted to continue fighting mid like that.
I'd be expecting a rotate, but yeah, you're right.
And Emilia as well, you know, it felt like he was begging for a flashbang after the first kill.
I mean, G looked like he was going to fall back, then Emilia doesn't peek, then G repeats. It just, the round's over and gone with. But let's hope that there aren't more like it.
Yeah, they're trying to steal each other's kills or something.
You're baiting me, I'll bait you. Oh no. They're letting KD lurk forward into connector this time over. Double mid will be forced away by the Molotov and realizes position. KD gone as he tries to walk through the smoke again and again and again. Found out by Starry. One round being the exception, and even that they lost. G. A double mid setup was never really dismantled. And the T's are circling back to look into a B-side hit, but Zacher doesn't wait for it. He takes initiative. Aggressive with a flashbang. G aggressive without one. Almost taken down, but it is Doc to punish Westmelon nearby. They know Starry's still here. Deos is attempting the impossible, but still gets it done somehow. He's the one dodging all the bullets.
Yeah, I can't believe how elusive Deos has been seemingly on just some of these walk peaks. And once again, toppling Starry. Deos has to be very careful though. Could have himself fouled by the same play.
Zacker's hoping to find out a timing, but he doesn't go in when utility is being thrown. A little bit worried. Again, Deos has made his presence more than aware of. And I honestly think Lynn Vision might just end up going back and saving. The second Zacher dies over here, this round looks impossible. Felt like he had to make a play earlier if he was going to be putting himself in risk regardless. Otherwise, you are just angling for a guaranteed save.
Yeah, I think regardless of what happened here, if any of the Lynn players died, the call would have been to cancel. So it's just about whether or not they were able to somehow leverage themselves into a 3-on-2. I mean, they had utility, they had kits available as well. So, you know, those would have gone a long way as well. But yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that quite a lot of that utility that was available to them actually was kind of dealt with in dark. It's kind of astounding how consistent Starry has been inside of that position when it's actually just such a key spot to be able to hold on to. You know, it's the way that mid players can route back into the B bomb site for a quick play. You know, on the default, it's so frequently smoked off by T's as well. So kind of counteracting that can be quite challenging.
Switch the AWP back to Matty's hands.
Also playing nobody A currently on Lynn, so want to assert themselves in middle, and that's what's called the extra resources over.
Deos, in the meanwhile, is doing the definition of shadowboxing in that case. Flash deep, that won't be finding G. Not caught off by that one at all. It's very hard to flash off the angle, but considering how often he has been holding it, you have to be wary about it. He's one of the two rifles and already having struck true. KD should be a dead man. Westmelon's found him, but he can't actually find the frag. KD does manage to turn around behind the pillar. Now Glock out as well. Doc's here to give the assist in. And shut him down. Twisted Minds now up to 4.
Okay. I mean, I like that KD is the one that's trying to take space for this team at the moment. You know, whether he's been fighting in towards middle or creeping through smokes, him being able to make that kind of play just honestly releases so much of the pressure on the round. If you're able to get 1, maybe 2 kills and then just call an next position, it makes thinking very easy for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and just to build up on that, even just having a player who will always be your direction when you're frozen, that's really cool to have in an environment like this, where he's like, yeah, I'm about to do this, I'm about to do that, I'm making this play, even if it ends up being the wrong play sometimes. But yeah, it's a direction. It's something to react to.
It's kind of what I wanted to see out of somebody on this team, given the the last real RMR run they had was with Loba, who was that direction, I think. So yeah, it was about who takes that responsibility, because it felt like they needed a voice like that on the team. And KD is there to deliver. Nice kill from Doc as well to cancel the save of Amelia. And just like that, we have a Twisted Minds hot on the heels of Lynn Vision. Money is not in a great place for the Chinese squad.
Look, at the end of the day, 7 rounds is nice on the CT side, but not when you've started off as hot as they did. Was a 7-1 now to a 7-4. Could end up being a 7-5. G doesn't have the AWP over here either. You're a little bit low on utility as far as the incendiaries are concerned.
I thought they were going to be a little bit more monetarily crippled than they actually are, but I want to see them do something with it. You know, Lynn have actually played very passive setups and let Twisted Minds take a lot of space, and they're now starting to convert some of these rounds.
Deos is really hoping to catch out Amelia at some point, but Amelia's been just so passive. Now comes out that aggression. Doc is waiting for it, only good for 1. There was no flash, no nothing. That was just a double swing out. Could have been a nice double kill as well, but he'll settle for 1. The problem is he was quite close to the bomb, so Matty will have to go back and recover that with the AWP. Might make routing awkward. KD is flashed up in middle. Takes that first peek, is about to be swatted out as he's got a smoke in his hand. Sloppy spray from Starry, but he's more than happy with the outcome.
Yeah, played with a little disregard there, KD, as well. After the flash, you know, sometimes you just piece those things together. but wasn't aware. 3-on-3 to play off of now, but realized still probing in with this AWP, and that canals is really where the bomb is still actually sectioned off, waiting for the rotate, and realize may just spot and confirm numbers here while they're barreling that bomb into the B play instead.
The bomb's going to be planted, and this is where they need to isolate out Realize, but Realize just keeps them occupied. That is an overstep. Matty's got that second off. He's going to get aggressive inside Temple. Do they realize that he's got an op, though? Because if they start to peek forward one by one, this could be a big one. Missing out on the first. They're both together, and Grenade's going to slow them down as they start to peek forward. Matthews missed another one. He needs to start hitting a few of these. The double swings just keep coming. But none of those chances are taken. Yusuf, Lynn Vision practically gifted that fourth.
Yeah, I mean, it really felt like they were... I mean, they had the chances to close that out. It could have been a 5th round there for Twisted Minds, but they had at least a little bit of a recovery. You know, it felt like they were just getting dominated on every single one of the plays that they were going for in the early rounds, and then we start to see the style kind of loosen up, maybe a couple of those risks actually paying off for them. And yeah, Lynn didn't seem like they were always on top of what was happening in those rounds, but that could have certainly been another one for the Twisted Minds.
I'm a little bit upset to see, you know, some of the mechanical failures from Twisted Minds overall. You know, that round you're looking at it, Doc not being able to find like a double kill where it's presented to him. Again, these are difficult things, but that was the hallmark of the Twisted Minds we saw last year.
Yeah.
Mechanical excellence.
You know, we think about what was probably the biggest prospect Mongolian team outside of the Mongols, Eruption.
Back then,
yeah, they lost to the Twisted Minds. And
that was a huge upset.
That was massive.
I mean, KD came out in the interview afterwards talking about how no one expected anything from us. We didn't expect anything from us. But now we might not expect much from them on the CT side. It's a tough side to manage. Amelia holding it down over here as aggression comes in. Realize, however, has had a nice few last rounds.
Oh, a big old splash there for Zacher. So a little indicator here for the Twisted Minds. They also probably relaying that information over. They're starting to peel some of that presence from A back over to B, but they don't want to be loud about that. Might be a small timing window for Lynn to hit if they want to hit a weaker site.
KD needs to start hitting some shots. He's trying to get aggressive, just darting around the corners. Doc's been given the space to play off of it, but only good for the one. Matty now inside the side, taking KD's position, and now he's also taking his grave right there with him. Tombstones together. It's quite nice, actually, when you think about it. Not so nice in the overall result, so it is for Westmelon. Forced to go back into a 1v2 as he is rerouting to potentially threaten the A hit. Has to be quite slow about it, and honestly feels like mid is the intended destination of attack through. If he drops down, they will hear it.
I mean, he's vanished. They have no idea where he is. They think it could be CT, they could think it could be Temple. You know, the options are open, but around that 20-second mark, he should start accelerating. As soon as he realizes he's not being held towards that A play, that's when he should be running in to get that bomb planted, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to try and utilize this extra time that he's done by running to get himself into a post-plant position, and this will be very difficult, but they do spot him just as he transitions main.
Now listen, they don't have a kit on them, but the flash from Deos is going to be really important. He's gone so deep in, and now on the other side, is that a decoy? Oh my god, he's even trying to use the decoys that are given over to him. Westmelon's gone all the way far away, and if there was ever any questions about him being chill in a clutch, this should be it. Deos taken down, Westmelon setting up for 4, there's no kid on Realize, and there's nothing more that he can do here. Shot found, but round will not be. Westmelon is a machine. An absolute machine.
I mean, that's he played that so well. You actually couldn't have picked a better way to position yourself. He decided to win instead of just killing them, he won by out-positioning them. You know, he understood his timing and he hit it, even though they knew where he was coming from. As soon as he heard steps running after him, he's just like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna mosey my way up to Rugs. I'm gonna chill out for a second. And his that shot on Dales just sealed it. I mean, that's massive from the in-game leader of Lynn.
And I mean, I don't want the viewers to think that, oh, Michael said he's going to start running at 20 seconds. He did start running. That must be obvious. No, no. We see the map. He doesn't. He doesn't know where everyone else is.
I have full information.
Right?
He's just piecing it together.
Realize he can hit this first scout shot. That completely opens up mid. Lynn have gone for a 2-1-2. Starry's going to be very important, and well, there's a reason why he's given those positions, especially on this map.
Realize.
I was actually wondering how long it's going to take you to say that. Like, there's no shot he doesn't say it at least once in this first game. I was like, guarantee that internally.
Well, this could be a relatively fast Deos Counter-Strike for us. We've had very one-sided games. And if Lynn continue to close out against these pistols, then we could be in for another one. This was always the danger of going to Anubis. But they weren't expecting Starry to go like 15-4 or whatever he started this game with.
Well, he's continuing. Nade out, KD does get some damage, but Amelia around the corner with his own Mac 10 is more than happy to shut down. 10-4, Lynn Vision. Looking like they're ready to go back. They're ready to go over to the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think it's so important for these younger guys as well to show that they've got energy with each other on an event like this. They're obviously taking these rounds just as seriously as any other team. They understand that Twisted Minds have that honestly FPL experience and playing against other top level players and maybe a bit more of an unstructured environment, but they know that these guys will shoot back, and they're playing a lot of situations like any other game. There's no disrespect here from Lynn.
Going up against predominantly Deagles now on Twisted Minds, there is a world where these connect. There aren't any players to throw flashes and realize that's a beautiful first shot, nothing to follow up with. KD has got an aggressive into A main in the meanwhile, but that Rug's position is being, well, held down by Amelia. Will they check this around the corner? Well, they will, but they meet certain death with a 5-7. KD wants to continue fighting. Deos has been given some space as well, but can't find the kill, and with that, G collects. Deos not delivering on a crucial frag might be the difference between a chance in this round or not. The smoke is actually giving a fair bit of space, but it's been re-smoked out, and Matty can't find anything. Bomb is tapped, not committed on. Zacker's low, he knows it as well. Doesn't want to show it off, and Doc taken down. Zacker's the only one left. Matty brings it all together, and the Deagles of the Middle East have always been deadly.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell how awkward that felt for Lynn Vision as soon as they realized that they had to re-clear towards A main, and that first kill came out from KD, that suddenly there were so many Twisted Mind players that sort of slipped their way into this A defense, and they had to stop and freeze and just hope that players made a mistake. They tried to tap that bomb out and force them into fights. And those fights came, but unfortunately it didn't fall the way of Lynn Vision. So that's a massive boost for Twisted Minds that could open up the possibility of a comeback path for them.
Setting up for a fast play out towards A. Molotov nade's gonna meet them as well. They're trying to move out into another Molotov. Realizes missing shot, so is KD. I can't believe they just walked through 2 Molotovs, a smoke, and a grenade. And they don't lose a single player.
Yeah, they took a lot of damage. They took a player's worth of damage, that's for sure. But so long as that player is still kicking around, 1 HP is all you need sometimes. Twisted Minds are probably going to commit to this, though. They're already so far in the hole, they got to dig themselves out.
And going out deep, G's taken down by it. Doc's being set up for a quick triple. Will be able to collect on it. Matty as well, covering him off. The Molotov out to the bomb will not matter. They've got smokes aplenty. And while Amelia is out of this round, he might just run away. Doesn't really care about keeping on to that Tech 9, I guess. He just want to do a bit more damage, take one more rifle out of the CTs, and it isn't terrible.
Well, Lynn might have broken into the bomb site without losing a player, but coming back in, Twisted Minds also don't drop a soul. Nobody can hold that A bomb site, it seems.
Really nicely done from Doc on the triple overall, right? I mean, you look at this. Made for the first one, and everyone's so scared as well. No one's ready to swing at him, so he's just getting a pre-fire map effectively.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 players that he fights at the start of this are all the low players that ran through all the utilities, so
Like, he got 3 kills and his ADR average went down.
Which is such a different way that some of the players would play in Europe. You know, when you're on low health, a lot of times those people are actually the risk takers. You know, they're hunting for information, or they're going for like a crazy 1 in every 15 rounds play. But this is not 1 in every 15 rounds with Starry. Just gunning that first player down, just immediately running through camera. The flash is good, but Westmelon also caught by it. KD's in a really tough spot here, gonna get crunched in from all sides if he's not too careful, and yeah, just caught looking the wrong way. Westmelon, perfect timing. Once again, breaking A and finding both kills without a trade.
They have a lot more HP this time and a lot worse positions on the Twisted Mind side. Deos collects on 1. Can it be more? No. The double swing out needs to be intercepted by Matty. The Deagle tries to get aggressive, but he was already without teammates. So 11 found for Lynn Vision despite the stumble.
Yeah, I think they quickly learned their lesson the last time they were in a 5 versus 3. They're like, why didn't we actually fight into them and cut the rotates before things got a little bit hairy? And they immediately do that here because they knew that KD had no reinforcements. They played towards heaven and then they're just ready to scrap. So a little learning on the fly perhaps here for Lynn Vision. Not everyone can be perfect.
Force fight from Twisted Minds, and again, it is Starry to lead the charge right down middle. A different look than what I'm used to, but I have to say these past few rounds, it feels like he just cannot do any wrong. The hottest hand in the east right now, and Deos comes through to shut down one of the hands next to him. Westmelon taken down.
To be honest, I think Realize might need a transfer. He's getting bullied by Starry at the moment. Finding Westmelon is a nice head to find, but he's also the kind of the central nervous system, and now he's got some weird cerebro. I can see through every POV angle to look through.
Oh yes, his death was all according to plan.
Yeah, that's what we say for rolling game leaders. You know? All they really wanted to do was get into the Go TV. Or I guess Source TV these days. Gone kind of back.
Source 2 TV doesn't really have the same ring to it.
It's a lot of syllables.
They also is trying to ring some of these bells over here on the other side of it. Starry's gone ding, and maybe Zacker's gonna go dong. There you go. Lynn Vision will ditch out their chances in this round, and look, the one thing that we will probably talk a lot about across this tournament is anti-force spies, and although Asian teams have a lot of stereotypes that I don't think are true, that one's still there.
I think there's quite a few European teams that also struggle with it, so, you know, I don't think it's only a regional problem. I think it's just a...
People are just generally bad at Counter-Strike.
I think just sometimes, you know, you worry so much about the gun rounds, and then all of a sudden there's a Tech 9 in your face, you know?
Counter-terrorists win.
Everybody's got a plan until they're hit in the mouth.
I think the plan for Lynn Vision might be just to buy up again. And again, and again.
Well, I do agree they probably will buy, but yeah, life is a little bit turbulent here on the T side here for Lynn Vision, which I actually think is their better side, all in all. But they can be a little bit stagnant, a little stoic in the way that they play it, and you know they're a good punishment team on this T side. I love this though.
My God. They know exactly what's going on. Remember, G's revealed his position completely, but Matty's the one who's actually fallen out towards the B side. The lack of his smoke opens things up for Westmelon to take advantage of all of the attention that G's taken away with that run boost and the scope down under.
Yeah, people like copying that. I think it's a device play. It's a little terrifying to deal with, but if you hear that splash in the water, it's time to give up the angle and not give him the fight he's looking for.
And that's what they're trying to do, but in that repositioning, that's where Westmelon then strikes, so...
It's not only one dimension. Well, they're now regrouping themselves here on the Lynn side, trying to use that man advantage to full effect. But they're also having to wait things out, and Doc finds a very patient Westmelon still posted B.
Yeah, welcome back to 2022 Westmelon, in fact.
Well, they made a splash, so they should know what's coming.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. They flashed it, realize it's gone. Oh my God, immediately even got team flash over there. Looked like he might have been white, but still swings out, pre-fire, realize gone.
Yeah, Realize is not having a good time. Been getting destroyed so far on the CT side, but Lynn, even though they got that kill, actually weren't satisfied with just going into the A bomb site. It's because Westbound has crept himself out, got a smoke deployed, and he's called the all clear. In fact, G just holding things down, and Deos cannot creep through this smoke. He has been caught by Starry a bunch of times doing that. This time it's Westmelon to finish.
I guarantee that Katie is just getting tilted, the G sitting there and still watching for the push shot from aiming.
It's like, how on earth is he still there?
Why doesn't he just go to the rest of his team?
This is the thing, you know, this is what I was kind of trying to highlight before, is that Lynn are actually a very good punishment team because they will sometimes just play to a pace that you're just, one, totally unfamiliar with. Like, they started this round off extremely fast, hunting for a pick, and then they just pump the brakes for an additional minute 20.
Yeah. That's a pathway for them to maybe go take pizza.
They could get into Ivy if they want to. It's very odd.
Oh, Deos is gone, but Dr. Strayed, that's the advantage of being able to trace out through the smoke. Thing is, Doc would actually like to maybe even have a smoke himself off, something like it, so Katie's got more space. I think Zacher has heard them, though. He's got the audible coming over. Does he know there's two is the question? No, he doesn't. Realize couldn't find a timing. Zacher, as he comes around the corner, Realize free-boys him. Zacher just gets free! How are you letting go of that bag?
I don't even know how Zacher's just absolutely destroyed everybody on those fights. He was so rapid on each of those headshots. Even if you come out pre-firing, he's just better. Lynn, a very confident-looking squad. They gave them a lot of respect. You know, there are a lot of rounds that felt like Twisted Minds maybe could have pulled through in. This 1-on-4 here for Matty would have to be certainly something special. But no kit, a fresh smoke, only a deagle. It does feel like this is where our map will conclude. Lynn Vision with a very confident Anubis. This was treacherous waters to enter if you were the Twisted Minds, but Lynn Vision are one of the top for a reason.
They do show weakness, absolutely, right? There's a couple of anti-force spies they're losing and everything, but where they've shown strength is what's more promising, right? Starry's come alive, Starry's being incredibly relevant. G's also looking quite good as well. Sure, a couple of small misses, but I don't think that's a big deal. This is a promising Lynn Vision going forward in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, a good-looking Lynn Vision, but who's to say how much that can sort of continues the rest of this tournament on? I'm actually interested to hear what our desk and analysts have to say about what's going to go on in Lynn Vision's future, perhaps.
I think that they don't want to talk to you, though.
Oh.
That's the thing, yeah. Like, I feel like they're a little bit offended by
a little rude,
yeah,
to be honest.
Right? Like you talk so much in the pregame, that's their job. Michael, please stop. Just stop, Michael. Stop,
Yeah.
okay? But what they did manage to stop pretty effectively was that Twisted Minds, you know, they never got 2 rounds in a row. They stopped any momentum from being developed, and I think that was very commendable from Lynn overall. They're not shaken by the force spies, and maybe that's because they're used to losing the force spies a little bit.
It does happen quite a bit in the domestic scene.
Oh, this is just like home. But yeah, no. So Lynn, do go forward again, a lot closer than you'd expect. Maybe if you are just a fan of the Asian scene and thinking, oh, Twisted Minds is the 4th best team from the Middle East. They made it through because a couple of teams had these issues. But no, strong Lynn going forward. They might end up facing a potential TYLOO. There's a lot to take forward from this, but is TYLOO even going to make it there? You know, JiJieHao on the other side. This is a tricky bracket, and I believe that the panel might now want to talk to us.
Don't be silly, boys. We always want to talk to you, so the sooner you can send it over to us, the better. But there we have it. Lynn Vision reigns supreme, 13-7. It did start to look a little bit like maybe Twisted Minds might have had a chance in this.
No, never a doubt for me. Okay, listen. I know there's the entire cliche of like how some games can be messy, especially when it comes to Asian Counter-Strike. That was a messy game, I won't lie. I know Lynn Vision, they won convincingly in the end. First half, especially when it's 7-1 up on the CT side of Anubis, you're feeling mighty comfortable. And from Twisted Minds, I have to be honest here, didn't really see much. Some of the individuals shown, like someone like Doc, as you pointed out earlier, Mac and Deos, they were hitting some pretty nice shots here and there.
Yeah.
But That's it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the utility of this game. It felt like, I don't know if Lynn Vision are hiding stuff. They barely had to do much on the T side in terms of that utility.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds weren't bringing in anything creative. It was just all about that pack gameplay, just trying to trade things out and hoping that their mechanics are going to carry them across the line, which it didn't today because Lynn Vision were looking that little bit better.
I don't even think they were going for a pack mentality. A number of times they're just isolated by themselves, and this is the worry I had for the side of Twisted Minds, right? You know, he's starting on the T side. We saw the pistol round from them, just 5-man running down mid earlier on, which is fair enough. You know, when you have just going to rely on numbers and hoping to trade things out. But apart from that, I felt like there were too many individual deals being taken, no real util support coming in, no real trade game, and especially when you have Starry just waking up ready to kick ass, going what to like I think 26 kills at the end, and of course all the opening deals as well. I think it was like some 14 to 6 or something going the way of Lynn Vision. Yeah, they didn't really have to do much, Jazz.
You know, I was trying to be a little bit nicer towards the side of Twisted Minds.
Why?
Because, okay, there was that one round that took us all by surprise, no? Blair was screaming in the green room. He's like, surely they save, surely they save, surely they save. And yet they made it work.
Yeah, so Lynn Vision fucked it up. Like they did. It's a 5v3, and then as I think it was Tea Time where Yumi pointed out, like, you know, you have two players that are kind of low right there. Go for info play. There was no one facing, allowing initial contact to be made by Twisted Minds, because a couple of the players were kind of low. Nate sailed in. It was a 3v3. Great job on that, but they should have actually saved. This is a round which you want to highlight why Twisted Minds lost, right? So it's like a 3v3 over here. And they're just facing one by one. By the way, Bomb's planted at B, right? And he re-peeks. It's a 2v2. He re-peeks. He could gone towards water. He can help your teammate out. And then you have Mattis with the op over here. And Lynn Vision, they're not stopping. They're just running at him. Misses all of his shots right there. And this is just fundamental Counter-Strike. You know, it's a 2 versus 2. You know both the two CTs are the A-bombs. And you Bomb's planted at B, buddy. You're at A main. Why are you fighting? Mac, why was he fighting?
I think he just wanted to keep them there. You know, buy time for the B-side play. It was just whatever, man. I feel like Lynn Vision needed to forget about him, go for the early rotation. Either way, it worked out for them. They had a 2v1 on A, then they had that 2v1 retake on B, so just, it is what it is.
It is what it is. And for Lynn Vision, look, looking at the bright side of things, they're warmed up, right? I think like Zachar was looking really good as well. Not someone we necessarily look to be the heavy frag. You're looking at someone like Starry. G was hitting some nice shots too at the same time. So yeah, for Lynn Vision, they get the job done. A little messy from Twisted Minds, but Lynn Vision punished them for it.
Well, you know what? Now that everybody is hopefully woken up a little bit, let's go ahead and revisit our bracket so that we can show the folks at home how things have been shaping up and what they can still expect to come here today as well. We're going to be having the Mongols and Greyhound showdown. How do you feel about that?
I think it's going to be an interesting one. I'm more interested in where that map pool's going, because that'll definitely set the tone. If it does end up going back to Ancient, there's a chance that we might finally get to see a team play a T-side, so that'll be something to look forward to. But of course, I'm still very excited about what TYLOO and JiJieHao is going to look like, because look, I'm hoping that we get more out of JiJieHao than what we got out of Twisted Minds here, and you know that TYLOO can definitely win that matchup, but it's an interesting affair. And then of course down in the lower bracket, Mag and ATOX, I feel like both of them had very slow starts in their games, so they haven't really had a chance to show us too much, but we won't see them till tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, I feel the Mongols Greyhound matchup could be a prelude to what could potentially be, you know, the final game where to decide who's going to go through. That should be exciting. Yes, I think Ancient from those two teams would be really cool. For ATOX versus Mag, I gotta be real. ATOX, yeah, they were a little slow to start initially to start things off, but those rounds are very, very close indeed against Greyhound, so I have to give the edge to ATOX there.
Yeah. Well, do we think our next matchup is going to be a close one as well? It's going to be the TYLOO and JiJieHao.
I hope so. I hope it's as close as this game. I feel like TYLOO are definitely coming in as the favorites.
Okay.
But the interesting storyline there, I'm probably going to save for the other side of the break.
Okay. Well, how about you? Are you going to give me any snippet of info heading into this one, a bit of context before we throw the viewers to a break?
I mean, TYLOO are obviously favorites, but yeah, there's some very interesting storylines right there. Almond coming into this team, you know, something I do want to touch upon as well. And of course, Issa, you know, 2 years in the wilderness with Valorant or whatever. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Yeah, he's back, so that's pretty cool, you know, to see Issa back in the server.
He's back, baby, and we've certainly got some interesting storylines to come very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon.
Have we got a gag here for tea time?
Space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's out away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back once again, everybody, to the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. My name's Jasmine, and yet again, I'm joined alongside some experts in the field. I got Blair, I got Mac, we've got the good vibes going. We had dominant games so far, boys, but TYLOO and JiJieHao. Mac, mate, talk to me. Have these teams ever played against each other before?
They have a while ago. Obviously, JiJieHao had a slightly different looking team, but look, Davcost is still there, and that was a couple of RMRs ago, and they actually knocked TYLOO, which was Rare Atom at the time, out in last place in that 4-team RMR. So, a bit of a different scene here today. You know, JiJieHao is bringing in a couple of big names who have a lot of experience. You know, Issa, he sort of disappeared for a couple of years before rejoining this roster, and they made it through the RMR, they've made it here, and I'm keen to see exactly what they're capable of. Last time we got to see Mini playing at the RMR, he was there with Davcost as well. I believe they were either JiJieHao or IG at the time, but they had some solid showing. They looked pretty strong. It was just, again, it felt like it wasn't their series. I actually spoke to them at that time. They had, it was like a special time in their religion as well, so they had to stay up late. They weren't able to eat until super late at night, and it was just a pretty odd experience for them, you know, having to come on like minimal sleep and play their games. So hopefully it's a better time for them to be playing at the moment. So that going up against the likes of TYLOO though, it's hard to say that they're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with them, because TYLOO have done so much. It just depends on how they're going to operate with Ormond back in the mix.
Well, taking a look at TYLOO, they've recently been finding their successes versus teams like ATOX, but then struggling versus teams like Lynn Vision. How does that kind of prop them up to face off a team like JiJieHao?
I mean, TYLOO are a top 3 team in Asia right now. I think there's no doubt about that, right? They seem to always consistently have the Mongols' number. They seem to always be taken down for some reason or the other, and then they in turn fall to Lynn Vision as this weird, you know, 3-team in a cycle, so to speak, that's happening. I wouldn't say call it love triangle, but yeah, for me, TYLOO right now is a question mark, primarily because I've always looked at a core of Jamyoung, Mercury, and MongolZ when he was there in this lineup. And I'm like, this is a intensely strong, probably the 3 strongest core of riflers in Asia, in all honesty. And then you have Kaze, who is, you know, he's a bit past his prime, if you ask me, but still a very capable opper. And then you have Advent as the IGL, and it's always been this meme of like, it's a 4v5 for TYLOO every single time, because Advent can't really frag. He'll have like a 130 bomb every, I don't know, like 8 months or something, and then you have Elfish Guy just, you know, creaming his pants, being like, hell yeah, Advent is back. But we're kind of expecting, you know, maybe someone else coming into this team, and then maybe Jamyoung being the IGL or something, right? Instead, they pick up Almond, or AU Man is supposedly called, which I didn't know about till now.
Which he said, yeah.
That's what she said, but it's going to be Almond now. But here's my question, right? This is a guy that the core of this team have played with multiple times in the past, over the past 5-6 years. I know he knows Advent and his team intimately well, but what new is he bringing to the team? At least based on recent results, he's fragging out pretty well. Good for him. But I don't know if that's going to be sustainable if they're looking to contend, to make deep runs at big events when they make it there, right? So some question marks here, but the core, at least of Jamyoung and Mercury and even Kaze, still too much, if you ask me, for JiJieHao.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at, AWPers today, because it feels like every AWPer that has had a solid prime in the past but hasn't been performing since CS2's come out has seemed to be popping off for the most part today. And I'm expecting Kaze to do the same thing. I haven't seen Elian play for a while, but I'm sure that he is going to be having a field day if TYLOO don't have their sticks in order.
Well, veto-wise, how are we feeling about this one, boys? It's going to be Nuke.
Ooh. Change of scenery. I like it.
TYLOO's going to be very happy about that. That's a map that they really, really like to play. Even the win rate over in Asia is very comfortable. I don't know much about this. These the Middle Eastern teams and all coming in and allowing their opponents to play their best map. We saw that on Anubis as well, with Twisted Minds allowing Lynn Vision to play it and just getting dismantled on it. But hopefully, I feel JiJieHao just have better players overall, more experienced players, so should be at least a little bit more competitive. I like the fact you touched upon our man Davcost. The guy's been around the block for a while, because I remember him playing even with Markelov, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2015. He's been around the block for quite a while. He's been playing at a high level as well. So, yeah, this could be a little bit more competitive, Jazz.
Well, I'm super excited for yet another showdown. This time around, though, we've got the cool kids around the block, and that is Lucy and V-Dog.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Cool kids. Yeah, we'll take it. I don't know what that makes Yumi and Tea Time, but hey, you know what? We're happy to be here. So excited to be kicking off the first game for us here at the PGL CS2 Asia RMR. And a pretty exciting one, Brandon. I don't know about you. I kind of peg JiJieHao as my dark horse for this event.
Yeah, look, you can certainly see that. I think what's really interesting is the way that Blair addressed TYLOO on the desk. The fact that it is kind of this rock, paper, scissors in the region when it comes to TYLOO, Lynn Vision. It's really just, for me, the fact that you've got these core riflers, but then you've got this experience that JiJieHao brings. I think that's the element of what makes it that dark horse. And also, this map veto is really interesting as well. The last time I watched TYLOO quite actively on Nuke was when they were on the stage for the CAC championships, and it always felt like they had the idea of what they wanted to do on Nuke. They always brought it back. They were in the lead for quite some time, and then they just threw the games away. It always felt like they were in control right up until the moment they could try and close the game, and then it really spiraled out of control.
Yeah, they'll be starting on the T side here as well, right? Because they got the decision to throw it towards Nuke. So there's an inherent advantage for the underdogs going into this. But, you know, I look at this team. There's a lot of major experience on the JiJieHao side, right? Just amongst all those players, Davkos back in the Spirit days, Elian with Entropic, right? Yeah. I think he's the talking point that makes me think this team is the dark horse. I think Elian is maybe the best AWPer that we have probably in this entire event.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And also, Elian's rifling, even in CSGO, was really good. And for me, in CS2, now you have to be, if you're an AWPer, a lot more meticulous and careful with the rifles. You've got to be quite prolific in both of these weapons. You've got to really wield the AEK effectively and then make the most of the opportunities when you've got that AWP, when you've got that sniper in play. And for me as well, we talk about the experience. We're not even mentioning Izza, right? Yes. OG's own, played a lot of tier 1 experience, and also, what were OG really good on back in the day with Izza in the lineup? Nuke.
All right, well, we'll get to see it as JiJieHao will be starting on that CT side, as mentioned. Lovely utility for Davkos and for TYLOO. See a P250 in the mix, flashbang, and outside the play for 4 players. So Elian going to be getting some open doors with the USP. That long-range engagement. Flashbang goes over the top, not quite finding his mark, running out of bullets and running out of life as Jamyoung strikes first.
Yeah, a lot of overcommitment there, but you've got Mini down the vents as well. Davkos is spotting out from top heaven, and TYLOO, they completely redirect things. They've got the rotations away, and now they've got the bomb site for free.
Yep, Bump can just come back up the vents, and that's easy as you like it. Difficult retake too, no kit, and a 3-on-4. Evan's going to plant for main. CT's coming through heaven. HE over the top. Really going to do too much. 2 HP. Not worth the investment in my books. Now they're just waiting for the moment to strike, seeing if anyone overextends, but clock ticking. Gonna have to get this one underway shortly. Vital's looking for a fight, but Mercury underneath. Okay, Davkos does strike from above. Great swing. Oh my god. In a couple of seconds, Vital finds 2 and the round's done.
And I'll be honest, you take a look at the feedback and you take a look at the way that round sets up, and I was going to say, I'm actually really impressed with TYLOO because it's always been the afterplants they've really been struggling with, and then all of a sudden, everyone over-peaks at once. You mentioned the utility usage, not quite proficient, and as a result, JiJieHao can just trade immediately, and there's no resistance. Look at these kills and the highlights. There's not a single person that shines up in this TYLOO feed as soon as JiJieHao swing heaven.
It's crazy that Vital's able to get both of these players from above. The timing on the double swing there, so you're having to select which target to fight from above is so difficult for Mercury in the site. So yeah, TYLOO won't be feeling great about that one, but they will force into it, and as we know, the second round is really the most important round in CS2. T's win this one, they'll be probably just as happy as if they'd won the pistol.
Yeah, Mini up close, just behind the incendiary. Gonna drop a smoke, not wanting to kind of invite pressure over towards ramp, hoping that they go elsewhere, because he's a little bit isolated at the moment. The heaven rotates a little bit far. See that Elian is just scouting outside, and this time you've got Izza with the rifle leading up towards back garage.
Glad Mini plays ramp and not Mini, because that would just be a real fumble to try and get around. One's Mini. No, that's actually Mini. Advent setting up smoke.
All right, so these are the diags. This is quite cool round from TYLOO. The fact that they've just settled back, they've drained utility already out of JiJieHao. The aggressive utility in towards ramp means that now TYLOO can go for this outside play, and they know that ramp's going to be more vulnerable.
Now Mini will need to step up. 3 players on the other side. They're just going for contact. That's all they can really do here. Some of the timing. Go for a little jiggle. Oh, the contact from the scout is perfect. Mini's able to swing. Elian with the tag and a follow-up kill. Kaze did find one back, But the damage has been done. They're starting to bleed, and Elian is continuing his reign of dominance with this scout. No chance to do anything with that collected Galil. And it's Orman, the new kid, but an old face. 1v3 on his hands, and Elian doesn't allow anything. The scout doing wonders for them.
I'll be honest, really disappointing round from TYLOO, because they do play it perfectly right up until the point they've got to go in towards ramp. Look at what they've done. They've drained the utility. The reason why they've dropped these diagonal smokes, then dropped the flashes over the top, is to try and get these rotations away from that side of the map. But there's not a single player there that can be applying pressure, not even given any audio cues. And when they go in towards ramp, it's pure contact. There's no utility. It gets thrown way too late. And JiJieHao, and especially Elian, can just have a field day.
You're onto a deagle and pistols. Orman, see what he can do. The little hand cannon is up. Tossed outside now. Plenty of support for him. All these A1Ss can absolutely devastate these pistols. Orman's begging for a fight. He's walking all the way out, looking for something. Elian's going to give it to him. And this round going to go about as you expected. So it's going to be a 3-0 start, Brandon, which is a fantastic situation to find yourself when you are the underdog as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, CT side nuke, you're always going to be feeling like you've got an inherent advantage, but it's another thing just having that mentally and then actually delivering on your promise. So really good start for JiJieHao, especially because these rounds are incredibly comfy. You take a look, they're not really struggling against the ecos. The bomb plant has only come down in this pistol round. Sure, you're going to get the investment out, an interesting decision. Are we going to see this AWP out of TYLOO? Or are they going to remain on the rifles? They're going to be a little bit more proactive, because in the early round, they've been very hesitant. They've been setting back a lot. They're trying to wait for this utility, but they're just walking into crossfires.
Yeah, we saw them set up the diagonal smokes in that first, second round. And I wonder maybe they'll continue to apply some pressure outside, just not allow JiJieHao just to be able to feel so comfortable. Because at the moment, they're not feeling any pressure.
What's really interesting, though, is the fact that JiJieHao, they haven't countered it at all. They've not gone close reds. They've not started a player down secret. So it'd be interesting to see whether they just adjust to that in the next couple of rounds, because if they do and they just get the jump on TYLOO, then that is just completely nullified.
A lot of early utility onto A, but Davkos has slipped on through into a really powerful position. You can see why. Orman just walked straight into his crosshair. That's an easy free kill. There's no support. He was just sent in solo to try and take the site. That was actually burned Davkos out, so I guess he gets a trade. When he finds Advent Kaze with a kill in Elian's AWP. Gets to chime in. An advantage for JiJieHao. The bomb has made its way down ramp, and Mercury managed to cross outside in the meantime. So they can group up, and Issa might be in for a bit of a nasty surprise.
Yeah, he's got to wait here, Kaze. He's got to just keep dropping this utility, and Mercury has to be the player that backstabs first, but Issa gets the jump on the window. Mercury, sure, you're going to be maybe getting the jump on Issa, but now you have to grab the bomb. Now Vital and Elian know exactly where you are. This is a really difficult clutch.
Not impossible, although Elian is quite forward on the angle. Mercury wants to try and fight his way up. He might be able to catch Elian here. He can sneak under the crosshair. No, Elian, wise to his tricks. Gets JiJieHao their fourth.
I think this round in particular really highlights the difference in communication that we're getting out of JiJieHao compared to TYLOO. Because immediately, we're already talking about the fact that the secret player should be taking the contact first, and that doesn't happen. Here, in the mid-round, Elian retreats all the way back because he's got that communication from Mini. Don't push, I'm already down secret, I'm near the double doors, he's not here, could be closing in on you. And if you isolate the AWP in the close range engagement, suddenly these things get a little bit more tricky. But TYLOO, it just really feels like they're struggling right now. It feels like they're not awake. Something needs to change. Something's got to give. It might not come in the Tech 9 round, but a bomb plant would be a great start.
Well, Molotov's come through, but Vital's still got his to deploy if they do hit in. Gonna come down, he can drop onto the site. They run through the flames and do find the kill. So finally, some space being found. Great HE, and Elian's spam almost finds the mark. Davkos will eventually get that kill, even a second before he's mowed down by that Tech 9. So 3 versus 3, and all CTs are in heaven. That smoke's giving them space. Really cool smoke, actually. They're able to fight around it, and Jam Young manages to get down. Orman with the bomb.
Yeah, not too bad. Off plants now can take shape, but again, it's really difficult to hold on to. Primary objective secured here for TYLOO. If they can find any more damage, that will be a bonus, but Elian just taking these long-range gunfights with the sniper. It's a David versus Goliath situation, and now for Jam Young, a player that's so often called upon here in TYLOO. This one seems inevitable for JiJieHao, but a much better pacing of round here for this T side.
And a bomb plant at the very least. So, oh, okay, hold up. Don't want it to get too costly. Oh, hold the second. JiJieHao making something of this. The PT-50 collects into an AWP.
Oh no.
And now he's in a 1v1. The time's not there. He's actually managed to do it. There's no kit, no time.
Unbelievable.
A 1v3 to get TYLOO there first.
And that is all mistakes off of JiJieHao. We're literally saying, Jamyang, it's inevitable. I thought it was for JiJieHao, but no, instead, it all comes off the back of them making the mistakes. And they take a timeout off the back of it immediately, JiJieHao. And look, it's all well and good having experience on individuals, but it's a completely different beast when you come to LAN, you come in a team environment, and you don't have those reps.
Yeah, why is Elian the one that's clearing into control, right? He's got the AWP, he's got his pistol out, so, you know, the fact that it's a PT-50 on JiJieHao doesn't really matter.
Why can't they just defuse as well? Like, it felt like we were trying to defuse the bomb like 3-4 times.
It's not even planted for him.
Exactly, you're completely not exposed it whatsoever. Lost for words, and you can imagine that the sentiment is exactly the same here for JiJieHao. Still money, just about. Guess it goes down to a FAMAS. Elian still resides with the AWP. It's been interesting watching as well that the fact that Elian's being set up for a lot of these plays, a lot of the call-in really dictates around where Elian starts and where he wants to go on the map. Where does it best feel placed to get an entry against TYLOO?
Lifeline for TYLOO extended, because if they can pick this one up, JiJieHao's economy will be in the gutter. But I like this aggress, bit of a change-up. Is that taking space? Hearing players on top of T-Roof as well. Managed to gain lobby control, but Orman, he's aware of something's going on, and he gets the information. A lot of players have pushed lobby, and he's penned in. He's so low HP, but the fact that he's staying alive is doing everything. Though JiJieHao does fall to Davcost. That was elsewhere. Orman somehow still here, but not for long. Davcost finds another.
Yeah, that's really interesting for TYLOO again. It's just JiJieHao really overextending. It feels very individual in nature. He wanted to bail Orman out, wanted to make the most of the information. TYLOO still made it down in towards Secret here, but Izz's already rotated. You've got double ramp lean about to come forward. A 5-on-3, this feels difficult.
Great setup. Oh, and great spray from Mini. Makes quick work of them. Kaze, what can you do? That was the bomb going out as well, so not even an opportunity to try and sneak up vent. I think it's just saving the AK at this point. That's all you can really manage to do, which really sucks because you knew how important this round was. You've been given that lifeline.
And now you're effectively reset. No bomb plant. For JiJieHao, 5 alive in a round in which a FAMAS was brought forward to the table. There was a P250. Sure, you had a couple of upgraded rifles around it, but it felt very hit and miss. It felt like it could have gone either way, and yet they survive, and they do it so in emphatic fashion.
You leave with 3 AKs, you're feeling really good after that. And it was also just a really great call, right? As mentioning, just going for the lobby crunch, the change up on that CT side after they've been playing fairly defaulty so far. It was really cool to see them bring that in just after they lose a round.
Yeah, it's also interesting the way that they could have taken that aggression in multiple different avenues. We noticed in the second round that Mini's been putting the pressure over towards ramp early with utility. So again, that plays into the conditioning. Are TYLOO necessarily going to expect that? With TYLOO throwing the diagonal smokes in the middle of the round, could JiJieHao be aggressive outside? Well, no, because of the weaponry they've brought forward, it makes the most sense to go for this lobby crunch. That's the decision-making behind it. And TYLOO were just not ready for it. Orman, sure, whilst he's alive for so long, TYLOO didn't make the most of it. If they just ran down Secret as a unit, they would have hit that timing window. Instead, with JiJieHao committing in towards main, potentially going to bail out his teammate and backstab some of these players, that ultimately costs them.
Get over that 45-degree angle on the monitor there. That's quite the setup. I love getting to see all the different setups. I think someone earlier was also playing on a funky angle. But Davcost, honestly, he's playing a pretty tough position, right? Having to deal with a lot of these hits that are coming through the A side, and it always feels like he's good for 1 or even 2 in a lot of cases. So it's really good to see him stepping up here, because he's not the player when you look at this roster who you're expecting to be putting up the numbers.
No, but that's an important point as well. It needs to be a team effort here for JiJieHao. For sure, you've got the individuals that you will look up to, but if everyone is performing on an even level, if it feels like you are really struggling to go anywhere, there's not a weak point in this lineup, and TYLOO can definitely be struggling. Mini, close ramp, he's in the smoke. They've all walked past him, he's got the information, he sprays down 2 already. Sure, a couple make it past, but Elian, he's already got the follow-up.
You can really see the European flair, I feel, in the way JiJieHao are approaching this game. You can see that what's being brought into this from the experience these players have been playing in the Tier 2, Tier 1 space in Europe for so long. TYLOO feel very lost here. This is the round though. Orb can come out for Kaze, all the AKs, and they need to start getting this T-side going. The only round came for 1v3.
And that was with a P250.
And that was kind of a fumble from JiJieHao.
And that was an individual, well, a collection of individual errors from JiJieHao. It's never really felt like TYLOO have been competitive outside of that pistol round. It's worrying. It really is. And look, sure, it's T-side nuke. You can sit and you can say that all day long. At the end of the day, if you don't give yourself a fundamental base to work off, you've already lost the map. It's a BO1. It's ML12.
Yeah, and you chose to go here. Oh, okay. Jamyang gets the kill. Capcos is fast down, but definitely been hurt. He's going to chase.
I like this. You know that Jamyang is low.
Okay, no, I don't think he is. Flashbang in towards main. Two players set up just to entry, and they're committing to this. The bomb is coming through. Vital has too many angles he has to cover. Can't find the kill. And Tavkost, again, comes up the vent with a double kill. How has he allowed that space? And it's given an opportunity, and one that Elian will happily take. 2 versus 2 after those fantastic clean entries into A. Still good positioning for TYLOO.
Look at Mini. Still in the vent, can come up at a moment's
No
notice.
way.
They're not ready for it. It's a double backstab. I'm just lurking in the shadows of the vent. And now Kaze has to isolate these 2 angles, knows that an Orb's alive. Mini, back turn, head spotted. And down the vent he goes. It's a 1 versus 1, and Elian's on a big rotate.
That's great. Taking the time, finding the kill, knowing that he can drop down vent immediately. Knows he's up against the Orb as well. And Elian hasn't started the rotate. Bomb gets planted, and he's... Yeah, now the penny drops. Not seeing a kit on him, though. So Kaze has all the advantages here. Here's Elian coming on down. Elian tries to bait out the peek through ramp, but Kaze's position is strong, and he wins it out. Another clutch for TYLOO.
Yeah, much better. Although it does come down to a clutch, you got to praise the fundamentals and the way that TYLOO set themselves up to inevitably have success in that round. They just overlooked Vent. That was the big underlying issue in that round. Yeah, sure, twice. But to be fair, the second time, I don't think you can anticipate it. But that's better. TYLOO creating a much more even blanket of pressure in this round. First kill from Jamyang is fantastic. You know you're going to get the vent rotation, the flash in towards main. You've got the players on top silo, ready just to funnel in all of this utility.
I think it does highlight some of those communication issues you mentioned there, right? Because Jamyang had the info that Davcost was down there. They knew that a player was down towards the vent area and could come up at any moment.
I think it's just the case of the pacing. Just don't think you're ready for someone just to be immediately sprinting up towards the top of the ladder. Elian now taking a new angle. This one's a little bit more passive. It's trying to set up Izza. He can take the contact towards top main. It means that Izza can spam in towards Secret if he wants to, or look for the deep garage angle. Instead, TYLOO, they're silent and they cross. And there's no information gained by the CTs.
Yeah, full Secret cross. One player sitting out towards Dark, so they're very committed. No lobby lurk. You can see the immediate response from the CTs. Take that control. So they're very aware now that they've spotted in towards lobby that no one was home. There was no lurk there waiting that was there to catch the vent rotate. So they know exactly what's going on. Even ramp fully cleared. JiJieHao have all the information. You might have crossed for free, but it's cost you in that info.
Look at this. Omen just anticipating that there could be a player at silo.
He heard the jump up, I'm sure.
This is nice as well. Just, ooh, I was gonna say Mini taking the contact and then Vital's up close, but it goes evens. TYLOO can still break out here. 30 seconds. They don't even need to commit towards B. They can go up the Ven.
Double AWP. Keep that in mind as well. If retake comes through, it's unlikely to happen. You got 2 AWPs at ramp. 20 seconds. Okay, they are going to go up.
Yeah.
And there's no one to stop them. Davcost is the closest, and he's in hell. Well handled.
I think you saved this.
Absolutely. 2 AWPs.
You can't do it. I mean, Mini can give it a look in potentially if he wants to. I mean, this is just pure confidence right now coming out of JiJieHao. You already got 6 rounds. You think you can retake everything. But nothing being presented. Much better off pump from TYLOO as well. The fact that they are tucking up, they're enabling these crossfires, and they're not hunting. They know they need to preserve their money. It's been battered, bruised, and broken all throughout this first half so far. There's no need to hunt these players. Sure, you can save your rifles. Ultimately, finally, TYLOO have got another round.
And that one felt quite convincing, despite giving all that information to JiJieHao, you know, not having presence anywhere else. They're able to get the information on the AWP's position. They don't just run into side and get run over by this rotated stack. They're able to thread that needle and find their way back up onto A for free. JiJieHao almost gorged themselves on the information a bit too much, right? They're like, okay, if they're going B, we can bring everyone down. We know that they're not topside, we know that they're not outside, we know that they are down there, so let's bring everyone down there to the party.
And it was also one-dimensional, as you mentioned. It's just the fact that everyone is from ramp, you haven't got a split coming on. Understands taking lobby. Very common reaction to do when you lost that outside, but maybe you could even drop the vents yourself. Set that up with a flash play. TYLOO now just, again, dropping utility towards the top side. Mini going for this early peek in towards ramp. Having a little glance around the incendiary. So what JiJieHao are looking to do right now is just post up these orbs on angles to the point where the rifles can be flexible and they can get set up in positions where TYLOO have to execute into them.
I think Alien's in the vent. Yeah, Ollie's downstairs. He's coming through though, straight onto A. And Davkos again, doing everything. A double kill is eventually taken down, as was Vital. And Alien can't make his way out the vent. Kaze's found Mini. And is about to meet his demise. Ullman walks through the smoke. Alien, you're out of there. No chance in this round.
Yeah, really great round there from TYLOO. And it all comes down to the pacing of that execute. As soon as Davkos gets spotted in towards heaven, there you go, okay, well, we know we need to entry path around the front side of the silo to completely ignore that angle. Almonds get set up by flashbangs as well. And immediately, you dismantle that defense. It looked like a really good setup to start with for the JiJieHao lineup, but it just ultimately crumbled because of this late utility and the adjustment on the fly to get entry path on the bomb side.
Yeah, I just had to wake up. It's an early morning. Everywhere, it feels. Alien saves the AWP at least. There'll be a little bit of investment around it. I expect some 5-7s and such. And well, the conversation earlier was a lot of teams these days struggling against these kind of 5-7 buys. Some would say the 5-7s may be a little bit too strong. See how strong JiJieHao's are.
This was nice as well. Knowing that you've only got that bomb site, so you need to take space beyond it. Just walk in towards main.
Oh no, they've been able to invest. My bad. Looked like there was only about 3.5K on some of them. See, there is an MP9 in the mix and very little utility on one of the players. Yeah, just the smoke, the Dav cost.
It's one of those interesting decisions as well, to invest or not to invest. It's the modern day Shakespeare. It's literally because, look, if you save here, you give TYLOO more momentum and you're looking to potentially end this half 6-6. If you force this, sure, one person relegated down to an MP9, but you still got the AWP in play. You bring it out, you win this, suddenly TYLOO, their economy has never been like completely here throughout this entire time. Sure, they'll have enough to buy in the final round, but you are really applying pressure and you're trying to stomp out any of this momentum before TYLOO go into the favored defense.
Yeah, is it with the M4A4, despite the lack of funds? It's not spotting out anyone. He's actually going to get aggressive. Wasn't able to get involved in the last round. Wants to a bit more of a fight this time. Main drop over the top. That smoke giving a bit of space for Izza, but he can't get the reload off in time. Great scaling. Now Mini has to step in while Heaven is being wrapped.
Yeah, this is now difficult. The adjustment that JiJieHao have been making to outside control is not to fight it. It's instead to send players down the vent early. And TYLOO, they completely adjust. Flashbang in towards Heaven. Jamyang over the top, and surely Mini has to be aware of this, has conveyed the information to Elian, but now he's being split from Advent as well. Caught looking the wrong way. TYLOO, this feels pretty good.
He was just left on an island, and it did not feel good. So many angles he had to be aware of. And Elian, oh, nice peek from Mercury. Barely a chance to fire back. TYLOO gonna get 5, and here's that answer to the question about forcing into that round, is that now you're just gonna be using whatever loss bonus you've got, which, to be fair, at this point is, I think, max, so reasonable investment, but it's not gonna be, you know, the prettiest. There's no AWP gonna be in play.
It's just a really good mid-round decision to do as well from TYLOO. It's the fact that JiJieHao not once have investigated even beyond the red box on this CT side. You're being given so much real estate. You know that they're putting pressure in towards door. They've shown face over towards ramp a couple of times, but outside has always been open. So suddenly you can completely omit the fact that there could be players down secret, starting down the vent. It doesn't matter if you go over the top, and that's exactly what happens. It blindsides the CT side, and now they're left scrambling because you're being split from both main but also heaven. There's too many angles to watch, and ultimately it's these overcomplications that are really benefiting TYLOO.
Great hunt to the end as well. Yeah, there's a good chance we could end up 6-6 considering where we were. This is a great recovery from TYLOO on the T side. See the last 4 rounds going to them. After a dominant start for JiJieHao. It really should have been 7-0. That is not a pretty investment.
Oh, that feels very rough indeed. Nice early utility on towards JiJieHao. But again, it's just this conversation piece of no one's been outside. JiJieHao, sure, he catches a nade. That's fine. I'm already down secret. We know you're going to push in towards lobby. It feels incredibly one-dimensional here.
He's moving with confidence as well, just charging on in. And he is punished for it. Mini swings. But again, it's this double ramp setup. The double scope almost. Costelli in that kill, but Mini is able to step up for 2. Kaze gets 1, spots Mini. 3 versus 3, it's certainly doable. Davkos is loud. Orman gets his kill every day. No! Caught slipping. Davkos trying to bait in the peak with that drop, making noise like he's running to ramp, but no, he was ready for it. Now the advantage is for JiJieHao, but they're not positionally in a great spot. Double ramp, Mercury, the mini ramp, looking for a head. Is the swings on through, and now it's all into Mercury. Low HP, but time in his favor. Just needs to find one more kill and maybe he can do it, but no, Davkos comes on through, so 7-5 will be the half.
They had to group up and take a fight there, TYLOO. They had to either reset, go back towards the vent and hold it together, or they had loads of flashbangs. There was a potential there to go for a ramp play. It just felt like they were suffocated on that bomb site. They were incredibly disjointed. And JiJieHao, they're enabled just to get that retake because it's made easy for them by just compartmentalizing both of these players just into individual gunfights. It's all incredibly solo, and it's all too easy for JiJieHao.
Yeah, 7, you feel like you probably could have got a few more, but honestly, you're pretty happy to take 7 on the CT side, at least if you can pick up this pistol, get the start going strong. TYLOO will be fairly happy with that recovery as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. But also, you take a look at the scoreboard now and you start to think, okay, well, Davkos has been this player that has given JiJieHao these opportunities. We've seen glimpses out of Elian. Now you look towards Izza. Now you look towards Mini. You go, okay, guys, come and carry our T side. Come and step up into the server.
Yeah, Mini was definitely finding impact towards the end of the half. Felt like he started to warm into things. Bunch utility here. Smoke outside. That's drawing the attention they hoped.
This could be a split. Elian could just walk right through this main smoke.
Appears to be the intention, but 2 players are out here, so could get caught by Kaze, and Orman's also aware of the possibility. Rest of the utility goes through. Molotov on towards top hut, but no one was on there. They've cleared the position at the very least. Mercury with the dualies in a powerful position. Here's the flashbang. Davkos communicating exactly what the intention is. And it looks like ramp. A flash to A just to fake it out, but no, they're splitting B.
Yeah, that's nice. Also, Elian, you see the timing of that? He moves over when that flashbang pops. It's all the attention diverted. JiJieHao at the back of the site. They're clearing, but not looking at everything. JiJieHao finds 1 and the second as well. Really good adjustment there for JiJieHao. He finds even a triple. Makes it so much more doable now for TYLOO.
What an overperformance from that position.
Yeah.
And now Izzer is isolated. He's relying on Elian finding something, and in the vents, he might just catch it. Orman walking through. No, Kaze on the flank.
And now this is difficult for Izza. You got 30 seconds left. Look, sure, you can reset, but you have no idea where any of these players are. Only confirmed info on one of them. You understand they probably are grouping together. It will be Kaze. That'll be the first step up to the plate. 20 seconds. Izza needs to clear every single angle. It starts to get increasingly difficult. 1 headshot, but the trades are there. It's safety in numbers for TYLOO, but JiJieHao with the triple header.
Yeah, that's insane. What a triple. 2 massive performances on the B side for him.
Both with pistols.
Both with pistols. I don't think he should have reasonably got the second kill, and then the third is even more ridiculous. That was his last bullet, I think.
That's a sucker punch. Because the way that JiJieHao set themselves up there, it was all meticulous. It was by design. You see Davcost is communicating really effectively about how they want to go about that. They got the space. They just got shut down.
No bomb plant means no investment, which means TYLOO got to even things up early. So they've gone for a buy that reflects their confidence into this round. 2 M4s without any utility, and Kaze just with the dual Berettas. So not uncommon to see an AWPer do this when you know you're up against just the Glocks.
For this D side, again, all you want here is a bomb plant. That is the #1 priority. Any more damage is a fantastic bonus for you. But a boost up, red. This is nice. Look, you're crab walking on top just to get that, just a deliberate headshot angle. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Jamyang immediately runs over with the M4, knows he can take these fights with Omen at long range. And then Mercury's just waiting in the back lines. It's really nice.
That's a funny angle. I see like little legs jiggling. Without an M4 skin. 2024. Towards main, just trying to overwhelm, and that's a great shot from Mini. Oh, in a second, he's doing it all for them, but the swing from Advent is good. And Jamyang comes through with another 3-piece.
Yeah, that's important there for TYLOO. Just making sure you have that trade spacing so rounds can't get out of hand just like that. In a blink of an eye, it's those 2 instant headshots, but it's the MP9 coming around the back lines, farming up the money, which then takes the distraction away, and then you've got Jamyang that can swing from lower down hell and have those long-range gunfights. Always favorable. So whilst it does look a little bit dicey, ultimately it's completely fine. You keep all these M4s as well, the MP9s get upgraded, and now Kaze can be on that AWP risk-free.
I think they did lose 1 M4. It's a little bit painful. This is aggression. This is what we didn't see from JiJieHao, and Kaze finds success of it. Going forward with the AWP. Okay, that's a little bit too for Norman.
Oh,
you found your kill, guys. Jumping through the smoke.
I feel like that was scroll wheel. I don't think he deliberately meant to go that high up.
Yeah, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. And Kaze, so many numbers there. How does he get away? Where's the swing? Okay, there it is. Davcost finds the kill. We're in a 3-on-3. Outside control going the way of the T's.
This is better though, because the TYLOO that I know would just keep on swinging, keep on refacing. Instead, it's a lot more cautious. It's a 3-on-3. They are pretty spread, but you can see that rotation. Jamyang has actually just gone straight down in towards B. The A players now condense a little bit towards main and second vent. This is nice. It's a good setup here. There's not much utility as well for this T side. So where they drop the smoke, they're going to have to commit.
Similar situation for TYLOO on any retake that comes through.
All this time is brutal.
Advent's going to push through hut, find no one home. And Mercury falls. If they go vent, it's perfect. But if they commit to A, Advent, he can ruin everything. Although he's just going to keep pushing door. So it all comes down to whether he can catch Elian on this angle. Oh, he's not clearing it. Elian will take that one every day. And Jamyang, yeah, not much you can do there.
That's brutal. That really is. And look, we talk about CS2 and the nature of timings, but in essence, JiJieHao made that one by going contact. There's that small window where you got that transition of Omen walking back through in towards Hut. Your main player is completely isolated. The fact he doesn't clear, though, is really frustrating, probably for Jamyang, because now it just means he can never go for this round. Just has to save the AWP, has to hold on.
Yeah, you clear that right angle. It's a free kill because Elian's looking heaven.
Of course.
And then it's a 2-on-2. Your player has a free path up the vent. I think you have a flashbang. You can throw CT vent so you can swing.
It's doable.
Very doable. Up posting the first T-side round. And in an emphatic fashion, it's going to put TYLOO into a very uncomfortable position. I like that they took the outside aggression. I just didn't like the way they took the outside aggression.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like the idea is fantastic, but the execution is just slightly flawed. The jump definitely didn't help things out.
Don't try that one at home.
No, but regardless, that AWP is how it had some investment behind it. A couple of MP9s, a couple of pistols. There's a splattering of utility here and there, but limited flashbangs to really set the AWP up on an angle, which means that Kaze, hopefully, is going to be flexible.
Needs to be. Moves on over towards Secret. This is a good position to be. There are a lot of bodies out here. Is there a can swing if Kaze does extend up towards red? Of course, might spot him out.
Oh, that's been heard.
Sure what that was all about. Maybe dropping utility, but instead they're going to take a molly, and now the AWP can't get involved. Oh, Davkos forced forward, but he'll take the fight anyway. Not ready for Kaze, but now you know where that AWP is.
And now you're under pressure. Look, this instant main split. 5-7 MP9 has to hold on. Advent will trade out, but it still gets a little bit difficult. A dink for a drive-by means that, look, there's still a pathway here. Is a scaling up heaven is everything, because now he can lock off rotations.
Yeah, that's exactly the play. The others are pausing in case that secret peek comes through. Izza can walk on in, slowly clear the site. The pressure comes through. He's looking for where Advent's gone to. Spots the head, gets the kill. Kaze in towards Hut can still do damage. Still the potential. But they're going to know that that's a possibility. Vital's in a strong spot in towards CT vent. Don't think he spotted Orman walking down. Don't need to give them the fight, but now you've revealed what the AWP is.
And now you got to save. Orman's just going to pick up the MP9 that was on the floor, maybe the AK as well. Yeah, okay, scavenges that instead. And I feel like we're starting to see some nerves here. Opening best of one, of course, you're going to be feeling a little bit out of it. You know what is on the line, qualification here to the first major in CS2. And best of ones are always a difficult mistress to try and tame at the best of times, especially when you went down so early to JiJieHao. Built your way back in, TYLOO, and suddenly some of these issues are starting to come about. I feel like we've definitely seen that in the last couple. It's actually JiJieHao that take the tactical pause as well. Despite winning that round, they want 30 seconds to just ensure that they keep stringing these rounds together.
Absolutely. And for a team like JiJieHao, winning these opening best of ones, it means so much more, I think, compared to the format of the other RMRs,
yeah.
Just because it is, as soon as you lose a best of one, you're into elimination best of threes.
Yep.
So if you can open up with these best of one wins, get a path through the upper bracket, avoid going down to the lower bracket where there's a chance for some scary teams to end up. Particularly because I think we have MongolZ Greyhound later.
Yeah, that's scary in itself. Just one of those dropping down into the lower bracket, yeah. Guaranteed. Potential for TYLOO to also be in the lower bracket if this form keeps up from JiJieHao.
Jamyoung with the Zeus. I'd like to see.
Let's see if he's been watching any ROPS demos.
He has. This is a classic ROPS position. I love that the Zeus is entering its renaissance period. Advent's got one too. They're covering all the angles.
And that orb's also been spotted on the cross. So decent positions in theory. It's just whether in practice this can work out for TYLOO.
There will be an immediate trade, even if Advent gets this kill. They're just waiting, seeing if any aggressive play, maybe Kaze decides to peek on through, push in. Then he's just going to drop the smoke.
That's nice as well, because that funnels them through hut or through ramp, where both of these close-range weapons can potentially strike. What's interesting as well is that JiJieHao are playing this so passively that they literally have no space whatsoever.
Oh,
Vital, he ruins the fun, and Kaze can only find one, well handled by JiJieHao, just by being that little bit more patient. They make the most of it. And the fact that they're so grouped together anyway, if that gets a little bit dicey, yet again, you've still got that trade spacing.
I really dislike the position of Kaze though with the AWP in towards CT vent. Not only is it a commonly Molotov position like it just was, but there's nowhere to go after you miss that first shot, right?
Yeah, you're so stuck.
If you've been able to drop the smoke and then relocate over towards behind Silo, bring that second player that was there to support Advent around to door. There was time for it.
It definitely feels like, even in rounds like that, obviously Kaze is trying to set himself up to get a multi-kill. But by putting himself in such a claustrophobic angle, that makes life incredibly difficult. And the fact that it just gets mollied is a cherry on top. Double digits now for JiJieHao.
We talked about Mini on the T side. He's got 18 kills now. Double kill in that round. Vital as well, chiming in with the opening frags onto the A-bomb site.
It's all clicking, and it's exactly what you want if you are JiJieHao. You want everyone to be performing, and they are. You're not having an over-reliance on one player. It's a solid team effort. And now you look down the list for TYLOO, and it's a similar story, but not in the same gravitas. You look towards Kaze, you look towards Jamyang. You need these players to be elevating themselves up. And one of them, to be honest, needs to grab the game by the scruff of the neck. We were looking for Kaze to do that over towards second vent. Did not happen. Now the money's in an interesting position again for TYLOO. This is the final timeout now for JiJieHao. So if this game runs deep, if TYLOO, we've already seen their resurgence in that first half. They were able to get these rounds together. JiJieHao, they lost all the momentum. If TYLOO are able to do it second time over, which is a big ask, suddenly you've got no timeouts, you're the T side.
That round was, just the half investment around the AWP, right? The intention was to be buying into this one, although Kaze would have preferred the AWP. He's got the auto shotgun now, so quite the downgrade. And Advent, that's the FAMAS. Mercury's getting aggressive. Very aggressive. Alien's found a kill, and Mini takes out Mercury. That is massive.
Yeah, that's really difficult, especially when Alien gets that opening kill. Second player doesn't need to commit around the doorway. You're already safe enough. But no, instead, it's now a two-player disadvantage, and JiJieHao, they're going to drop the outside smokes and walk back into the space they just claimed. Nice molly as well. That gives even more info. Kaze burned alive.
Omen, spots out Alien, but can't finish his meal.
But now you've got two confirmed pieces of info. You know one's on B, you know one was by heart.
Does look like they want to commit to B.
Got you two. You can smoke everything. You can molly.
It should be an easy enough execute, particularly with Omen falling back. Yeah, they start to rotate off. I think already the call's coming through to save these weapons.
That's nice as well. A little small detail. Molly just getting rid of Jamyang's position that failed. JiJieHao on that pistol.
I don't love the default plan.
No, that was scary.
That was, you're on no one at door, nothing covering it off. Everyone's playing ramp, so like, why plan default?
I'll tell you what, this is a really valuable hunt now. If you're JiJieHao, you send a couple of the players that are higher HP to go and try and restrict these weapons. The more guns that fall here, the worse it is for TYLOO.
Yeah, Kaze was able to scoop up an M4 as well. So they've managed to bring 3 rifles over, so they'll stay able to invest into the next. And I don't think they are going to be hunting.
Okay. I don't mind it. Look, it's a conversation piece. You strengthen your economy long term, and you guarantee more full gun rounds, but at the same time, you know the economy just isn't the best for TYLOO. You obviously don't know about that auto shotgun, but the FAMAS was on display there. There's a conversation for both. JiJieHao wants to play it safe because they know they only need 2 rounds to upset TYLOO here.
They've managed to find yourself in such an advantageous position. You don't want to mess it up now by overextending on the hunt, losing a bunch of guns, and suddenly you lose a round and you're on the back foot.
I think what's really interesting as well is just the way that JiJieHao are playing this, because TYLOO has shown aggression, not only in lobby, but also outside.
They didn't invest. They had 3 saved rifles and they chose not to invest.
Okay, they're playing for OT. Or maybe Jamyang can find a kill nearly on towards Ellie, and Smoke's now being dropped over and juggled between these 2 players on A. And outside pressure now being applied again. Omen can't quite get the kill.
Just begging for that peek as he's trying to pre-fire the angle. Now Elian slips on in, so you don't want to peek through there. Jamyang goes over towards Secret. Position we saw Kaze trying to get active in when he had that saved AWP. Being covered off right now, but certainly a chance to catch a timing. But with the Molotov, he's got to back off.
JiJieHao are playing this perfectly. They're establishing control, and then they're just being a little bit more passive. They're waiting for TYLOO to make these mistakes. Good spam. Another molly. That's going to funnel Jamyang up, but he passes the test with flying colors. Immediate trade out of Izza. It's a 4-on-4, and now they've got space down Secret.
I feel like Davkos was the one player you didn't want to be taking that fight with such a low HP. So 2 players cross, but the bomb isn't actually with them. The bomb is on Mini, so they're going to have to come back up A. That's the only play they can make here. With Vital's position, Mini's going to be grouping up with him, and oh man, the timing.
Oh.
Gets the info from that jump though, a lot of information. And Advent with the FAMAS gets one, traded out. 3 versus 3. 20 seconds though. Need to be finding the space onto the site. Mercury. Oh, he's going to swing at the 5-7.
That's the bomb.
That's the bomb lost, and the round likely with it. Elian with the AWP. Going to be overwhelmed. Dink comes through. And even surviving here looks tenuous, and he is traded.
Tell you what, really good from TYLOO, because look, you take a look at which players are rotating in that moment. As soon as space is being given outside, and one of the rifles is spamming, trying to take the fight on towards Izza. I think it's Alman that can't quite convert it. It's JiJieHao that immediately resets. He takes the secret space, and then you get Alman that walks back in towards A. You keep these pistols at close range. You don't need to rotate because you've got all this space. There wasn't enough pressure being applied by JiJieHao, and as a result, TYLOO, that's why there were so many players on A.
And now you can see the virtue of that decision not to hunt earlier, because they managed to get all of the guns back out. Another chance to take 12. This one will be trickier. Kaze's AWP. JiJieHao getting aggressive. TYLOO now starting to change things up on the CT side. Classic AWP rifle aggression. Mercury pushes out hard at the same time, so they know nobody is here.
And now they can just reset. Look, you don't need to overextend outside because you've got the confirmed info. Look, Mini is clearing just in case there's going to be a backstab. But TYLOO are playing this one a lot more passive. They can reset, and now they can have more pieces over to reinforce the areas of the map which they feel is the most weakest. Currently outside, and it means that JiJieHao have to drain all their utility early to try and cross.
Cool smoke, perfectly timed, but Alman is on the second layer up above. Oh, we see the jiggle. The swing comes through from Davkost. Alman's trying to find the kills, and he's managed to get one. The burn from the flame takes down Vital. This CT defense is holding. They gave up the space, but it just meant the JiJieHao walked straight into their setup. Lian's being tempted by the player behind Silo. Kaze's just aggressed on his own to find Izza. It's looking like a 9th Elian. No one would envy his position. Can't cross to vent. TYLOO, they are not done yet.
That could have got really complicated there. The fact that Alman's on towards the air conditioning, sure, that's fine. But he only gets that valuable piece of info because one player from JiJieHao just jiggles a little bit wide. You could see the silhouettes. They could walk through that smoke. And because of the new lighting update, he wouldn't have got any of the information. The main player would have been isolated in the 2-on-1. And from there, you got players that could flood through lobby. And instead, it works out completely fine. Good utility usage as well by TYLOO. They're keeping themselves afloat.
And that's just the half-buy from JiJieHao. Still pretty threatening though, 2 AKs, not bad at all. Has come at the cost of utility. And Alman,
wow,
just boldly peeking with utility in his hand. Gets the info at least. Looks like he's going to rotate over towards Secret. Now they spotted a couple of players going for that cross.
This feels isolated though. Drops the smoke a little bit early. Kaze can now have another peek outside, another jiggle. It doesn't confirm anything. Alman's just left completely fine. And I like this from Kaze. He just takes the ramp space. Because not only can he bait JiJieHao, but also it frees JiJieHao up to rotate in case they get overwhelmed at Secret.
I think not spotting anything. He's just going to drop his smoke, and now he wants to be the one that covers outside. The time with these corner clears. Does look like the split on towards B is the plan here. Trying to bait out the shot. Is looking for the headshot. JiJieHao with the M4 out in the open. Mini is able to swing for the trade, but there's Kaze with the AWP. Oh, but there's Elian with the deagle. And suddenly, it becomes a 3 versus 3. Issa with all of the control, they can plant the bomb.
Look at Davkost. He's in the perfect position, but Mercury down the vent is able to trade him out at the very least. Bomb still not planted, so this is completely fine. Mercury, this is an important fight to win, and he does manage to do it. Issa now with the player disadvantage, time running low as well, feeling suffocated from all of these angles, double door swings, it's Advent to close, and it's TYLOO with 10.
Oh, I think he ran out of bullets in that fight onto Mercury. Needed one more to get the job done. Could have just committed to the plant at that point, but wanted to find that fight. It felt like it was free, and Davkost, he'll have his head in his hands after that one. Felt like he had that kill into vent, dead to rights. Perfect timing on the flank.
Got to talk about the positioning though from TYLOO, because we previously commented the communication was sometimes a little bit lacking. These mistakes were starting to trickle in, which were resulting in JiJieHao collecting these rounds multiple in a row. That round, it was a clear structure. They knew exactly what they wanted to achieve, and the double ramp setup, despite it being knocked down, it stood the test of time and it was valuable for what it was supposed to do.
Something we love at the RMRs. It's an A-pop. Molotov's being set up. Everyone going to be getting in position, but again, this aggression could be their undoing. Mercury pushes through Hut, then you've got Kaze and JiJieHao, and all that time you're taking the setup for this hit onto A, it's just unraveled.
It's confusing to me. You know they're going to do this. How many rounds have TYLOO done a lobby crunch? How many times have they gone ramp or started the player over at Secret? It's incredibly telegraphed. All you need to do, gents, is just hold your angles for a little bit.
And now you can definitely feel the pressure and you can see it. Where they're approaching these T rounds towards the end. They fully invested into this one.
Keep going Secret.
Yeah, JiJieHao's here though. Nice attempt with the flashbang, but the swing from JiJieHao gets one, and again it's Elian. Can't find one. 11-11. TYLOO grinding their way back into this 4 rounds in a row.
It's really good fundamentals here from TYLOO. Because where it appeared a little bit brazen, it felt like some people were over-peaking. At this time, it just feels a lot more disciplined. You've got players that are peaking on contact. You've got the different layer in. You still had Alman over towards the air conditioning. You had the AWPer that was peaking up top. It's so difficult to try and break through, and now you're JiJieHao, you kind of met with a brick wall of a resistance. You haven't won any rounds in a while, the momentum's not in your favor, and you're feeling demoralized. You've just got Tech 9s, you've got to run out A.
Yeah, they're playing very T at this stage. Kind of have to. And then with a perfect incendiary, they run straight through it, no other option. Mowed down. Mini gets one. That should be all that's allowed. Kaze with one does find a nice shot onto him, but that is going to be 12. Math point for TYLOO.
Yeah, really impressive from TYLOO. Just the fact they've been able to build back into the game, not once, but twice. It's the fact that they've been able to resurge themselves on the T side. And here, it looked like they were down and out. The money wasn't there. They decided not to invest when they saved those 3 rifles. And yet it worked out. Yet it was completely fine. Now, JiJieHao, they're playing not with the prospect of winning the BO1. They have to force it into overtime to guarantee more rounds at the very least.
All the momentums with TYLOO, and I got to praise Kaze. You mentioned on the desk, it feels like he doesn't always have the most impact. Could often be quite a passive AWPer, not really one of the stars of the show. It's really the riflers that often get their best work done for TYLOO. But honestly, he's been putting on a performance here, and that's what they need in this RMR if they want to do a deep run. And again, it's the same thing, Brandon. It's the lobby crunch. And again, Mercury peeks out Hut and finds the kill.
It's not even with a variation of utility for TYLOO. It's just contact.
Thing.
Over and over again. Now Elian has been set up for success. He's got this AWP. He was that guy.
Surely they won't go Secret again, Brandon.
Oh, look, here's JiJieHao. Knows that the molly will come in. Will actually attempt to throw a counter one and does. It's not insanely helpful. Here comes that main split.
Of course has the bomb. Oh, and there's JiJieHao with the swing. Great trade from Elian. That's a difficult shot to hit. Now they're looking for this outside fight. But Davkos drops the bomb. And he might have just dropped the round. Elian in a 1 versus 4. TYLOO with an incredible comeback on this CT side. They have locked JiJieHao out. And they're going to send them down to the lower bracket.
Unless Elian is able to pull this off, but it feels increasingly difficult. As you mentioned, bomb, no man's land, smoked off, no opportunity, knife out. Still alive for just a couple more seconds, but that is it. It is done. TYLOO, 13-11, a real story of comeback, and it just goes to show, once they warm up into the game, they're good for it.
Yeah, it took them a little bit to get there. Their T side took ages to get going, right? Yeah. We had a dominant start on the CT side for JiJieHao. They came in swinging, looking really hot to trot. And then their T side also looked really good early on, but then they kept falling to the same old tricks that were being pulled out by TYLOO round and round again. It kind of felt like Groundhog Day, and TYLOO were just happy to find success time after time.
It's wild to me that this game kind of begins with a comeback that starts with a P250 1 versus 3, and it's just individual mistake after individual mistake for JiJieHao. And of course, look, that's the inexperience, that's the nerves of your first best of 1 really settling in. But TYLOO, they kicked it into another gear, and it was just impossible, really, for JiJieHao to recover.
Yeah, and a slow start's better than a no start. Let's see what the desk had to say.
Thank you very much, Lucy and B-Dog. Now, despite the 7-5 half going in way of JiJieHao, TYLOO closed it out. Ever a doubt on that?
Not a single shadow of a doubt. I knew TYLOO had it in the bag all along, even from the beginning. But okay, jokes aside, I think JiJieHao, they had a really good game plan heading into the first half, right? Getting the 7-1 score, the 6-1 start, 1 run stolen away by Jamyang with the 1v3. I think they had, I really like the protocols they had. Elian was just hitting absolutely everything, and just the timing and going for this lobby crunches on against the first buy, and TYLOO just getting, I felt like caught with their foot just in the wrong place, it felt like. But then you go back to the final 6 rounds and TYLOO just turned it up a notch. Like Lucy pointed out, once they started playing with a little bit more conviction, a little bit more, once the economy stabilized a little bit as well, JiJieHao, I kind of feel like they ran out of ideas at the very end, Mac.
Yeah, of course. But look, I need to give a little props to you. You did say 11-13 was going to be the scoreline, and you absolutely nailed that. So you didn't ever have a doubt. That comeback was always happening, and it needs to be said that Advent was slightly higher on the scoreboard than Mercury, which I don't think I've ever seen before. But look, there's always a first for everything, and if the IGL has to be doing it, then the IGL has to be doing it. But let's talk about the Oppas for a second. You already mentioned Elian, but let's talk about Kaze. He is looking like he's back in solid form. The Oppas, they're back. The game, it seems to be a little bit fixed, and that's exactly what I want to see. It will allow teams like this to hopefully clean things up after these best of ones. You know, going past these first best of ones, we now have that second round already locked in, and that's where some upsets could start to happen. But this one in particular is going to show that JiJieHao, once they go to the lower bracket now, they're probably going to be the team you're watching to make that long run, because they are looking the cleanest out of all the teams that have lost today.
What I do want to know from the two of you, though, is, on the TYLOO side of things, on the TYLOO front, why is it that you feel that they kind of struggled in the first half of that matchup?
Well, I feel JiJieHao, they just did a very good job disrupting whatever TYLOO had in store for them, right? We saw the lobby crunch coming in, they had all the information to work with, and also feel like TYLOO got off to a bit of a cold start. They looked a little uncomfortable. Some of the individuals weren't quite popping off initially. I go back to the pistol round, the first round, where they got the bomb down. I think it was a great call coming in. It's a plan for mini, but the post plants are very uncomfortable. I mean, it's a mini plan, it's a main plan. Why are you really fighting with the 2 players coming up Heaven, for example? So some few questionable individual decision making, if you ask me. But once they really started going, once it won like 3-4 tier rounds in a row, then you're like, okay, they seem to be back. And then once they got the op in the hands of Kaze, and then Almond, you know what, Almond, all things considered, considering how I've personally been a little critical of him coming into this lineup, I think he did a very good job towards outside yard position. I think it was great. And of course, Jamyang, just being Jamyang.
Jamyang, I think he was involved in 11 of the opening duels, winning 6 and losing 5. So he was very, very excited to take that first contact and try to put his team on his back. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one doing the heavy lifting. You know, TYLOO, it was strength by committee. Everyone, like, I think there's like a deviation of like 7 kills between the top and the bottom of the scoreboard there. So it's great to see for all the TYLOO fans out there. But the other thing is, I feel like they just weren't expecting JiJieHao to be as dominant out of the gates. You know, they came and they looked so mechanically sharp. Those retakes, the floods, everything that was happening, they were just throwing TYLOO in the bin. It's only after a little while did they really get the engine heated up.
Yeah, I think JiJieHao played really solid Counter-Strike. I have to give them credit. And I 100% agree with you. I feel like, you know, once it's going to come to the best of 3s, that's when the map is going to be tested and whatnot. But of the 8 teams, you know, you take away the 2 Chinese teams, the Mongols and Greyhound, I think JiJieHao played the best Counter-Strike so far.
Well, one thing is for certain, we've definitely ended up having iconic moments, some picturesque moments, you might say, as well. But speaking of picturesque, boy oh boy, have we got a sweet little number here for you as well. This is Display. If you're not familiar with the wonderful folks over at Display, they are high quality magnet mounted posters. I love doing this every time because it just shows how strong they are. Do you go on?
Can I hold it? I haven't held it yet. I've just been watching it.
They're actually so solid.
I've been watching them on stream for the last like week. Yeah, they feel good.
And you can mount them not only on the stand, but also on your walls.
You can even turn them around.
Well,
you can spin them, right?
You can spin them. There we go.
I don't want to be the spinner because I don't know how it works yet.
You can hold on to it. Hold on. I'm going to spin this bad boy. There we go. You can even like Beautiful. That's freaking great.
That's edgy. That's what we call edgy round here. And you can go ahead and grab your very own. Visit displate.com/PGL or click on the Twitch banner to find your very own. If you order between 1 or 2 displays, you can grab yourself 22% off using the code PGL at checkout. Or if you manage to buy yourself 3 of them, you can get yourself 33% off. And I'm super excited to see what designs people pick out, because there's actually over 1 million different designs from video games, movies, you name it. There's absolutely everything. But boys, the fun isn't over yet. We still have more CS to go. 2 more best of ones. Our next matchup is going to be the Mongols versus Greyhound. You shaking in your boots a little bit?
I'm not shaking. I'm just excited because hopefully we get a bit more very solid Counter-Strike. That's what we're all here to watch. And those one side of the fairs for the first 3 games today, it wasn't super interesting. It was great to see, you know, dominance and which teams are the favorites playing well. But now we get to see the favorites going up against one another and playing well, hopefully.
Yeah, and then obviously following that, we have Lynn versus TYLOO as well. That's our 2 best of ones still to come, and we'll see you soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
This is the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs, and this time around, we'd like to welcome back Dust. Sorry, it is almost getting to that dusk.
It's not quite dusk.
I know, it's been a very, very long day for us here on the broadcast.
It's 8 a.m.
It is 8 a.m. There we go. That's why we're incredibly tired here on the desk. But you know what? We're keeping the vibes going. We're keeping some more good CS coming as well. So Dust, firstly, I'd like to welcome you back. Our next matchup is going to be the Mongols versus Greyhound. What did you make of the Mongols' performance in their previous matchup where they won 13-4 versus Magon Ancient?
Well, I think that was simply them taking care of business, right? I mean, Mongols came into this tournament one of the very clear favorites to make their way to the major, right? I mean, they have been consistently performing well, you know, within their region. They have some very talented players. They have a very wide map pool. You know, they have a very controlled, aggressive play style that blitz leads that they are very familiar with, they're comfortable with. And, you know, I don't see their first match as really being, it's kind of neutral for me, right? Like, I feel like they just did what they were supposed to do, right? But now they're going up against kind of the other team we projected as maybe a favorite, which was Greyhound, because they've just been dominating the Aussie scene lately. Now they're kind of having their first foray into playing into the greater APAC region with Dexter back on the team, and they took care of business against ATOX. But now we're going to see the two favorites clash, and I think that's going to be some fireworks to see how it plays out.
Well, both of those showdowns were indeed on Ancient with a scoreline of 13-4. So what are you thinking, Blair? You think this one's going to be a closer affair than the 13-4 we've seen so far?
Oh, 100%. I think this could be a preview of what could very well be the grand finals of this entire RMR. I think Greyhound and Mongols are indeed the two top dogs. And even, you know, when you have someone like TYLOO or Lynn Vision, we saw this two best of ones from them as well. We could see some mistakes being made here and there. But aside of Greyhound and Mongols, they made very easy, quick work of their opposition. That being said, you know, I'm looking at Greyhound right now. It's going to be the first international outing for this, well, I say new lineup, but, you know, they know each other pretty well. But Dexter coming back into this lineup, they've looked almost unstoppable. They've basically just been farming down under, right? So coming up against Mongols team, where historically Greyhound have actually had the edge against them in the past times they faced off.
Well, the previous matchup that we saw from Greyhound, INS had an astounding performance versus ATOX. Now, Dust, do you think that INS is going to be the driving force for Greyhound in this situation, in this matchup versus the Mongols once again?
I mean, INS has kind of been the star rifler of this team for quite some time, for being 100% honest with you. You know, of course, Alistair, great, you know, Opper, obviously Dexter, pretty good fragger for the IGL role. Vex like that young up-and-coming guy who's kind of like that next generation of player from the region who does really well. But INS is kind of more of the vet, right? You know, he's been around for a while. He's always been very consistently a good player, and I think he's going to be pivotal in this matchup, going against some of the guys from Mongols, you know, like a Senzu, like a Blitz, to be able to go head-to-head with those guys and try to, you know, compete with them.
Well, the Mongols also had quite the struggle on their T side of Ancient. Do you think that that's like a common theme coming out from Mongol? Could we potentially see another Ancient?
Oh, if you look at the map pool here, I actually wouldn't be surprised it's on Ancient. I think both the two teams should be kind of warmed up as well, right? Because it's a map both the two teams played, kind of shake hands. There is a world where Mongols might try to allow Mirage through perhaps, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you knew Greyhound was going to get rid of Overpass, and you knew Mongols would get rid of Vertigo. I figured Mongols wouldn't want to play Anubis based on how well Greyhound have played it lately, and they've lost 4 of their last 5 games, so staying away from that made sense. So to me, Ancient and Mirage were the two most likely options, and we did wind up getting Ancient.
All right.
Yeah, I think Greyhound's going to be starting CT side. This should be interesting because Greyhound didn't really get tested in all honesty, right? I mean, there were a few rounds from ATOX where I feel if a couple of clutches going the way of ATOX, things could have been a little bit more interesting, maybe a 13-8, 13-7 scoreline for the side of Greyhound. So I feel they're going to be, I wouldn't say necessarily in for a rude awakening, but it's going to be definitely tested here because Mongols T side and Ancient, it's pretty solid.
What are we thinking, Dust? You got a prediction for me on how this one's going to pan out?
I think what is going to be happening here for sure is that we're going to see some very explosive Counter-Strike. Both these teams like to play at a very high tempo on this map, both defensively and on the attacking side. So I think that's going to promote a lot of early round skirmishes where you're going to be seeing the likes of someone like an ENS or a Vexite who can play some of those more aggressive rifling roles alongside Dexter, having to contend with a Senzu, contend with Blitz, who are going to be, you know, more than willing to play up front as well. So I think that those are going to be kind of the key matchups on both sides of the map. I think both these teams are very comfortable on Ancient. I think both teams, again, have very effective play styles on both sides of the map. You know, this is a map that promotes CT aggression, but it's also a map where if you can kind of gather up and burst onto a site together with good util, you can also make things happen. So I think this could be a very close game. I think it's going to be a slobber knocker.
Mongols going to win, calling it.
Calling it now. All right, well, without further ado, let's go ahead and throw it over to Lucy and B-Dog once again.
Yeah, you know, look, it could go the way of Mongols, but honestly, when I saw the bracket earlier and I looked at how the upper bracket was going to pan out, I knew these two teams would be matching, and I was so excited for it, Brand. And this is the match that we're expecting for the grand final. We get it here, first day. I can't wait to see how it pans out. Both these teams proficient on Ancient, and it's Inns, who's been nothing but proficient today.
Yeah, but hold that thought, because look, the Mongols have got control in towards mid, they got control in towards ledge. They know the Greyhound are going to be aggressive here. Dual Berettas down ramp, not finding anything, but a double up from the Mongols in red.
All right, so they're taking a bit of control here. Alistair seems aware of it, though. He's going to come back and spot the info, but it comes at a bullet to the dome. The PT-50 of 9-10 doing wonders, and now they're splitting onto A. Backside knows he has to get aggressive, and he can't find the kill into Mazzinho. Dexter is still here. Oh, and he finds one. Still being allowed to frag, but Mazzinho swinging on through, gets the kill, and Inns goes down so low. Liao's going to have to do a lot of the work here. In fact, all of it. A 1 versus 3 presents itself. Dual Berettas, armor, but bomb being planted.
This is tough. This is really tough if you're Liaz. You have to isolate these kills, and they are in such close proximity to each other. Good dink, and the headshot as well. Finds out actually a team kill, but TYLOO will get that trade. I think what's really cool there from the Mongols is the fact that they layer their acceleration in that round, and they're able to make decisions based on what's going on. It's the split on Mazzinho. He then takes the contact. He's then that beacon of information for the Mongols. The other guys can get close, they can tuck in, and Greyhound from there. It's a great start, but once they get split on from mid, it gets really difficult.
What a shot from 9-10. That is disgusting. And yeah, really cool, right? Because you know that the aggression has come down towards C ramp. You know there's a lot of supportive players over towards B, so why not take that space in red?
Even the last kill, that the fact that they flashbang forward in towards CT, they take the fight, they immediately eliminate risks out of Greyhound. It just makes that off plant so much more strengthened. Awkward fight there for TYLOO. He actually loses out to the 5-7. Rifle not yet recoverable, but a valid start for Greyhound.
A lot of damage done into Inns and Dexter, but you take the kill any day. The Mongols do group up over towards the B side. 2 players still here, and see on the minimap, Inns is just holding down the rotation. Double Deagle on site. These 2 players over towards red can come pretty quickly, and I think as soon as the util comes through, that'll be their go signal.
Yeah, there's only one flashbang to really orchestrate this for the Mongols. And now the smokes are going to come in. They're just going to try and head straight in. Alistair's stuck between these 2 different angles. The molly's good as well, but good nades from Greyhound.
Yeah, he's still able to chill out here. Oh, another great HE comes through. The flashbang is perfect. Alistair given an opportunity to find one. Senzu does run him down with that Mach 10, and they can start to scale on through, but there are a lot of CTs here. And Backside runs in through, denies the plant. 9-10 with that trade. And still these 2 low HP players. A boost over, finds a mark with the scalp, but Blitz through the smoke, gets one back. Dexter and Inns, both wounded from their earlier skirmishes. They have to get past Blitz. This positioning towards Cave should do it all. If 9-10 doesn't just find the kills himself, tag is not enough. Mongols survive the force buy.
It's interesting watching Greyhound and the way that they set themselves up, because they're spamming these smokes, but they're also using utility to displace the Mongols, but it's coming as almost a second intuition. And this is something that Mac was saying in the green room. He was saying this has really come from Dexter. Greyhound of the last 6 months weren't really playing like this, and they've really started to adjust in. And I feel like you kind of are getting a little bit of teething issues still. That boost would have been perfect if they went for the bomb planter. Instead, they try and go for the guy off the bomb, and I think it's missed target selection there.
Stack over towards B. I see a bit of a fight in here. We're going to set up maybe... Swing on through. Senzu dealing with one. And Senzu is the player that I think, you know, is going to be the talking point for this lineup for some time to come. He's been phenomenal in all of their recent performances. This young talent on a team that's very, very young as it is. He was pivotal in their success they found at ESL Challenger Atlanta, where they took down Complexity twice, including in a best of 3. Demolished them on Ancient, worth noting. Yep. And even at the Kato play-ins, I mean, it went OT versus Spirit, who won the event, right? So this is a team that is here.
That was also a comeback as well. Spirit were monumentally in the lead. And the Mongols, they showed the resilience. They're able to do it. And now Greyhound needs to do the same early on. AWP, A main for Alistair. Mid control for Vexite. Smoked off as well. They've got all of this space. It's just now about what they can use and how they rotate their pieces about.
Ooh, Alistair, that decision to fall back might haunt him. 910 looks for the fight, but no, Ali was on the angle. Gets the kill. That's an opener for Greyhound. Vexite's very low and in a very compromised position. They're going to drop the smoke. It's going to give him some more space. And Alistair playing with fire, but he burns a little harder. Zenio dropped, and Dexter's getting aggressive. Dexter's a player that loves a push.
I really like that as well from Greyhound, the fact that you feel so confident in Alistair holding down A main, that you keep your players in mid overextended for a long period of time, to the point where Mongols didn't have any map control. They now have to blindly push in towards this B bomb site. Techno gets overwhelmed. Sensu's now got to run for a smoke, and sure, if you can get past Liaz, that's fine, but there's plenty more where that came from. Look at the crunch there on the bomb site. That's a very clean round of Counter-Strike from Greyhound, and that's with authority.
Yeah, you can see Alistair very happy with his performance in that round. Bringing a lot of energy in and out of the server. Mongols quietly accept that one. Yeah, great kills. Cool little jump up. There's a bit of like a, I don't know, a texture bit there where you can kind of half stand on and you can skirt down. So use that to his advantage to get the info.
That's one thing about Greyhound as well, is they're going to get loud.
Yes.
They're going to be very vocal. They're going to be trying to hype themselves up. 910 boosted this time, being given a different elevation on the other side of the map. Spam not connecting. Inns might swing with the flash, but it's Techno that delivers the headshot instead.
A very similar setup, but this time they're going a lot faster off that kill. Liaz, ooh, with the incendiary, he's going to burn almost to nothing. 1 HP. And Vexite brought down so low, and also 1 HP from the spam. That's kind of unreasonable. And you can't go for this. Not with these two players so low. Vexite even getting out of here is going to be very risky. That's kind of incredible that he Nero's his way through there.
Really good adjustment from the Mongols as well. They saw how deep Greyhound pushed when they took middle. So instead they said, okay, well, we can fight for ledge a lot faster. They isolate the kill on towards cave. And as soon as they find it, they immediately execute. They don't give Greyhound time to rotate over. They've got players that are already in the back lines just holding for these rotates. And it shuts them out completely. The spam, a little bit unfortunate for Liaz and Vexite. Or fortunate, depending on which way you look at it, because they get to hold on to these AKs.
And Inns punished for the sort of plays he was really getting away with earlier. You know, he was being an absolutely dominating force over towards Cave and Jaguar, where he was often swinging out for those fights after the bangs. You know, there's a bit of support, obviously, with Vexite up and towards Heaven, but with the smoke coming through over towards Ledge, isolating Inns, who is the power player on this side of the map.
Just interested to see kind of how Greyhound will adjust. Are they going to always keep it incredibly aggressive? Or are they going to go for these little bit more of a mid-round defaulty setups where you push in, you reclaim the space? Certainly not in this one. They've got all of the B doors. Again, it comes at a cost. Inns, Liaz, this time, yet again, dink down low. So the Mongols, they haven't got the control right now, but they've got the early damage. They've got to fight for something though. They have to retake middle. They've got utility to do it. And with the space created earlier by Mazzinho over towards A main, that looks like a likely end destination.
Yeah, I think for Greyhound, now that they've established this control and they have Inns just jiggle picking it, he can drop the incendiary if they do decide to push forward. They've been able to rotate this extra player.
This is really clever. You've dropped the A main fake smokes. You're hoping that they get over aggressive here, but Greyhound are just jiggling. They're ready to respond.
There's the incendiary. Shot fires out in towards mid, so Inns turns his attention that way. And a resmoke too, so that's perfectly timed. Liaz trying to get him behind it. Surely they'll be aware. Oh, he walks into the smoke and his support network has fallen, but maybe he's all he needs. They've gone back up towards lane. He's looking for them first, and the spray on the two. Eventually traded, but he's done his damage. Alistair found a kill as well. Dexter, he's pushed on through. Blitz, is he going to be ready for this? Not this angle. Dexter gives the advantage back to Greyhound, and 9-10 has to come up clutch.
This is smart. You know that there'll be a player split in between A main and B. So now you drop this smoke. You need to try and isolate Dexter. You need to find the kill, but Dexter's already repositioned. A really good push out the in-game leader, completely catching the Mongols off guard. And that was a really good choreographed round from Greyhound. The fact that they are leaving their utility, they're holding it because the Mongols, they're not really being aggressive. They're not really waiting to kind of go for one of these plays. Very smart. It's really well played from Greyhound. It's good discipline.
Yeah, heavy targeting onto In's position, but Liaz used that to his advantage. Great proactive movements from Dexter. Reads them like a book. Now Vexite wants to get involved with the lane action. And Dexter as well, the burst through. Luckily able to find a kill. And I like the variation, the change up to middle, a place that's been neglected. Vexite is on the other side of this smoke. And on the fade, catches one, but the trade, again, so quick.
Got to be careful now if you're 9-10 because you've got the bomb. Liaz has pushed down in towards the pocket. So if the Mongols reset, if they walk towards this B ramp, potentially they're going to be caught off guard. And you've also at the same time got Alistair pushing, locking off mid with the orb.
Yeah, it's going to come down to timing though. You can see Liaz is slightly worried about that doors push. There's the timing. And Senzu catches it perfectly. And now they can just burst onto B.
It's so difficult. In's trying to potentially deny the bomb. 9-10 holding the edge of the smoke, but In's wins out the gunfight. But Senzu's close on long. Alistair now coming through the cave. He's going to go for it. He's upgraded to the AK.
He made a little bit of noise. I don't know if Mazinho heard it. Senzu's definitely considering both angles. He's got the kit and the smoke, so definitely has the tools for the job. Waiting for Senzu to peek back onto the angle, and well, Senzu certainly does peek back onto the angle.
Yeah, surgical from Senzu. And unfortunate for Liaz, you're talking about that timing window. If they end up just walking cave, that's fine because you can still play retake B. You see you've got players moving over towards red. You had Alistair in donut cutting off the mid-rotate. You would have gathered all of this information and it makes the retake a little bit more doable. But unfortunately gets cleared by Senzu here. There's that fight. And from there, it becomes increasingly more difficult to even attempt this retake. Tactical pause now coming out for Greyhound, and for me, it's also just maybe a change of direction. You see how much prioritization they're putting over towards ledge, to the point where it doesn't matter which player it is, someone will be there, someone will be scaling, even blowing up these smokes, looking for these fights. At what point do you give that and lean more over towards mid?
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching the adaptations from both teams towards lane, right? It started with Mongols sort of getting a lot of control there and In's getting punished a lot. Then Greyhound changed the way they were aggressing, right? They were doing the deep smokes towards doors. Liaz is getting a lot more active and actually the one that's finding the impact there instead of Ins. And then as soon as Mongols lose to that 2 rounds in a row, now they start to prioritize mid, go through a different approach for the same level of control.
I think what was interesting as well was, I'm not sure in that previous round, but I don't think a molly was dropped by Greyhound. And as a result, that gave the space for the Mongols to operate with. This time it's a 3-player lead over towards B. Money not great for Greyhound. In's yet again, always a victim of the spam early.
Yeah, I mean, this round just hinges on Vexite. It's in the right place. But they're playing for the next. Vexite knows he has to get active. Good shot onto 9-10, but not the kill. And they fight forward. It's a self-flash. Vexite able to scramble away. Would have loved to have gotten a kill for his troubles. I wonder how aware Mongols are to the investment that surrounds him.
They're not. They have no idea whatsoever. They got to imagine that the money is a little bit low, but you've already seen this M4. Vexite now going for a re-aggression. He catches players lining up utility. Sure, 9-10 trades, but that's not on the primary weapon. That's on the M4. There it is. 4-on-3, and now Mazinho makes his move, creeps through donuts silently, and gathers all this space. Look at the rotates on the map. The Mongols, they've got A locked in. Ooh. Unless that scout fired off. It didn't. Instead, it's passive out of Dexter.
I stink. You would have loved a P250. Dexter. Yeah, just trying to go for something. Why not? This round hinged on Vexite getting a double. And he knew that. You could tell by the position he was taking, and there was definitely an opportunity for it, but the double swing from Mongols was perfect.
I'll tell you what, though, it does show really good discipline out of Vexite as well, because this is something where you kind of watched him at Pro League, and he was overextending a lot. And sure, half the time he was finding really good entries, was getting a number of multi-kills for his team, but often he'd be overexposed in a lot of angles. Here, he saw the players were coming in. He knew, okay, well, I'm the MVP of this round. I'm the only one with the M4. Backs in, waits, and then re-aggresses. And has also got these pistols in closer support to try and potentially enable a trade.
I think that's where Dexter coming back into the team is making a big impact, right? Particularly with this young talent in Vexside. He's had a lot of experience working with young talents, as we know, in his time on MongolZ. And, you know, I think one thing that was the interview with HTV recently where he was talking about his time at Fnatic, and it kind of sounded like, you know, he wasn't given maybe the leadership respect that perhaps he probably deserved in that position. And maybe there were some players that disagreed with his approach and that caused some tension. Whereas, you know, you just knowing Greyhound, everyone is on the same page and you know that a player like Vexside is going to be soaking up everything that Dexter is throwing to him.
Well, for Vexside, it's now just a case of potentially soaking up some of this information immediately and getting these kills. Because look, whilst we're sat here talking, we're praising Greyhound, ultimately they've been losing rounds and they've been bleeding out. 6 rounds already for the Mongols. Again, a different variation. Close left, keep your eye out on that B ramp. Senzu could strike at any moment. 9-10, I don't think he's been spotted. Instead, Senzu doesn't clear the angle.
Yeah, great boost. You're definitely not considering that boost once you're that far progressed, that's for certain.
Seeing that B lurk smoke being thrown quite a lot by teams on the T side, it does cut off a lot of avenues for teams to potentially peek down. You get a lot of information just from jiggling, and it gets quite difficult to really try and maintain it. Senzu creeping up, surely has to be aware that there could be a boost in play. So now instead, Mongols reset. They go back towards middle, they've got space over towards ledge, and the Greyhound is a lot more passive this time around.
Ooh.
Ow.
Oh, and Alistair, if he just held for half a second more, normally a player that wouldn't love to stay in a molly for a chance at a kill. And Techno removes Liaz. Sharp shots, and that man advantage has now gone the other way. Good counter smoke, and Alistair feels the pressure. Needs to get involved, and he's peaked on through 9-10. Not extending yet, but Techno does. And Inns had a bit of a safe haven behind that Molotov.
Yeah, but Mazzinho, he's walked all the way through, and Alistair gets decapitated. And now Inns, he said he was on an island, and now it starts to feel even more difficult. Walks back through the smoke, blitzes holding, and now Dexter has to try and clutch up, but can't get past Blitz. IGL and IGL action, it's the Mongols prevailing, and I've got to credit that mid-round, the timing of these pushes. As soon as the contact and the kill is found by Mazzinho in towards Donut, that's when the Molotov comes in towards Cave. That forces you into another engagement. And suddenly, you've got more space than you could ever imagine if you're the Mongols.
Yeah, great round from Mazzinho. That positional advantage finds Vexside and is able to push all the way through. Another young player that I think there's been a lot of eyes on because he's not really having the same performances that, say, Senzu has on this team. His aggression early doesn't quite work out. Senzu, as I mentioned, gets 2 lovely kills in towards middle. This is the half bite. 8. It's going to be on the board for Mongols.
I think it's really exciting. Obviously, we are talking about young players a lot. I just want to highlight the average age of the Mongols team. 19.5. That is the average age of the entire team, which is wild to me. The fact that they're playing this level of Counter-Strike and they're also young, the potential is really there. Look at this, double layer, and they're holding for the pushes. They're waiting for the mistakes. They do not want to give Greyhound a single chance of even eliminating a player.
My Steam account is as old as these guys.
Look at this. He's like, oh yeah, cool. I'll just grab this AK. I'll throw the M4 out the map. You cannot save a thing.
They're looking sharp. They're looking honed in. Alistair, not much you can do here with the Steagle. 8-2.
I gotta be honest, I think genuinely that the scoreline that the Greyhound had in that first best of 1 against ATOX Nation didn't really do ATOX justice. There was a number of opportunities in which they were able to get into these positions on bomb sites, and it was the retakes that were always favorable for Greyhound. They did look very good on them, and then it was ATOX just kind of stumbling right at the tail end. It felt like they couldn't really get anything going. There was some moments in CS as well with the timing where it just felt like nothing was going their way. And here for Greyhound, again, I don't think the scoreline really does it justice. 8-2. There's been moments in which they could breach in. I feel like for Greyhound, the next step, when I'm just taking a look at this map, is they've got the early idea of what they want to do. It's then developing the mid-round to a point where they can counter what the Mongols are trying to achieve here. Because they are leaving deliberate gaps, and the Mongols are just exploiting. They've got the right read every time.
Well, the read this time is to go towards A. Dexter is present here with Vexite in support. Holding an off angle. This is very punishable if they go for a double swing, but the smoke's going to be really well timed. Flash ahead over a second like you wanted to commit, but they fall back. Dexter gets the info.
By being this far forward over at A and dropping the utility, it's caused not only a rotation, but it's caused your B players to play incredibly passive. And that now leaves, again, information and space to be taken from the Mongols when it comes to ledge, when it comes to potentially middle. Alistar needs to be smoked off here, at the very least flashed, or 9-10 can just grab a kill. Good trade by Alistar.
Yeah, refixing the angle before the scopes even landed. Not quite ready for Ali to be in that position. And a flash forward. This is great. Doesn't quite hit the target, though. Vexite just going to go for the dry swing. Oh, you got to wonder if that flashbang got a bit deeper. If Vexite had been able to swing off it. That could be the pivotal moment in this round, and in fact, it looks like it will be. Dexter is on nothing as he's forced into the back of donut. Mazinho is already in the A-bomb site. Alistar is going to rotate over, and time is an issue. The bomb's coming through A main. There's a real chance that Ali can make something magical happen, and he knows it. He can feel the pressure on a hero play, blowing up the smoke, but he's taken down. The spam comes through. Lee has nowhere to go. 9 rounds. This is dominance from the Mongols.
Talked about it once already. Again, in this round, it is fantastic the way the Mongols react to information. Because you've seen a double up in towards red, Alistar's hit the trade, and then you hear a flashbang. Sure, it doesn't go quite all the way deep in towards elbow, but it's the information. Your sniper has flashed for players out of donut, and what happens at the moment of that flash? Mazinho walks A main. He gets all of that space. It's just creating so many opportunities for the Mongols, and they've done it round on round, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
5 MP9s to fight for this final round. They want to get up and aggressive in their face. It's a 2 for 2. Rotations are here. The MP9 actually able to get one. So trading evenly. And a fast flank. This can still get out of hand for Mongols. Greyhound are making it work. Dexter needs to find this kill, and he's done it. Blitz required to step up in the clutch. That's the information, I think, on both of these players. Bomb needs to be retrieved, though. Given the space to work with. Dexter gonna jiggle the angle. Finds out where Blitz is. Blitz is coming to him, trying to charge him on down, just pre-firing the angle, and he does win it out. And now he's got an express path over towards A if he wishes to, but no. Pauses. Trying to play with Vexite. See if he takes the bait, but Vexite not moving just yet. Goes in towards Cave. With Blitz's HP, this should favor Vexite.
Yeah, it really should. Tucked in close. Doesn't over-rotate. This is perfect. Vexite's got this round in the palm of his hand. Blitz is not going to consider this whatsoever. Nade out. And Vexite will close. And that's a third. And I'll be honest, that's a lifeline for Greyhound because it really was starting to stumble spiral here for the Hounds on that CT side. Free, sure, it's a difficult task to come here and say that's not a bad half because it is. It's not great whatsoever, but it gives them something to work with. One pistol round. Maybe you deal with the force by suddenly you're back in the game. This is MR12.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you look at Dexter as an IGL and the teams that he's led before, I will say that his T-sides tend to be where his strongest points are, right? Particularly on his tenure on MongolZ, there was always those nuke T-sides where it felt like they actually went out the half and would still somehow lose some of those maps. But, you know, it's the T-side where he does his best work, I feel. So definitely don't count the Hounds out yet.
Yeah, for sure. And you've also got the conversation piece now of Vexite because the utility can be set up to support him. They just need to navigate this pistol. A very important one here. And you got to also think about the ramifications here. It's 2 BO1s. You win this best of 1, you go immediately into the qualification best of 3.
Lose it, suddenly it's elimination best of 3s. So a lot on the line here for these teams. Mongols can feel it, they can taste it. Greyhound straight through mid, through their own red smoke. Alistar just trying to pull bullets out of the way, but it doesn't matter for 9-10.
Look at the boost. This is really dangerous. Mazinho up close with dual Berettas. They're going to have to clear, and he rounds the corner, but Liaz puts a bullet straight in his dome. It's 9-10 continuing, but it's Dexter holding the flank.
Needs the second kill, and he finds it. Liaz peeking on forward, gets one too. Blitz has walked on through, looking for this kill. And Elias, he gets off the bomb. And that's now given an opportunity. A 1 versus 1. Again, it's the IGLs batting horns, and it's an awkward fight, but Blitz wins it out.
Well played by Blitz. Again, gets the information that Dexter is close over towards ledge. Here's that bomb being planted, rushes it down. That firstly denies money out of Greyhound, but also definitely convinces it into a 1 versus 1. I like the idea from Dexter. Just wants to take the fight immediately, doesn't want to allow Blitz to escape. But ultimately, the gunfight's incredibly scrappy, and it's the IGL, the Mongols, out on top.
Yeah, and Leo's was kind of caught between two minds there, right?
Yeah.
He's like 3/4 through planting that bomb, and he hears Blitz start to run. He's like, I gotta get off this. But if he just committed to the plant, it would have gone down 100%. And then Dexter can play the post plant. Plus, he had an investment into this round. Now you're going to be giving 11. Unless there's a way through. But Mazzinho locks the door, throws away the key. That's 11 for Mongols.
Not enough money to get the AWP out, though, because Mazzinho would be the one that needs to drop. He wouldn't have any armor. So you are playing a bonus here. Yeah, the MP9's up close, potentially going for something. It's do or die here for Greyhound, realistically. This needs to be the one in which they come alive. You said their T sides are often better, especially with Dexter at the helm. Let's see it now, here in round 15.
Yeah, he just wants more reps, you know. Nothing like a 9-round, 10-round comeback. I missed smoke. That's the instant middle. That is not middle, it certainly was instant. Techno is diving over the smoke, looking for the fight, but Alistair wins out the first one, and Techno does eventually catch Vexite. And Alistair, oh, he's being pushed on from two sides. Meanwhile, Inns has found another. So B, if they want to go there, it's very much open. The first gun round does look like Greyhound will be picking it up. Xenio's position well noted. The smoke tells him all he needs to know.
Yeah, much better here from Greyhound, but again, it is just a bonus, but they're doing things correctly. They're fighting forward. That was wild from the MP9s, like jumping through the smoke. You had a push out of A main as well, and down middle. Like there's a lot of moving pieces here, but Greyhound do navigate successfully. Also, if you take a look at kind of where they get some of these kills, everyone is over at ledge. There is really good trade space in here as well, so that they are able to navigate this one successfully. It's now just about putting these together on a more consistent basis. It's a long road ahead, but it's 1 round at a time.
I think one thing just worth noting, just in this head-to-head generally with these two teams, is Mongols' experience in Europe can't be, ignored, because they've just been on boot camp in Serbia, so they've been scrimming against the best of Europe, all in the build-up to this. Not to mention all of the recent T1 events they've played at. It was Kato, they played at Atlanta, so plenty of experience on the stage, taking on some big names, taking down some big names.
Yeah, they looked very good as well in the Katowice play-in. The close game against Furia, you feel like you kind of shrug that off as a bit of an anomaly because it went to Mirage, but the game against Spirit, the comeback on Ancient that we mentioned, even the BO3 against Ents, it looked like the Mongols were evolving. It almost felt like a game-on-game basis. They were getting stronger, they were learning and developing, and this is very clear on display here today.
Yeah, I mean, losing to teams to make the playoffs is not really anything to be too upset about. Flashbang through, Blitz was trying to get ahead of that red smoke, but he's forced off the line, and Techno trying to get cheeky with it with the MP9, but Vexite through the smoke does punish.
Just trying to look at this reset now for the Mongols. It's where do you go? Because at the end of the day, you need information, or you just need to make sure you're grouping up. It looks like 910 is going to reposition to sort of help and reinforce Blitz. They might go for a double mid push, but with this smoke coming in fact, they're ahead of it. 910 now shooting, that almost baits in Blitz, but they can't line up the shots. To be the first warning policy, especially being baited in now by Blitz, and this is the right call. Greyhound, they bring the bomb over towards B.
Yeah, you've got no utility, you just have to stack together. It's perfect. Still need to hit the shots. Blitz is forced off, but now the bait can come into play, and Blitz just fights forward, still gets the kill. There's Senzu. Vexite doesn't clear him. And 910 around the edge of this smoke, they're not going to be ready for him. Almost gets the double. And Liaz, nothing remaining for him. Tries to spam through the wood, and it's to his own demise.
Yeah, that's really well played from the Mongols. You spoke about it. No utility, they have to group together. They make the read based on Senzu's forward positioning in towards Cave. But also, you got to talk about the entry pathing from Greyhound there. You've used the molly, you've flushed out the player, So surely you got to be looking at him. Dexter comes around the corner and hard clears Shadow. And as a result, they're able just to profit. Blitz gets that kill he really shouldn't have. Obviously, Senzu baited in, and then 9-10 can just completely play to lock in that crucial round. One will do it now for the Mongols to try and force themselves into that qualification game.
Feels inevitable at this point. 8 opportunities to do it in Greyhound. They use a little timeout. Another talking point. Quite a few of them expended in mid.
9-10 boosted with the auto.
We left open, so take a look, but Dexter Shadow spotted. And there's that bait for Mazinho to swing for the kill. Now you got info that 2 players are active on A. One's a shotgun, and that's not going to deter Greyhound. Ooh.
Nice shot. Now, has 9-10 repositioned in towards main here? Or has he stayed up on the boost? That's now the mind game. Meanwhile, got a good position here from Inns. Close, but the MP9 wins out that fight. 9-10's been vocal, and with the Galil, we'll also find one as well. So 3 on 2.
Bomb plant from Liaz. Blitz. He comes through, and he just wants to swing on in, just charging them down, and it's all into backside. The young gun in a clutch, and he can't find the second kill. Mongols dismantle Greyhound in the best of 1, 13-4 domination.
Yeah, absolutely. You've hit the nail on the head. It just felt like Mongols were always one step ahead. Their mid-round, it felt fantastic. You take a look at the mini-map and the way that they're...
So far.
I like that very much, Brandon. Nicely done as per usual. And here we have it yet again. What is it with these 13-4 scorelines?
Since they've been playing domestically since Dexter came back, and the most any team's been able to get against them has been 6 rounds. And you think like, yeah,
stay on cruise control is what they've been doing on this map for a long time. I mean, they have been a very strong team. I think
a 9-3 half in favor of the Mongols on their T side. Below, how on earth and why on earth do they have such strong T side?
Challenged, so I guess they just in a while.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's very difficult on the fly in a live official match environment to get tested for the first time and then find an appropriate response. I mean, again, we talked about how both these teams came into Ancient confident with a very aggressive play style, and I just think that Mongols was more polished because they have been sharpened by stronger opposition over time.
Yep.
And you can just see it in how coordinated they are, how they use their utility, how they time their peaks off the back of that utility. The flow is just there, man. Like, as you said, Mazinho stepped up huge in their lurk role that he normally doesn't do, right? I mean, normally they rely a little bit more on Senzu and Blitz and Techno to kind of create openings and just kind of snowball, but they were getting Mazinho into really fantastic positions, as you mentioned. So it was kind of like everything went according to plan for Mongols, and for Greyhound, they just couldn't figure out a way of, I guess, kind of their first tough situation in quite some time.
This might actually be the biggest surprise for me, honestly, right? Just this complete domination, because I felt once we saw the matchup shaping up when Mongols and Greyhound won their initial games, so like this should be the game of the day. But
yeah.
My oh my, okay, the Mongols.
Well, we still have one more best of 1 to go before we round things out here today. And before we round things out for this segment in particular, I want to reintroduce the wonderful display that we have here today on the desk to prove that it is
that plate right there.
This one right here, and it is solid metal. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a little bit.
Is that like an ASMR thing? Do it again.
There's a new meta being created here for sure on the panelist.
It's already there.
We call it the
yeah,
display,
but we're combining 2
here.
metas together into one.
Counter-Strike and ASMR.
Yeah. New
I mean, that's a
subgenre.
combination I never knew would happen. But we also have our fantastic display of the day. You might have seen it at the very bottom of the desk. And everybody at home will have the opportunity to vote for the display that they want to see us display here on the desk tomorrow. So make sure you guys go ahead and vote for that one. And if you want to pick up a display of your own, visit display.com/PGL and use discount code PGL at the checkout, because if you order 3 of them, you can grab yourself 33% off of them. I like this one.
I do as well.
Don't you think? We had a really nice chicken one the other day.
I actually own one, by the way.
Do you actually?
Yeah, it's from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Well, you know what? I want to get some different displays up. So maybe tomorrow we can take a look at maybe getting various designs up here on the desk. But for now, we're going to throw it to a quick break, because next up we will have Lynn Vision versus TYLOO. I'm excited for this one.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas, and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
The time is here, the time is now. It is time for our final best of one of the day here at the PGL CS2 Asia RMRs. SAR, dude.
What? What was that?
Yeah, what do you don't know the SAR, dude?
Saw?
Okay,
like SAR,
yeah, we
but
need
like-
to
it's like
educate.
SAR.
We need to educate
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
okay,
in the memes department. But don't worry about it. Our next matchup is going to be Lynn Vision
Yes.
versus TYLOO. You had enough of it already, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's only 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm already kind of done. Also, shout out to Get Right, you know? He just messaged me saying I look kind of sleepy. Well, I woke up at 3 o'clock, Get Right, so, you know. Also, jokes aside, shout out to him being up this early himself.
Yeah,
or
to
having
cover the games.
Actually, I don't
Shout
think
out to all the co-streamers out
I
there.
don't think he's actually slept at all. You know, just streaming Asian Counter-Strike, you know, my homie right there. Jokes aside, TYLOO, Lynn Vision, the El Chinese Clasico.
Yeah, definitely has been the heated rivalry, though it's been kind of one-sided lately, if we're being honest. I think Lynn Vision has won 4 of the last 5 best-of-3s they played against each other. So I guess there has been kind of a passing of the torch in the Chinese scene, where Lynn Vision has become the #1 team from China. Of course, TYLOO's a very different-looking team than the previous TYLOO iterations of the past, but yeah, Lynn Vision has had their number lately, and so they come into this one, you know, again, kind of the favorite. You know, they even 2-0'd them the last 2 times they played each other in the qualifier for this RMR as well as Extremeland. So yeah, we'll see if they can keep it up.
No, go ahead.
No, I do wonder, like, what it is about Lynn Vision that TYLOO just not able to quite figure out, right? Like, they are absolutely a top 3 team in the region. I feel like, tactically speaking, before the advent of Mongols, no pun intended, of course, they were, like, very solid. I always like the style of Counter-Strike that Advent brings to the team and whatnot. And for Lynn Vision, while they're a team I feel who struggle against other opposition way more than TYLOO do, but for some reason there's these domestic derbies, TYLOO always seems to kind of fall when they really need to. They might get a couple of wins here and there against Lynn Vision, but it's on these more inconsequential matches and elite games and whatnot. But it's the big ones, they seem to always struggle against Starry and his men.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is just like the intersecting map pool, right? I think that's one thing that kind of comes up in this matchup because, you know, yeah, Lynn Vision's going to stay away from Mirage. Yeah, we know TYLOO is going to stay away from Ancient, but they seem to always be willing to meet each other on Nuke and Anubis. And it just seems like, for whatever reason, Lynn Vision has their number on Anubis. I think they've won that map like 4 times to TYLOO's 1 win.
It's their best map as well. So.
Yeah, and so it's like, I feel that could be the ticket to a change, to kind of like answer your question, is like maybe it's time for TYLOO to try to take it a different direction. You know, maybe try to give up on this Nuke Anubis, you know, back and forth and try to bring it into a different map or something like that to try to catch them off guard.
Well, the one thing that seems to be happening time and time again is once it does come down to the best of 3s is really where TYLOO starts to struggle, considering the fact that we're now in the best of 1 stages. Do you think that TYLOO struggle is still going to be coming into effect?
I don't really think so. I feel like these 2 teams, they know each other so intimately, so to speak, that the best of 3s, best of 1s don't really matter in that aspect. Also, when it comes to the map pool, I feel like these are 2 teams where they have a very strong, like, you know, 3 maps they're very good on, but once it heads in the middle of the pack, it's a little wonky, right? I'm talking about your overpasses, your infernos, where they do like playing these maps, but it's not really their strong suit. And especially in the best of 1, that's what's going to happen. Because if you go back to the past 2 or 3 best of 3s they've played, it never really went to the decider, right? It was Lynn Vision taking it in a pretty clean fashion. Yeah. So we didn't get to see maybe an inferno come into play or an overpass come into play. So maybe this is the time where TYLOO, just taking advantage of the fact that it's not going to be a very strong map for Lynn Vision, this is where they potentially get the win here.
Well, you know what? On that note, let's go ahead and bring up the veto, and you guys can take me through it. Let me know if there are any surprises thrown your way.
Yeah, like I said, the permabans should come out. Lynn Vision banning Mirage, TYLOO banning Ancient. And then again, after that, I think it comes down to, do you want to play Nuke and Anubis again? And TYLOO immediately banned Anubis. I think that's a big statement that they do not want to mess around on the maps they have repeatedly lost to Lynn Vision to very recently. Again, I expect TYLOO will ban Ancient their next rotation around, and so this very well could wind up on an Inferno or an Overpass like you were talking about.
No, never mind. Inferno's out of the equation. Yeah, I think this is kind of logically heading towards an overpass, and if that's going to be the case, it's going to be the first time we are going to be seeing it. Oh no! All right, Ancient. All right.
Yeah, okay. We've had so much Ancient today.
But I am shocked.
I think that's fair.
TYLOO don't play Ancient.
They don't.
They don't play Ancient.
They don't.
They never play Ancient.
That's their permaban.
This is their permaban.
What's going on here?
It's it's completely wrong, which I don't think is the case.
The graphics are wrong.
The graphics have to be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that we could be wrong.
I have to cross-check this. Is it Ancient? I guess it is. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, yeah.
I
What
have
about
no idea.
preparation, in terms of preparations heading into this tournament? Any information?
I
you can
don't
give me?
know where TYLOO's going to play. I haven't seen him play this map. Like, where are they going to play? I don't know where the setups are going to be. I don't know who's going to be playing.
You know who else doesn't know?
Haven't they had
Lynn
boot
Vision
camping,
doesn't
though?
know. It's going to be
Haven't they
okay,
been boot
Blair.
camping?
Sorry?
Haven't they been boot
They haven't boot
camping,
camping. So, I mean...
The secret weapon.
They have been boot camping in Serbia is what we found out from the interview that Techno gave on HLTV just like yesterday. So maybe they have something in store for us here. But if I'm TYLOO, do you really, in a best-of-1 series like this where you can just win this game and move on to the, to the upper bracket side of things, do you really want to try a map for the very first time in a best-of-1, which you haven't had any official reps on? I wouldn't.
So here's the thing, though. If we don't know what TYLOO's doing on Ancient, neither does Lynn Vision. So there is a little bit of that. Obviously, there's a ton of film out there from Lynn Vision when it comes to Ancient, though. I mean, this is one of the top maps in their pool. They're 3-1 in their last 4 games. Their most recent loss is an OT to Mongols. Outside of that, they've been very strong within the region on this map. And again, what you'll find when you watch this team play Ancient is they're very diverse. But they're diverse in the sense where they have like a couple different set strats they can run throughout the course of the half. But if you know those strats and you know kind of maybe like the key piece of utility or like the key little thing that happens in the early round to kind of trigger that attack, if you're TYLOO, you can be like, oh, this is the one we need to anticipate now. And they might be able to have some hard counters set up for them defensively. Who knows?
So what are we thinking? Who's going to take this real quick?
I mean, you got to go with like the proven value over the mystery box, so I'll take Lynn Vision.
I will have to go with Lynn Vision here. The last time TYLOO played this was like 7 months ago, where they floated against Mongols and they lost 16-3. They haven't played it since then. I have to go with Lynn Vision. I'm just very confused right now.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see if we can put that confusion to a little bit of an end. It is going to be TYLOO versus Lynn Vision.
You got to dig deep into the archives to find the last TYLOO matchup on Ancient. But hey, they've brought an old player from the sort of call it's played together many moons ago into the mix with Orman. So, maybe that familiarity has now taken them back into the realms of Ancient. We'll see. Kind of threw everyone for a number. Never seen the death so flabbergasted.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, you're flabbergasted.
I just didn't expect this at all. But okay, sure. Why not? Look, it's not worked on anything. So let's try the permaban. And so this is what, TYLOO's first official in CS2 on this map?
Yep, first with Orman as well. So yeah, that's really fun. What a time to bring it out in the match that if you win this, you go into the qualification match for the first CS2 Major. I love it.
Yeah, that's a good storyline, to be fair. And look, we've said this before, and the desk really highlighted it. The matchup between these guys, it is incredibly close. Look, we've got so much tail of the tape that the head-to-head is 28 wins for Lynn Vision, 28 wins for TYLOO. So obviously one of that's going to change. Someone will slightly take the edge. Normally it's Lynn Vision, but this is TYLOO's permaban, so anything can happen. Let's kick things off. TYLOO starting on that T side.
Yeah, what a story history. Almost like the CS equivalent of the Ashes. And towards mid we go. Red smoke immediately out the gate. Donut split. Very familiar setup on the T side. Very slow about their approach, though. Amelia, well, I was going to say he gets the information. Certainly does, but it cost him his life. Now they're going to scale through red, pushing through their smoke. Westmell is hearing all of this and jumping around. He is swarmed. Now there is still a defender in towards Donut, but at this point, everything is compromised. Zakesh is desperately trying to get the space. And Advent's angle is strong for one. Starry and G. 2 versus 4, and G, well, does find a double on his way through. Starry given some space to work with.
Yeah, they just don't know about him in Donuts, who's got all of this real estate to really work with. G isolated, and now they completely turn their attention towards Starry. They get overwhelmed. TYLOO, that's a cool pistol round. You take the fight in towards Donut, you pre-fire the line, and then you immediately add acceleration. You normally expect them just to kind of take the space. That's where that second player is trying to bait in for Lynn Vision. Instead, they run through their smoke, they catch the player off on the CT side, and from there, it's a very clean round.
And that's why you give Jamyon the P250. Send him as the point man to take that contact in towards Donut. Beautiful stuff. Gets TYLOO off to the races. And Vision are going to go for a B stack. TYLOO should be able to avoid this. If they just get a bit of information early, they can redirect their round elsewhere.
Now, also, if you're Lynn Vision, you're hoping, firstly, look, you come into our stack, but secondly, we don't get farmed up by these SMGs. Might be a mid-round push on the cards here down the B ramp instead. Just going to be contact being taken by Amelia. Nade goes in. No one home. But it will be Mercury kind of being that contact man with this MAC-10.
That's the bomb on Kaze.
Oh no.
Isolated. It is just the USPs though. And there's plenty of support, so any worries are quickly abated. Jamyang is in Donut, I think, so...
They can leave.
Yeah, you can just leave.
You should leave. They're dropping utility, they're trying to fake it out.
Oh,
Saka
no.
gets another. They got to be careful here. You just got to escort the bomb over. Advent will also duck out. That's a lot of damage that's been done. You know that Lynn Vision are going to go for this.
Advent's sticking around. Yeah.
Why?
All right, 4-on-2. Very doable. This is just pistols. This is USBs. It wasn't even upgraded.
This is TYLOO overcomplicating matters. You've got this crossfire. Jamyang going to take the long-range engagements. They don't have armor. It doesn't matter when you deliver a bullet to the dome. The SMG going around the corner. G looking to take the contact, the USP, and then even get the kill. Jamyang stuck between a rock and a hard place. G's just sticking the bomb in amongst all of this. Round the corner, he's denied. And Jamyang, I think he might have just done enough. 1 versus 1. It's Jamyang's to close. It's TYLOO not fumbling the bag.
Yeah, but Damo came close to it. Slipped out of the hands, was an inch off the floor before Jamyang just scoops it through with another clutch. The amount of times this guy is called upon to pull his team back into rounds that they should have won. Whew. Very scary, but good signs from Lynn Vision, right? That's a really nice bit of aggression that they're able to find reward, but yeah, ultimately it was kind of TYLOO.
It was TYLOO's mistakes, and obviously that's going to be the inexperience of the map. That's not playing the map at all in the current version of the game. And that really hampers the economy. Sure, they can still invest into this TYLOO, but look at the buy comparatively. Fast play in towards middle, but it's Amelia with the spam. Mercury gets dropped, and Starry close to follow up. The hero of the last round in Jamyang has to watch from the bench.
Yeah, that's 2 really cool kills, right? The spam onto the ledge walk, that's just a very common angle to walk along when you're trying to clear into Ancient with the red smoke up. So may as well spam something, and Amelia gets reward. And then Starry's playing out like around the open in the middle of Donut, just an off angle you're not expecting. You're clearing right and you're clearing left. You're not clearing the middle. At least not on your initial swing. 2 easy opening frags.
I like this rewalk from Advent because you are claiming the space back. The issue is you've got nothing else, really. Molotov dropped on towards Cave. You're trying to force a fight, but by the time Omen goes round and has a little bit of a clear, if he walks in towards Cave, he's not going to find anything. So instead, they're grouping. They want to split A.
G's playing over towards Brokey. Well-timed smoke. Oh, it's a leg shot. Still hunting for the kill, but now the pressure comes through Donut, and he's got nowhere to go. Worst case scenario for the AWPer in that position. Amelia slips on through, so potentially could go unchecked. Has a chance to deny, but he's being covered. Orman with 1, Advent getting 2 as well, spamming through that smoke. And TYLOO, despite losing both of those opening engagements for free, are able to bring their way back into that round.
Yeah, you got a cool question marks there on the communication there for Lynn Vision, and the decision making of I think it was Starry over towards CT, because the AWP is getting overwhelmed. He's dropped to smoke A main. That means they have to come through Donut. But at the same time, you can still jiggle. You can take that wide angle and potentially allow G to kind of get towards that right-hand side of the box. He can then live because you've cut off A main. Just feels a little bit awkward. Kaze living on 13 HP really was the difference maker in that. And shout out Advent, who's just spamming through the smoke. Lynn Vision, they're trying to tackle the problem head on, and they come up with nothing.
Unsaved weapon won't really be feeling that great. And obviously, it's early stages for this roster now. Orman's in the mix, but I think that's something that there's a lot of questions for me around, is the decision to go back and bring a player that your core has played with before. I mean, Orman has a long history with Advent, Kaze, Jamyang as well in the mix. So, plenty of players that he's very familiar with, and he's signed back into the team. He's not a young player, 29, taking on the spot of Mosea, who's a really strong player, and Yeah, it's an interesting decision for him to be coming back into the fold when, you know, you could be potentially looking at maybe a younger upcoming talent, because there's definitely plenty in the region.
I also think that for Lynn Vision, if we just reflect back on this, it's also just a case study that their CT side is not very good typically when they play Ancient. So the fact that TYLOO are up 3-0, but it's come down to some really close calls. Lynn Vision aren't going to be too worried at the moment. That save weapon's going to be looking to be put to good use in this one. We'll probably go very aggressive somewhere. But for TYLOO, it's just about taking map control. Good hold here from Kaze. He's on the angle, expecting Amelia to push, as so often he does. Straight into the crosshair. This time it's a two-player advantage for TYLOO.
Yeah, that's not a spot you ever really expect to walk into an orb if you're on the CT side. Oh, nice little shot, Snowman. You heard me throwing the question about his readmission into this team. He's certainly starting strong on Ancient as TYLOO 4-0 out the gate. Save weapon, unable to get involved at all.
And this maybe potentially just does answer some of these questions that you were highlighting. Just how much has TYLOO worked on their map pool? How much deeper has it really become? That was the conversation piece that Blair and Dust were having on the desk. The fact that we've got some strong maps, especially for the likes of Lynn Vision and TYLOO, but it feels a little bit shallow. There isn't really much room to maneuver, especially in a chance at competition such as the RMRs. You need to adapt, you need to evolve, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, you're saying before we went into this, you know, just before we went on, that it's going to be Nuka and Uvas, right? That's been the stomping grounds for these two teams every single head-to-head. And I just love TYLOO out the gate banning them both. You see that this is the time they want to take the lead in this head-to-head, when it matters the most as well. That was something Dust said, right? It's the important matches that Lynn Vision wins. Well, these are about as important as it gets.
But you can take down Lynn Vision in a best of one potentially, set yourself up for that qualifying game. Starry just taking matters into his own hands. Solo fighting middle. That frees up an extra player to reinforce the B bomb site, but it's A. That's the true intentions at the moment of TYLOO. Amelia just jiggling. Wants to drop the utility as soon as he sees his shadow, but Kaze might not give him an opportunity.
Surely that utility, yeah. That's the moment. Starry, HE4, that should be strong. Flashbang as well. They're doing a lot of damage, just keeping them out of A main. Great lockdown. Not able to fight through yet. And the CTs aren't feeling the pressure at all.
Much better, but also you've got Ullman, who's rotated. Westmelon should spot him, yeah. Helmet presented. Kill. Not quite, but what it does do is pull rotations back. So now TYLOO can recommit on towards A. They've got utility to do so, and now there's less players to try and get past.
Now you're not hearing anything anywhere. Oh, the rotation does come through. Kaze able to get onto the temple angle, but no way Starry's peeking this. He's just holding for the walkout. And it has caused that rotation. Look how many players have now gone over towards lane. It's a whole line of them on the minimap.
There's no smokes. There are no smokes for TYLOO, so this has to be just primarily led with flashbangs or contact, and that's where this position here of Starry is everything.
Oh, shadow spotted. Kaze knows that a player is in there and has got back onto the angle. Look at that information being gathered.
This is smart as well, because now you can plant 4 donut because you've got Omen that walk through middle. Mercury's holding CT. They have to come in from these 2 directions.
Yeah, they go for the fake plant just to bait the swing, knowing that they don't have the utility. They want to find a fight first. And then they put it into a 4-on-4. Kaze has been begging for this kill. I don't know if it's going to be given to him just yet. Zach has found the entry into the site. Westmelon as well. So it might just be Kaze. It needs to step up. He's been waiting so long for Starry to swing. But it's a wait that did not pay off for him. And Lynn Vision, a fantastic retake.
Yeah, really good retake. And even with TYLOO having all of that information, it's just the numbers game for Lynn Vision that prevails. And it's also just making sure that you're ready just to come through the angle at the same time as each other. Notice that Starry doesn't go early. He waits for that CT contact, and then he gets the information about the orb. This initially was a really good hold as well from Lynn Vision. Let's not forget that. The incendiary dropped immediately by Amelia. You've got the flashbangs raining over the top of default. They're able to get the kills. They're able to stifle that early aggression. But when it looks like TYLOO have still got the round in the palm of their hands, this time they drop.
I love that Kaze was just holding that angle for like 45 seconds.
If not more.
Yeah, probably more actually.
It's interesting really looking at this prioritization of middle and the fact that Lynn Vision don't really fight for it. Unless it comes with Donut. JiJieHao, great kill. They know someone is still locked in and it's JiJieHao again. A double headshot. That opens up the A-bomb site.
Opens it up like a can of jam. The jam comes in. And Orment hunting for exits. 2 beautiful kills. These B players just itching to get involved and, well, the fights come to them. G might be allowed to save, but no, I don't think so. I think the hunt is well underway. JiJieHao's already locking in the retreat. Leg shot not going to do it. And it's a headshot to the back. TYLOO drop around, but bounce immediately back.
Yeah, they've noticed the gap as well, and I feel like Lynn Vision have really got to address this early, and it's the fact of, okay, if you don't want to fight for middle with manpower, that's fine, but at least use some utility, at least drop the early smoke, the incendiary, and then the nade. Most teams are bouncing off the wall now, because otherwise you're just giving a lot of space. And also, additionally to that, if you're not fighting for middle, what are you fighting for? Let's see players pushing towards ledge, having that fight in towards cave. You need something. You can't give TYLOO this much room.
It's felt many of these rounds are just able to take that space for free. Vision expecting this heavy B play with so much committed there early. I'd love to see what we saw Greyhound, for instance, doing so much, even if it didn't always work out, but fighting for ledge control, right? Getting that early control in towards middle. Making TYLOO have to work for this space.
They've clearly done their homework here. And I feel like also they might have thought the Ancient was a weak point. We go back to last week, we were covering the ESL Melbourne close quals, and Lynn Vision, it looked like they were really struggling, especially against New Happy. I think it was an 8-4 half, but that started 8-2, and they really had to dig their heels in and fight back on that T side. TYLOO are punishing, and this time it's a great change of pace. They've got all of this bomb site for free. They've dropped a number of smokes on it. It's forced a response here, and guess what? They still don't need to commit. Even if they lose these players here, you don't need to bring the bomb up.
Very messy though, trying to fight behind the smokes, and Vision actually come out ahead. JiJieHao's taking space. He's got so much of it. If he can get past G, this is the key thing, the timing. No, it's not there, but the shot misses. His position becomes a little less valuable now his known element. And I love this elevator position. JiJieHao wants to fight. He's begging for a kill. Certainly drawn some eyes over here. Vision is still keeping B defended.
Yeah, and that's because there's no utility on A. And it's because G can still scout out players. And even if he doesn't get the kill, he can still hold for the A main cross. There's no one here. JiJieHao suddenly has gone very quiet, has to group with the rest of the team. You can just keep players here. And this is where the experience yet again shows. I like this out of Saka because he's, look, committing an MP9, holding Shaw, gets dealt with by Kaze, but now the info's there. There's still B.
I only spotted Kaze though. The other two had already crossed in towards Jaguar, so it's actually not sending any players moving. If anything, it's actually putting players further in towards A. Amelia's the only defender. Molotov 40 can't go back, and JiJieHao finds the kill. TYLOO, again, with the deficit, are able to fight their way forward.
That's really interesting, just looking at that. You're right, it's only one player spotted. TYLOO hit the timing. There were players in towards Cave and Jaguar just waiting patiently. And Lynn Vision, in the mid-round, they've not gone to retake space. They've not gone on a fact-finding mission. It has only come from that MP9 trying to make a play.
6 already on this T side feels fantastic.
Oh yeah, so they don't play.
Yeah. Well, I think they do play. They play it pretty damn well, I'd say. Hey, Lynn Vision let it go here. You saw that juicy bit of bait. Didn't see the hook behind it.
It's also just looking at the scoreboard, because obviously against JiJieHao, we pointed out Kaze. The desk was saying, look, it's good when Kaze is performing. He needs to be the player for TYLOO that really is here. And instead, it isn't a result of that at all. We come back into the game. Look, it's Omen, it's JiJieHao. It's these players we normally expect to see on top. with this rifle court. MongolZ hasn't had to do anything yet, and that's scary. He's not really involved, and yet TYLOO is still dominating. This is better. Double mollies, fighting for this space.
Exact sort of control I was mentioning before that, you know, Greyhound were really prioritizing earlier. TYLOO wanted to fight it, and Starry was elevated and in the perfect position to deal with it. Mercury thinks that maybe there's some space to be taken, but no. Lynn Vision have suffocated this side of the map.
Again, we keep posing all these hypotheticals, all these theories, because we haven't seen these two teams play on this map. And for me, you see Lynn Vision there, how easy that was because of how experienced and how versed they are. Will it come to a point where they go, we're just better than them on this map? And they just play disrespectful Counter-Strike? To an element, yes, but also you've got to keep your fundamentals. MongolZ left alone, 1 versus 5. Look, this round is not going his way unless Lynn Vision really give up the ghost here. 50 seconds, they've got the bomb. They can just wait. Their money's not great, so they might hunt this. They might look to do it with just a few players later on. But for now, the main prioritization, it's winning the round, and they've done that.
Yeah, keeping 5 alive is perfect. MongolZ, no chance to get involved at all. Yeah, I think that's something that Lynn Vision can struggle with is when they do try and play a little bit overconfident, knowing that they are the best team in the server. If they start to act like it, and they can often give up advantages and start to fall apart. And I wonder if part of that maybe is the way this started, just feeling so cocky, getting to play on Ancient. Hey, at least they get one back. Keep it clean as well.
Also says a lot about the mindset of TYLOO, because we take a look at the Duke game, they kept going for that lobby crunch because it wasn't being punished.
Yeah.
They felt very confident to do it, and now they come into this and they pick a curveball map. They've already started incredibly strong on it. The identity for TYLOO is changing, and it has been changing over the last couple of months, and as a result, the attitude and the culture seems to have shifted. And if they're coming in with this amount of confidence at the RMR, if they are determined to try and qualify, and if that means allowing your permaban through, then this is a scary prospect for the rest of the teams. This could be a massive statement. However, not in this one. Amelia and Starry yet again fighting middle. It's now Westmoreland that just takes a swing. Great flashbang, so at least that's one trade back.
Yeah, something at the very least. Yeah, the flashbang was there, but there's only one angle you can come from if you're the T side. So that spray does the job for Amelia. Starry just catching the one through the smoke. But we're seeing TYLOO already multiple times on this map come back after they've lost these initial engagements. Especially when they're given space, which is exactly what Lynn Vision have allowed. They do have everything covered off. Good angles being held, although Starry actually has allowed a bit of space in mid. He's jiggling, but I don't think he's jiggling deep enough. Now that smoke, it does become a question.
Again, it's just an interesting thing to look at, the fact that there's only one smoke here. That's on MongolZ, the bomb, it's very deep out B. So now you have to make a decision. Do you smoke long? Do you smoke short? Where are your mollies going? Are you even going to reveal that you're here? Because a lot of the times, TYLOO have gone for contact, but this time they've got the utility to be able to go for an execute.
Yeah, they're going to be given the space. Lynn Vision went looking over towards mid, didn't spot anything. Bomb does have to come up, but the Molotov... Oh, Saka's trying to get ahead of it, looking to find a cheeky kill. Cost him a bit of health, and the bomb goes down. You got an AWP in the post plant. This is where MongolZ will need to step up. Not been required. In the post plant, the AWP becomes incredibly important. Mercury is low. MongolZ is providing a bit of cover. Smoke though onto his position. Mercury fights forward for one, and MongolZ dances on through. Nice flick shot. 2 more players. The AWP in towards short, and he knows they're looking for the no-scope, but G swaps to the AK and domes him. Style points for sure, and Ormond spray is off the mark. That bomb surely being stuck. First kill comes through, but it's onto the wrong target.
Yeah, That was a really well-played retake by Lynn Vision because the off plant looked really solid. The fact that you can have KaZe in that position because you've got a player deep in towards Jaguar, you've got Mercury that can be your pivot point just in case the AWP misses the shot at long and can also just hold that short angle. But it's one smoke that undoes everything. The one in towards Cave, it forces this proactive play out of KaZe. Sure, whilst he gets the first, what does that do? Completely isolates him. Lynn Vision, they have that 3 versus 3, but it is just a collection of 1v1s. And they're able just to gather yet another round here on this CT side. Their reward, just Tech 9s, and it should be okay for Saka.
Nice little shutdown. Has to fall off and, oh, actually might go down here. Yeah, KaZe able to deal with him, but the trade immediate. Damn Young dealt with as well. These pistols don't really amount to anything. Love to do some further damage, but at this point that feels impossible, and indeed it is. Lynn Vision, 4 rounds now on the board.
AWP available for KaZe, if he wants it. And now I want to start to see TYLOO shift away from taking this mid pressure, because it's quite clear Lynn Vision are going to come and fight it. If you want to go for this, you have to reset, you have to retake it. Fight in from shelf, get the AWP posted on the boost, looking for long. You've got to adjust, and this is where you start to ask some of these questions. This is where how much does your tactical depth on this map really come into question? Are you able to have a plan B? And if required, do you even have a plan C? Is all the questions being posed to TYLOO right now? Because right now they've lost the momentum. Lynn Vision are right here. They're right back on their heels.
Considering you're up 6-1, feeling very confident. You'd hate to tie us up 6-6. Does feel like the T side is where teams are getting a lot of their work done on Ancient these days as well. So you definitely want to come away with the advantage.
Got a little bit of an issue here, but that's fine. We can just reflect on what's going on, and also just kind of take a step back, just not away from this match, but also what's happened today. Because we had some blowouts to start with, which we kind of saw come in. That's what the devs were kind of alluding to. But then we got just some incredible games. Like that TYLOO JiJieHao game on Nuke, where JiJieHao were up so many rounds, and TYLOO have to come back not once, but twice in that scenario. And now here, they're up, and it's just whether they can hold on to it. All these storylines starting to take shape. The Mongols Greyhound game in particular, like I feel like that one, there's so much to talk about. I know. As an Aussie, you're going to be sad. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm sorry, we've got to talk about every single one of these games, but we didn't really have a chance to really talk and delve too much kind of into the prospect of either of those teams because the game was over before it even started, really.
Yeah, Greyhound now down to the lower bracket. Tough competition. One of these two teams going to be going down there. 13-4 has been the scoreline on each and every single map we've had today so far. There's a chance we still get it. Vision are on full.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I cannot see that
angel
happening.
numbers. When you see numbers like that have significance, if you keep seeing the same number, an angel number.
Right. So it's 13-4 or 134 your angel number?
Well, collectively it's our angel number now.
Okay. That's fine. We'll flick through some of the player cams here. We're also going to just focus now back in on TYLOO, because I think what's really interesting is the fact that KaZe hasn't really been set up a lot on this T side. It's always been a fight for control with the riflers, and KaZe, even when they're executing into a bomb site, it's been more of a supportive role that he's playing. He's dropping a lot of the utility trying to set the riflers up, and I wonder if that's deliberate or that's just been a case of circumstance of the positions he's in.
It does feel like KaZe does end up in those positions more often than not. It's definitely been a criticism of his role on this team where the AWP hasn't been the leading point on it. I think that is maybe a little bit starker in comparison to some of the stronger AWPers in the region. G definitely outclassing him at the moment, despite the team being on the back foot. We are back underway. TYLOO 6-4 up. Guns out. stuck in towards mid. A less aggressive fight from Lynn Vision, but the conditioning has already been there.
Yeah, it looks like Mercury wants to scale up ledge instead, and this time it's just met with resistance of grenades. They all want to fight together, so a re-smoke in towards red, a flashbang over the top will get TYLOO in towards mid, and they have to deal with this double donut setup again. JiJieHao's been very good at finding these opening kills, and TYLOO are going to have to rely on him once more.
Yeah, double donut, and it was double red for a moment there as well. They were worried about maybe a burst through or something along those lines. Be considering getting aggressive. Starry found success on this off angle before. This time, JiJieHao undoes him, and Amelia doesn't swing for the refrag. Hoping that maybe they'll come back into Donut with that kill found and he'll be able to spring his trap and potentially get a multi-kill, but in the end, he just sells his teammate down the river.
Yeah, I thought JiJieHao was going to swing with a player top ledge, but it turns out it just doesn't need him. And all that does is it shows to Lynn Vision how there's only one mid. They've now retaken all this space. Take a look at Amelia. Can hear all of this and start to jump up. Westmelon tucked behind this smoke. B defenders need to hold on for this flank.
That smoke down. Mercury does catch off. Oh, he's caught off, sorry, by Amelia. And Westmelon steps in and gap in that smoke. Short smoke goes a little bit narrow. Something to fight around. One does go down. They're able to retreat 2 players out. This is an uncomfortable position for JiJieHao. Stuck in towards the cubby. Not a lot of space to work with, and his teammates are about to get smoked off. He's going to have to over-deliver from this position. Needs to do it all. An assist, not going to cut it. And Westmelon comes through with the defuse.
There's just too much utility there for Lynn Vision. TYLOO, they're completely separated once more. You see immediately as that smoke gets dropped towards ramp, they have to fight forward. And it's at that time Lynn Vision drop the flash out cave. They get the kill on towards JiJieHao, and from there they can just swarm and make it just impossible for TYLOO to hold on to that one. So retake's looking pretty good. TYLOO always seemingly managing to find a way into this bomb site here in the first half, but it's Lynn Vision that are sharp when it comes to the retake.
Yeah, Lynn Vision were allowing that space to be taken just with the flank from Amelia ready to be sprung. Last round of the half.
Fast.
And it's just going to be B. Just straight on through. Charging in. Lack of util. Who cares? Rifles out. Westmelon and Zaka on the site, and they've stepped up for a killer piece. JiJieHao gets one back. Utility great at slowing them down. Going to isolate the spite, but Westmelon not winning it out just yet. JiJieHao doing everything he can for TYLOO right now.
There's another flank. Yeah, Starry's literally just found it as we're talking about it. JiJieHao needs to isolate these kills and can't quite manage it. It's Amelia locking it in, and Kaze in a 1 versus 3 at least has the bomb on his back, but would be a very difficult way back into this round. Looking for mid, searching for the player that potentially has overextended in Starry, but Starry's retreated, taking a long range all the way in red. Be the first alarm system, dink onto Kaze. This looks to be a tied up scoreline.
TYLOO won't be feeling great about it, considering the advantage they had. 5 rounds in a row, potentially for Lynn Vision, as they would have to pull off something magic. If you finds Amelia for free, G has an AWP, so it's a hard trade, but it doesn't matter. Amelia in the cubby, Kaze had to clear one of those 2 angles.
And now they're getting loud.
Yeah.
All right, haven't seen that really out of Lynn Vision, so it's good to see them coming alive here as well. Obviously, hard fought back into this. I feel like for TYLOO, you take a look at the way that they were maneuvering themselves, and right up until that very last round, that's the only one in which they've pace changed. It felt very methodical. It felt like, okay, we're going to go here, we're going to fight for this control, all at the same pace. And Lynn Vision were just able to completely dismantle it, despite JiJieHao finding some fantastic entries as well in towards mid. A lot of the times, this one was just confident. Saka, Westmelon setting up crossfire. Saka's even running for a smoke there to get the jump on TYLOO. They're just not ready for how close these players can be.
Yeah, Lynn Vision finally finding their footing on that CT side. I think 6 I'll be happy with. A lot of utility for Lynn Vision into this round. Enough, I would say, for a B execute. Smokes, mollies, or molly, and double flash. See if anyone gets aggressive first, but doesn't look like it. So TYLOO are already setting up for a retake. You can see double smoke, they got a kit, all the pieces to take the site back.
Yeah, Amelia leading the charge, just jumping around the corner. Lynn Vision are in, and now it is up to the strength of that utility. Trying to retake in. But this long smoke doesn't really do anything. It's Zakastari immediately with kills. Ullman just trying to find one. Would be thankful if he grabbed another, but not quite the case. Overwhelming. Lynn Vision already dealing damage through the smoke to Jam Young. This one already feels locked out for TYLOO.
Yeah, another smoking towards CT as well. That's cool from Lynn Vision. You can see they were kind of set up to be fighting plays on site itself, and you think TYLOO's retake setup is actually kind of ideal for the play Lynn Vision are bringing forward. They're throwing this deep CT smoke. They want to scale through in towards the corner and take long control. Yeah, I'm going to give this a look in, but Mercury, only one remaining, and the Double-Berettas just good for one.
I think it also comes back to a conversation piece with the long flash. It goes a little bit shallow as well, and they're not really affected by it. Also, you can see, because of the scaling that Lynn Vision already have, they can see the flashbang coming up over the top, so they're ready for it.
Is he yelling in English for all of us at home?
Potentially.
Yeah, really cool. Winning out the fights, they take all the control.
No buy, just pistols for TYLOO. Stack on B. This time they are going to push the ramp similarly to Lynn Vision, but they can do it with a much faster pace. G almost being baited in for this. Spots them out, they can spin round, and it's Westmelon claiming waste to these TYLOO players. Although G will fall, the bomb can still be picked up, and this feels very safe right now for the T side.
Yeah, they are going to be walking into these two players, but should be all good. Amelia charging you with the Mac 10. Try and farm up a few frags, get some extra cash. All the rifles stealing that money. This has really been a change in direction for the way this map started. It was 6-1 up for TYLOO.
Yeah, and now we're, what, 8-6? 7 in a row now for Lynn Vision. Just streaking off the back of both halves, winning the pistol. Amelia's just finding double Mac 10 kills where it doesn't really feel possible. With 8 HP, so much money now being earned for this T side. They're starting to snowball their dominance. And trying to just pose the question to TYLOO, why did you pick Ancient?
Thought they were clever, didn't they? Strong start. It's interesting, TYLOO, you know, they were really slow to start in their opening game. Took them a long time to come on board. It's the opposite problem here.
Yeah, you wonder how much mental energy they burned, not having to come back once but twice in that first best of one. Only having a little bit of a reset. This time they do take the gap and the space in towards B. Full edge control, full mid control. This really just limits Lynn Vision to immediately executing onto a bomb site.
We'll say they have kind of blown it all early. And that's intended, right? This round is a half investment, essentially. Kaze gets the M4 out. But outside of that, they knew that chances of winning this round were low, so why not go for a bit more of an aggressive play, seeing if you can fight them early with these MP9s. And Lynn Vision's response to play slowly is just going to completely counter TYLOO's approach.
Yeah, and this was always the design out of Lynn Vision as well, that the G's been holding a flash for the last 35 seconds, even had a sip of water, just waiting for the right time, just to throw it over. Everyone is now ready, congregated in towards the B doorway. That flashbang will go over the top, and there's only 2 players to potentially greet Lynn Vision.
Mercury is jiggling with the smoke, so he's going to drop that immediately, which is actually going to be fairly powerful, but if they get ahead of it, hey, maybe dropped it a little late, but reinforcements are here, and they have to fight through the smoke. Advent tries to fight first, but he's flushed out by Amelia. That was the opportunity. Needed a kill from Advent. Jam Young sitting in this smoke, can't get unleashed just yet. He's going to find a gap, finds one, and it's a low HP player under Zaka. There was almost an opportunity. 3 versus 4, you're giving this retake a look in. Jam Young would have loved a rifle in that position. MP9 not doing the job.
You see this flank, it just comes in way too late. You feel like Jam Young needs to stay alive for another 5 seconds at least, so Lynn Vision don't contemplate this. I mean, it is still quite late, but you can't find that kill, then it is completely redundant. Kaze already retreating back, wants to hold on to this M4. So a half investment, a countermeasure made by TYLOO, just kind of limit testing the amount of space they'd be given over. But it was all by design from Lynn Vision. Tactically slow and patient from the very start. It earns them their 9th round here as they look to completely silence TYLOO.
I'm going to keep an eye on MongolZ as this game continues to progress, and I guess we watched TYLOO throughout this entire event. But like in this map, he's not really been involved. Mentioned on that T side, just the limited amount of impact he was kind of having it all. Seen multiple times where he's been the last player alive, just kind of saving or, you know, just keeping the time. Cutting it towards middle, taking the control. Vision has shown that they don't mind TYLOO trying to establish this space early. I'll happily retake it.
This is wild that they are playing exactly the same round again, but at the end of the day, you are completely nullifying MongolZ, who is now on this AWP, holding over towards A main. You're also just trying to make TYLOO unsettled and worried. Obviously, we can speak about experience all day long, but the resolving factor is the fact that you're not sure where they're going to end up at any moment. It's an interesting smoke.
That's cool. I mean, you see the smoke though in mid, you're like, okay,
you know,
that's a one-way.
But also, by having that smoke set up for you, that also keeps you there. Flashbang around the corner, yeah. Amelia sees that and thinks, actually, I don't want anything to do with that whatsoever.
Instead, they're going to focus some efforts over towards B again. The utility to fade. It's lightly defended. Oh, just fighting towards middle, trying to tap away, and both Starry and Amelia brought very low from that engagement.
That's very silly. That's just that 1-by-1. You're not even swinging together. There's no utility. And now you've just given over information. Oh, well, there was 2 in middle. I think both of them. Flashbangs over the top. It looks like the Lynn Vision are going to run over towards A. They have to go through Donut. They've got the timing window here.
Yeah, 15 seconds. They're really leaving it late. That bomb is so far behind. But as you mentioned, there's enough time just...
I don't know. It might get denied here. I mean, there's a chance for you to run around the corner here if you're Allman, but instead they're playing it a little bit safer, and Westmoreland even silences him.
Great fake out works. The retake looking strong for TYLOO. 4 players, healthy. Amelia and Starry both incredibly low, but the angle's great for Amelia. Pokes up, finds one, and Starry, doesn't matter if you're low, if you hit the headshot. And now you can't come into it. The retake going to be denied. Lynn Vision to double digits.
Yeah, that's sloppy on both accounts, though, because we talked about the mid one for Lynn Vision, but there for TYLOO, if you're flashbanging over to fight CT, swing together. Make sure you've got good trade spacing. Instead, you're going dry into all of these angles, and off the back of it, you don't even save any rifles. It's Lynn Vision getting loud, denying weaponry.
And getting fired up, too. You can see how far back this rivalry goes and how much it means to them. That's the energy we're here for, the emotions the RMRs are all about.
And now TYLOO, they call their pause, but now they have to sit and they have to deal with this. This afterplant was fantastic because despite it all being individual in nature, the angles taken almost allow Lynn Vision to do that. And even if the player at the back of the bomb site falls on top of the box, you still got the Temple player that can swing around, take the next point of contact. You got the Donut player that can step in. I mean, there is multi-layering to it, even though it looks like isolated fights. There's just no money now for TYLOO either. Surely this goes 11.
Yeah, they wanted to save. They keep those rifles. There is an investment. MongolZ pulling out the CZ. It's kind of fallen out of fashion. These pistols can get done what the rifles have struggled to do.
Now if you're Lynn Vision, you're taking faster space because you know you're only dealing with the lesser weaponry. You've just killed everyone. You know the buy isn't going to be a great one. You're just hoping for them to get aggressive and they would just fall right into your trap. Advent might be the first advocate of that. Shadow spotted, but information goes both ways off the top of the jiggle.
Good spam damage. And it's great to see Lynn Vision so composed. Mentioned earlier, sometimes when they have the advantage, they can definitely get a little cocky. They're playing very calm and calculated, despite how fired up they are as individuals.
Yeah, this is actually the complete polar opposite of Lynn Vision. I mean, we talk about dynamic opposites, the fact that TYLOO's even gone for this map, the fact that Lynn Vision are playing so passive, they're waiting until like the last 30 seconds to execute. It's actually a very sound game plan because you're just making these rotations doubt. You make the mistakes happen, like right here with Amelia, getting the early information. Someone's pushed into me at A main. He's overwhelmed the 5-7.
Yeah, Starry steps in as well. So there's information, there's multiple parties here. Piece of that important utility deployed by Kaze. The Flames at their feet, and again, they've wasted a lot of time, but of course, some rotations, they're going back to B. Thankfully, TYLOO have stacked A. So Lynn Vision are going to be able to get in there safely, but that could have got scary if they'd stuck around. Westmelon, great 3-piece. Bomb to be planted. Kaze again, unable to get involved.
I think what's interesting there is we've seen now in back-to-back rounds that Lynn Vision have a high priority of mid towards the end of the round. And right here is a clear example of it. The fact that Westmelon is in middle, you think, okay, well that serves the primary purpose of cutting off the rotations, or if they're running from B to A, you just kill them. It kind of sells the idea more that you're already in that A bomb site, or you're looking to commit there. It actually does a secondary thing here, and where the time is so low, where Lynn Vision are running this out, it creates the avenue for them to go elbow to ledge. Because the rotation time from that position of the map, if you run through mid, it's way better than running all the way through spawn. And that could have been the difference between them honestly winning and getting the bomb down, and then potentially losing and fumbling the back.
Ten rounds in a row. For Lynn Vision, this one feels like it's got their name written all over it. TYLOO will get a chance for one more proper buy round with all of the tools they need.
Just get Kaze involved. Like,
yeah.
Get him going for a peek. Like, the only time we've seen him with an AWP on the CT side, he was over towards A, was holding a passive line. This time, more over towards B.
In the right place. That's where Lynn Vision are going. It's telegraphed by the minimap. 5 players over here.
Look at how slow they want to play this as well. The primary target is for him to cut off a rotation. They're expecting TYLOO to push through A main and come through the spawn. So they're in no rush to go around the corner here. They're in no rush to walk up the B ramp. They want to try and drain as much utility as possible. They can start throwing this util now. That's fine because they can re-execute. They've got the nades to do it. And this is only a lurk smoke. This doesn't show any indication to TYLOO, hey, we're going to be right here in a sec.
Yeah, it's really cool. Baiting out all the counter utility. It's done its job. The lack of any follow-up. See, it's already causing concerns for TYLOO.
And just by dropping that lurk smoke as well, it just means the players in middle and the players in donut remain there because they don't know. Look at how many mollies are on the floor here. It's going to be a complete strike onto this B bomb site. First molly goes in. There's your counter. There's 2 more where that came from for Lynn Vision. Here they go.
Yeah, mollies, smokes, everything in the air, and Lynn Vision's intentions are clear. They're going to have to burst through the smoke over towards the ramp. In fact, a HE gives them a passageway through. Molotov behind default gives them the space, and Mercury tries to step in, but it's Advent and Kaze finding a killer piece. But Kaze can't double up. Great damage with the utility, though. The Flames flush Amelia off. And G has to stick the plant. Time low. It's going to go down 2 versus 2. Westmelon announces where he is, so you know exactly where both these players are. G trying to play around this smoke, Orman walking right into him. And G spots out the final player in Jam Young, who has been phenomenal. And he needs a fantastic clutch here. And already he's considering his options. Tries to reposition, finds G. Brought down low, and the swing from Westmelon is perfect. Map point for Lynn Vision.
That's everything from Westmelon there. because it felt like Lynn Vision were walking into the trap, but it's Westmoreland to get the kills. I really like the approach there from TYLOO as well. They doubled up in towards cave, they dodged all the early utility, they played behind the smokes, and they wanted to adopt this retake. There was enough time to try and deny the bomb, and it actually nearly goes down there. It completely collapses with the incendiary kill on towards default, but it's Westmoreland on a swivel, gets the cave kill, transitions back, kills the long player through the smoke, holds his team up high, puts them on his shoulders, leads by example, and puts Lynn Vision one map away from the upper bracket qualification game.
Yeah, that's one thing about Lynn Vision that I think is always impressive with this squad is there's so many strong individuals. You know, even Westmoreland, even Amelia and a lot of his roles, they're able to deliver. You don't need to rely on your stars, no pun intended. TYLOO, 6 in a row, but I mean, it's been 11 for Lynn Vision, so no signs of TYLOO breaking this at all.
It's got to feel so suffocating for KarZe as well, because look, we spoke about the rounds where he wasn't involved, he was on A. This time he's come over towards B, and he can't even have a clear fight, because it's just completely covered in utility. The flashbangs are raining over the top as well, the smoke's being blown over by grenades, and now Lynn Vision, they're going to change the pace, they're going to go for a punchier play over towards A. They know the utility isn't here for TYLOO.
So much conditioning in mid and B, and it leaves A wanting. The sole defender able to do a bit of work. Players are low, and Mercury is starting to gap through these smokes. I love the ones that CTs have thrown forward here. It's divided the site in two.
Look at mid. It felt like for a second there was going to be Starry going on a walk. Instead, it's not the case at all. Westmoreland's been given the responsibility. Everyone is paused in this bomb site. They look at the control they've got on A, and they're waiting just in case Westmoreland can find anything. Pull a rotation back to B.
Yeah, the bomb can leave. The bomb is in A main. The problem is the other two players can't leave. They are hard committed.
But what you can do is you can be very vocal about the bomb retreating, and then you can backstab as well. Or Westmoreland can be the sole initiator on this. But TYLOO have to be aware of this. He's on a timer. Ullman goes back for him, but it's Westmoreland with a headshot.
Yeah, now he's hoping that's going to cause the rotations, but I think TYLOO know that players are committed towards Temple and Big Box. And they know this has to be the A finish. So Westmoreland has to continue his adventure forward. And this time, it's known. They're fully aware of his position. Advent looking for him. Amelia gets the kill. Westmoreland dealt with, and Mercury behind the site falls. Advent has to do it all for his team. A 1 versus 3. And the clutches have not been in the favor of TYLOO. Just away for the smoke as well. No time for this. Lynn Vision. A dominating performance. A flawless T-side. And a path straight into the upper bracket.
Yeah, really well handled by Lynn Vision. I'll tell you what, it's a map we didn't expect to see, but it's also a Lynn Vision we didn't expect to see. It's cool, calm, collected, but they're being incredibly vocal as well when it matters most outside the server, hyping each other up, the overcomplications and the problems continuously being presented by TYLOO. They just couldn't handle it whatsoever.
And Lynn Vision are now 1 best of 3 away from the Major. You can just see in that moment how much that means for them. It's always great to see. And for TYLOO, they're going to feel like, yeah, a bit of egg on their face, right? You thought you were coming through with a bit of a punish pick, a bit of a sneaky outlier, but even though it started strong, they just couldn't get the momentum going.
It's the fact that it's 6 rounds to 1, and then suddenly Lynn Vision win 12 in a row. What a performance by them. And we've also got the desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, Brandon. You said it best yourself. A 6-1 lead initially in favor of TYLOO, but then Lynn Vision pull out all the stops, winning 12 back-to-back rounds. I got to ask you, Blair, at what point did TYLOO start to fall apart? Because the initial T-side that we saw from them was looking pretty good.
It was looking good. I think it kind of started falling apart once Lynn Vision decided to get control of mid, right? To start actually duking it out, and I think Starry did a great job over there. You can see from here on, just getting kills at mid multiple times, really kind of asphyxiating TYLOO and not really allowing them much space to maneuver and work with. And then you switch on over to the CT side for TYLOO, and it was just doom and gloom, honestly. I think Lynn Vision did a very good job. I think they were way more comfortable just, you know, bringing out the, drawing out the rotations, manipulating the rotations, so to speak. We saw a couple of rounds where they managed to win just going for a fake towards B, heading towards A. Even a final round right there, right? I think they did a very good job allowing Westmoreland to just sneak in towards B bomb site. And for TYLOO, they once you lose the pistol round, right, and you don't really have the economy to work with, they never had a chance to really establish an economy, so to speak. And they were a little too scared, a little too tepid to take those fights towards mid, towards Jaguar, playing a little too reactive. That's kind of what happens, you know, when it's a map you really haven't had any official reps on in forever.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other big problem is, you know, even though there is a lot of film out there on Lynn Vision and how they like to play this map, I think they're just so diverse on their T side that even if you have kind of an inkling on what they like to do, they're still very hard to read within the game itself. And what I mean by that is that Lynn Vision is a team that you'll see, you know, if they go on to continue to play more Ancient throughout this tournament, that they are very capable of playing at different paces at different points in time throughout the course of the half. They can hit you fast, they can hit you slow, they can play out a default, they can go for these executes. I think one of the big things that makes them such a scary team is that they don't telegraph their executes. You know, sometimes they'll just peek a site dry and they don't use their utility until they actually are already getting the bomb down. They're already on your heels, right? Whereas other times it could just be an explosion of utility and it comes very quickly. And so I think they're just really hard to read is kind of what I'm getting at. Like even if you did scout them, you think, and you boot camp this map and you're like, all right, we think we know how to beat Lynn Vision, you just don't know when those rounds are coming or what the timings are exactly going to be. And I think that was very clear in the second half that TYLOO just couldn't quite get a read on them, and that's why they got no defensive rounds.
Now, what was the key takeaway for you both watching TYLOO's performance on this Ancient? You think there's still obviously some work to be done, but do you see the potential there for them?
I think in the initial few rounds, like they'd clearly been doing quite a bit of prep on the map. Yep. Obviously, it looked pretty good. They had some pretty good protocols coming in. But once they started really getting tested, especially towards mid, towards the B lane, the booster position, for example, it felt like they didn't really have a contingency plan in place where it's like, okay, this isn't working out, what's our plan B, what's our plan C? It felt rather kind of individualistic. And they were also very heavily reliant on, you know, Jamyam getting a lot of opening kills. He was just lights out, but even then, not quite able to close out those 4v3s, 3v3s. But again, I wouldn't give credit to Lynn Vision. I think some of his retakes were so damn good.
I think one other thing just to point out to kind of add to the story of that first half and why things kind of flipped after those first few rounds is that while you may have put in a lot of preparation in the map in your boot camp on your initial protocols and your initial game plan on getting the bomb down, when it comes to those like post-plant moments and you're scrapping in those 3v3s and those different situations, when you haven't played an official yet on Ancient, you don't really know how to navigate some of those situations very well. As Lynn Vision, you know, once they made the adjustment to kind of fall back, let them take site and just play retakes together as a team, TYLOO just didn't necessarily have the reps, I don't think, in my opinion, to know how to, you know, pave their way through those moments. And so I think that's what really helped Lynn Vision pull it back as well.
And it just goes down to what we said, like when we saw the map coming in. This is your permaban, right? And I know they were probably trying to maybe mix up their map pool, so to speak.
I respect that.
I respect that, but I just feel like, you know, in a best of one, maybe not really go for it, right? Like this is a great chance for you to just move on to through to the upper bracket and just be one best of 3 away. So I feel like maybe little overcomplication coming in from TYLOO, not just in the game, but also when it came to the map Vita.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and all of our results from today. Now, speaking more about TYLOO, obviously best of 3s are now on the cards for them. Do you think following that matchup, they might yet again risk playing an Ancient in a best of 3 this time around?
I'm more interested in the way the lower bracket is shaping up right now, right? For the Mongols and Lynn Vision, just one best of 3 away, and Mongols, Lynn Vision, one of these two teams will be confirming their presence at the Major. Down there, though, we have Mag versus ATOX. I think that one should be probably favoring the way of ATOX, right? Sure. The second best Mongolian team. JiJieHao and Twisted Minds. JiJieHao played amazing Counter-Strike. The lower bracket is looking very, very brutal indeed, because now you have JiJieHao potentially going up against Greyhound later on. And then, of course, we have TYLOO going against the winner of ATOX and Mag. That's going to be a bloodbath.
What are we thinking about the Mongols Lynn Vision matchup, Dust?
I love it. I mean, I think these are the two best teams in Asia right now. I think Mongols have clearly proven themselves. When you look at Extreme Slam, when you look at, you know, like the APAC ESL Challenger League and the results that they have put together, even going on to Katowice and representing their region in international competition, the skill that they have, the depth in their map pool, they've showed up today and they've done exactly what we anticipated that they would do. They took care of business and they found themselves in the upper bracket final. Then Lynn Vision, again, they have proven time and time again that they have kind of surpassed TYLOO as a top team in China, and they've moved on now into the upper bracket final. So to me, it's not shocking. The only shocking thing was what map we saw them play at. You know, Ancient was certainly not what I expected. I also didn't expect JiJieHao to give TYLOO as much of a final nuke as they did. So tip your hat to JiJieHao for actually being able to make it through. And the one thing that I want to keep my eye on, though, if we're looking just down the line for the whole tournament, is how does Greyhound respond to what just happened to them when they played up against Mongols, right? I mean, they had been dominating everyone for so long. They finally get tested. They crumble. Can they pick themselves back up? Because they should be a team that is capable of making a lower bracket run.
And even though, like, most of us, we kind of picked Greyhound and Mongols, you know, tentatively to be the two teams to make their way through, considering how they got completely just destroyed by Mongols, and then they're going to be going up against the winner of JiJieHao and Twisted Minds, where I'm going to go heavily the way of JiJieHao. I think they played some really solid CS altogether. I think, you know, someone like Lynn, who was looking lights out, Isa was looking good as well. It's for Greyhound, it almost feels like they're, you know, they're going to EU and playing another EU team, it feels like. So I think that matchup is going to be a real test for Dexter and his Merry.
I'll say this too, like, let's say Greyhound do just run the table, right? That means eventually they're going to have to face the loser of Mongols and Lynn Vision for that lower bracket spot to the major. And after what we just saw against Mongols, it leaves you kind of wondering how exactly they're going to be able to match up in that best of three with all the pressure on the line against either of those squads who have looked really sharp today. So that's obviously for day 3 if they even make it that far, but I do think it'll be interesting how that plays out.
Well, of course, our first match of tomorrow is going to be the MAG and ATOX showdown. Expectations for that one? Are we expecting anything?
ATOX going to make quick work of them.
I think so too.
2-0?
2-0 all day. I think ATOX is a really solid team.
We can even skip that segment tomorrow morning if you'd like. We've already done it.
I mean, that's a game I'm not even going to be watching because I know ATOX is going to take it. No disrespect to MAG, but ATOX, even though the scoreline wasn't that great today, I think they put up a decent showing against Greyhound.
Sure.
And against a team like MAG, again, you know, no disrespect to them, but they got called up last minute. They don't really have the reps here. They have Land standing in as well, you know, because of visa issues for the 5th player. They should be ATOX all the way.
Well, I'm hoping certainly tomorrow we might have a little bit less ancient, maybe some more maps coming into the pool this time around. But I want to say a very big thank you to the two of you, all of our fantastic casters and everybody that's been joining us here today. I also want to give a very big shout out to our wonderful production crew who are up at crazy hours to put on this wonderful show. Looking forward to tomorrow, boys. It's best of 3s galore. We'll see you then.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same